challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
My name is Jason Alder, and I'm the driver of the number 77 Ligier JS F3 car. Being a race car driver is cool and all, but it's really nothing when you're not utilizing it for a good cause, like spreading the word for type 1 and type 2 diabetes. It does a lot for me personally, and does a lot for the FDA.
Some of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes are sudden weight loss, vision changes, frequent urination. So remember to check, don't guess, it may not be the flu, and that education is knowledge, and knowledge is the power to help save lives. Go to dfda.info to check out Rocco's story. Thank you and have a great day.
Welcome to the F4 U.S. Championship powered by Honda, as we're at beautiful VIRginia International Raceway for the Andy Scriven Memorials race here at VIR. My name's John Fibbin. I'll be commentating for you today. Jonathan Green is down on the pit lane. He'll be giving us information from the pit lane, and we'll also be hearing from Cooper Becklin as our expert commentator. Cooper, a driver in the Formula Regional Americas Series, and he'll be with us just a moment. He is out on track, believe it, right now. He is doing a hardship lap for his FR car, his race coming up a little later this morning, and so he's going to do a quick lap after some overnight repairs on that machine. So Cooper's going to do that hardship lap, and then he'll be sprinting up to our commentary box and will be joining us now. You're having a look now at the starting grid, and that is our pole sitter, the number 39 of Bryson Morris out of Mount Juliet, Tennessee for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Bryson currently second in the points, only 14 markers behind our leader, Lockie Hughes. So Bryson starting his weekend off just the way he needs to do it. He needs to finish in front of Lockie Hughes and do his best to close that points gap. Lockie Hughes is the points leader. Moving on down the starting order, you're seeing the 66 of Ryan Sheehan. He will start alongside his teammate from the Crosslink Kiwi team in that machine. He's from Horseshoe Bay, Texas, near Austin, Johnny's hometown. Ryan Sheehan currently fourth in the points, only 9 markers behind the third place runner. It's a Crosslink Kiwi sweep of the top 3 positions as Gabriel Fonseca, the Brazilian from Sao Paulo, in the number 76 car, will start in the 3rd spot. Alongside him, Andre Castro, in only his 2nd start with us. He was with us earlier this season at the round at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, as he's done a part-time season, and he's back with us now at VIR, and he will start outside of row 2. Once the cars take off behind the Honda Civic Type R pace car with James Rogerson at the wheel, we will do a full grid rundown for you of all 19 starters in today's race. This is rounds 13 of the 18 rounds for the 2022 season, as we have 6 rounds to go with 25 points on offer for the win in each of those rounds. That means 150 points are still there, as you get a good look at the 65 car of Noah Ping, who will start in 5th position. With those 150 points on offer, there are still, mathematically at least, 10 drivers who are still in the championship hunt. Realistically, that's going to narrow down as the weekend goes on. You can see Matt Christensen aboard the number 45 machine. He will start outside of Noah in row number 3. Matt Christensen, driver from Orlando, Florida for the Velocity Racing Development Team. He had a podium finish in his first season of competition with us back in 2021, finishing 5th in the championship at the end of the year. Just a few minutes away from the cars rolling off, and then we'll do the introductions for you. Getting a good look at Alex Berg in the 08 car. He starts 7th inside of row 4. Alex out of Buford, Georgia, not too far away. He drives for the Doran Kroll Racing Team, their only starter in this field. Alex, of some repute, born in Calgary, Canada. His father had a couple F1 starts with the Osella team back in the day. Also runs a driving school up in his native Canada. Getting close to the countdown as we're hearing word from race control. We're just about to send the cars off. There's the number 10 car, brand new driver, Daniel Carra. Daniel making his first start with us. He's a Brazilian currently living in the Woodlands, Texas, a brand new team, Carra Origin Motorsports. His plan is to campaign a full season of the Formula Regional Americas Championship next year. And he's using these last two venues here at VIR and our season finale at Circuit of the Americas to get warmed up and ready to go. And he is qualified midfield, so in his very first start, that's a good way to get things rolling. The field rolling down the pit lane behind the Honda Civic Type R pace car. Let's introduce the field formally for you. Starting alone in row number 10 is the 09 of Madison Oust out of Mansfield, Texas. She drives for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. In row number 9 on the outside is car number 3, Michael Boyadzis out of Tampa, Florida for Jay Howard Driver Development. Next to him, his teammate, the number 7 of Al Mori, the fourth. He is out of Fortville, Indiana. Moving forward into row number 8 is car 55, Lucas Facuri, out of Sao Luis, Brazil. He drives for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Next to him from the single car Barker Racing Team is the number 12 of Ethan Barker. He makes his home in Houston, Texas. In row number 7 on the outside, number 25 of Jacob Bolin from Leland, Illinois. Jacob driving for the single car IGY6 Motorsports team. Next to him in that 7th row is the number 98 of Lucas Saint-Jean, a Quebecois from Lorraine, Quebec, Canada. He drives for Jay Howard Driver Development. In row number 6 on the outside is car number 9, Carl Bennett out of Yorba Linda, California for Gunella Racing. And alongside him, the number 17 of Tyke Durst. Tyke, a local driver from Cary, North Carolina, only about an hour from here. He also drives for Gunella Racing. Now for the top 10. On the outside of turn number 5 is car 4, Seth Brown from San Diego, California. He drives for Jay Howard Driver Development. And interestingly, our points leader starts in row 5 on the inside. Car number 6, Lockie Hughes out of Gold Coast, Australia, also for Jay Howard. Did not have the qualifying performance he had hoped for, so look for our points leader to work his way up through the field. In row number 4 on the outside, we already saw him on camera on the false grid, the number 10 of Daniel Carra, the new driver out of Woodland, Texas, making his first start for the Carra Origin Motorsports team. Next to him in row 4, the 08 of Alex Burr. We saw him earlier from Buford, Georgia. Alex drives for the Doran Kroll Racing team. In row 3 on the outside, we saw Matt Christensen, the 45 car out of Orlando, Florida, for Velocity Racing Development. He's currently 5th in the point standings coming into this 13th round. Next to him, his teammate Noah Ping from Buford, Georgia, the number 65 car. Noah currently 3rd in the championship, only 49 out of the lead and 35 behind second place runner Bryson Morris. In row number 2 on the outside, car number 8, Andre Castro, partial season with us this season for Future Star Racing. He is out of New York City. And next to him, the number 76 of Gabriel Fonseca out of Sao Paulo, Brazil for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. On the front row, on the outside, the number 66, also from Crosslink Kiwi, the Texan Ryan Sheehan. And your pole sitter, the number 39 of Bryson Morris out of Mount Juliet, Tennessee. As Maddie Oust already on track here on the warm-up lap. She has got the car rolling again, and she'll have to start from the pit lane. We're seeing as she came off the Horseshoe Bend. That's the Franklin Road, turn 11 and 12. Just a little too much acceleration as she was trying to warm up her tires. And she got off in the grass as the field still weaving back and forth as they make their way down the long back straightaway toward the Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers hog pen turn, which is down at the bottom of the portion of this race course they call the roller coaster. And another car off. The number 3 of Michael Boyadzis has looped it here on the first lap. We're going to do 2 pace laps with these drivers in order to give them an opportunity to get the tires warmed up. And already 2 drivers off track. Michael Boyadzis in the number 3 for Jay Howard. So he and Matty Oust, who are starting near the back. It's Michael once again dropping a couple wheels off. That was on turn 17. The Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers hog pen turn, the final turn on this racetrack. It's carried a little too much speed down the roller coaster as the field is heading around for their second formation lap. And then we'll line up on the front straightaway for the Formula One style standing start. team drivers. The drivers that fell off during the formation lap are required to come into the pit lane, and they will start after the field is released. They may not regain their position. In this case, Matty Alst and Michael Boyadzis both starting near the back of the field, so it won't be too much of a penalty for them. Matty had an incident in qualifying yesterday and damaged the car, so it could be that that car is not quite up to snuff. I don't want to take anything away from the Cross Lake Kiwi crew, who I'm sure thrashed overnight to get that car back together. But just offering that as perhaps a bit of an excuse for Matty to have that off-course excursion during her warm-up lap. See the field working their way up the climbing S's, the most popular spot on this racetrack among the drivers, as Michael Boyadzis has indeed gotten that car rolling, and he is making his way into the pit lane. Looking at the 98 car of Lucas St. Jean. As you can see Matty Alst still off to driver's right there at the exit of turn 12, the famous oak tree bend, so named for an oak tree that was there at the inside of that turn. Sadly, that old oak tree was struck by lightning several years ago and had to be removed, but the name of the turn still remains. The field now approaching the roller coaster, a 130-foot drop as the cars take the right-hander that the safety car is just now entering. This drone shot does not do it justice. It is a very steep descent. And it's a little tricky for the drivers as the car unweights as it comes over that rise. And then they've got pretty much constant turning to the right and then back to the left again for the combination turn 17 and 17A, known as the hog pen this weekend, the Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers hog pen. And that brings them on to the curving front straightaway. Michael Boyadzis has taken his position on the pit lane. Crew members cleaning any grass radiators. As you can see there, we don't want these cars to overheat as the cooling radiators in those ducts on either side of the driver. As the cars now coming into position on the front straightaway, as they will be lining up for the start. Actually, the safety car bringing the field down the pit lane, as it looks like we're going to delay the start here to recover that car of Matty Alst. Apparently she is stuck in the grass and unable to get rolling. So we're going to take this opportunity to get Matty's car out of harm's way. So the safety car has brought the field into the pit lane. And we'll have one more formation lap after this, we're told by race control. Just getting those information from Scott Goodyear, our race director. He is in radio contact with all of the teams and letting them know that there'll be one more formation lap behind the safety car before we line up for the start. This is a 25-minute timed race. The time will start when the lights are extinguished to get the start on this one. And again, we're just waiting for safety crews to get to Matty Alst's car, stranded there on the inside of the Oak Tree Bend, Franklin Road Oak Tree Bend this weekend. Nadja Pollard, one of our pit marshals, walking down the grid line, letting everybody know that we're making ready to get restarted, just checking to make sure all the drivers and teams are aware of the situation. As we said, this is round 13 of the 18. We've had 4 venues so far this season. We started out at New Orleans, Louisiana at the NOLA Motorsports Park. Road America was our next stop up in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. And then to my home track, the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, just between Cleveland and Columbus in north central Ohio. Our last stop was at the New Jersey Motorsports Park. And then we have the 3 rounds here and the 3 rounds at our season finale at Circuit of the Americas in early November. this championship very much still in the offing, shall we say, as it is very closely packed at the front, with Bryson Morris only 14 points behind Lockie Hughes, who is starting much deeper in the pack than he would like. Lockie back in 9th position, not getting the qualifying performance he had hoped for. As we check his time, he was about a second and a half off the pace set by our pole sitter, Bryson Morris. So it will be an uphill drive for Lockie, as I can see his car right here below our commentary position, just in front of his teammate, the number 4 of Seth Brown from J. Howard Driver Development. Lockie Hughes with 4 wins already this season, including back-to-back wins in the last 2 rounds at New Jersey, winning rounds 11 and 12. He also had a win at Mid-Ohio and another win at New Orleans in the very first race of the season. Bryson Morris, only a couple wins, but he has 6 other podium finishes. In fact, he's got a string of 6 consecutive podium finishes. His win at Mid-Ohio at round number 7, and then he has not finished below 3rd for the 5 races after that. So 6 consecutive podiums have put him right in the hunt for the championship. Cooper Becklin has joined us here, finishing his formation lap, so we'll get him mic'd up. Cooper, there's going to be an echo in your headset. I apologize for that, but nonetheless, welcome. I'm glad to have you here with us.
Thank you.
Tell us about your hardship lap. The car okay?
Yeah, it was all good. We're just kind of breaking the brakes as we had problems yesterday, and we're making sure we got them fixed before we go out tomorrow.
All right, that's great to hear. Obviously, we're on a bit of a delay to start this one, as we had a car fall off up at the Oak Tree turn, and we're just waiting for them to get Maddie back underway. She's one of your teammates, of course, so you know that situation.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about you had a brief career in F4, starting the very first race last season before stepping up to the former Regional Americas Championship. Tell us about your perception of the difference between this car and the car that you raced this year.
These cars are very different. I mean, the turbo completely changes how the car works, along with all the aero that comes along with it. But, I mean, they all generally drive the same. I mean, a lot of the new car is just kind of faster everywhere. And just kind of learning how all the downforce works is kind of the biggest thing. But it's not too much of a difference, to be honest. I mean, it's a little bit. It's going to take a little bit to get used to. But, yeah.
Sounds good. Tell us a little bit about yourself. I understand that you're starting college and you're there on an athletics scholarship.
Yes, I'm going to a community college where I'm from, and they invited me to go out and do track. So
awesome.
I'm going to go do that, see how it goes. Trying to go D1, but obviously racing kind of makes it hard. So
Exactly. I understand, like, last night that you were having to double up with not only your car and race preparation, but doing some studying as well.
Yes, I was up till probably like 1 last night doing some school, and then woke up at 6 this morning to get out here and do this. So
yeah, racing is easy, right? You just show up with your helmet and go racing, right?
for the most part.
Yeah. I understand your parents own a winery up in Oregon, where you're from.
They do, yes. So we bought that a couple years back, and then my uncle actually owns a winery, and we own the vineyard. So we give him some grapes. He has grapes, and he makes us some wine.
Okay, sounds good. So we're still waiting for Maddie Au's car to be recovered. We can see one of the safety vehicles entering the pit lane right now, and it may have her car on the hook. So hopefully we'll be able to get this race restarted. Yep, that's the word we're getting. So the safety car rolling away, and we'll do one more formation lap before this 25-minute race gets the green flag. So we apologize for the delay, but we are about to go racing. As you can hear the roar of these Honda engines making their way around the track. Cooper, you've been involved in races, I'm sure, throughout your karting and your racing career where there's a delay at the start or whatever. Does that create a psychological problem for you? Do you have to get re-psyched up to get ready to race?
It did at first. It's happened so much now for me that it's kind of not like second nature, but it's not too big of a deal. But yeah, it definitely can cause some little mental preparation that you got to go through.
Understand. The track is dry here this weekend. I was here commentating on another race series a weekend ago where we had hurricanes and storms blowing through. It was really a very difficult situation. So the weather's been pretty much ideal here.
Yeah, it's been really good. I mean, the track itself has kind of been like washed away.
So not much rubber down.
Yeah, especially to start the weekend. But now it's all pretty good. I mean, the grass was a little wet, but that's just kind of a given in the mornings. But otherwise, it's all good.
Is the track pretty good for tire degradation? Do the Hankooks last well here, or are you having to be cautious not to overheat them?
We haven't gotten too much into that yet, but from what I've seen, it's not too bad.
Yeah, sounds great. All right, you're getting a good shot of the field as we see two cars now lined up. The number 3 of Michael Boyadzis, who spun off, and right behind it was the 7 car of Al Mori, also with an issue. So 2 of our J. Howard driver development cars will be starting from the pit lane. Al Mori qualified in 17th position, Michael Boyadzis in 18th, so they aren't being penalized at all for having to start from the pit lane since they were starting on the last row in any event. The field now clearing the Franklin Road hog pen turn 11 and 12. It's kind of a double apex right-hander right at the end of the climbing S's. Optima S's, we're calling it this weekend, as they exit this onto the longest straightaway on the track, 4,000 feet long. It's very undulating. There's a lot of up and down on that straightaway. As you can see, the pace car just now cresting the highest point in that straightaway. And then it's a downhill run toward turn 14, which is the beginning of the roller coaster. Then it goes back uphill in that braking zone. And that's pretty much a blind turn in at the top of the hill there for the roller coaster, right?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the straightaway, it goes downhill, and then it's kind of, you're just kind of hoping to make the turn, really, and then it goes farther down the hill. And even in the next turn, it's got a bit of a blind spot as well.
I don't know if you've ever driven the track out at Laguna Seca, but it's kind of the corkscrew in reverse. Instead of a left-hander, you've got a right-hander coming off the top of the hill.
Yeah.
All right, the field forming up 2 by 2. Safety car in the pit lane. As they're coming off the hog pin turn, the Big Machine Coolers hog pin, and it looks like we are going to go for a rolling start rather than a standing start because of the delays here. So they are coming around a curving front straightaway. They won't see the starter stand until just about now, and there's the green flag. Bryson Morris gets the jump as he's got about a car length advantage over his teammate Ryan Sheehan. He guards that inside line as they head down toward Mission Foods turn 1, known as the Horseshoe, here at Virginia International Raceway. Side by side is Gabriel Fonseca and Ryan Sheehan for that second spot, but our pole sitter Bryson Morris out in front. Looks like everybody makes it through turn 1 successfully. A couple of the J. Howard cars dropping back there in the early going. Through NASCAR, that left-hander, and now into the left hook. He's kind of give up a little bit of the apex there at that turn 4 to get a little better run into the lower S's, known as the Snake. We're calling them the Optima Aces. You can see the Optima signs there at trackside. And then into the climbing S's, a very daunting part of this racetrack. Every driver I've talked to, Cooper, tells me that's their favorite part of this racetrack, the climbing S's.
Yes, it's kind of hard not to make that. It's a flat out uphill, left, right, left, right.
Are you totally flat in the FR car?
Yes, we are totally flat.
Nice. As we've got a car off, and that's one of the Velocity cars. But able to get back on, and diving down to the inside is Lockie Hughes, and he makes contact. Lockie Hughes starting deeper in the pack, our points leader. And it looks like he and Daniel Carra have come together right there at the Oak Tree Bend, as the rest of the field working its way up the hill. And if they're not able to get started, we may well go to a yellow flag. Got a replay now of that, as you can see. Off course. And then there is the 2 cars behind. I misidentified that. That is the 08 of Alex Berg side by side with Lockie Hughes. So you get coming back to live action here. We're still under green. No indication from the race control that we're going to go to a yellow flag. Ryan Sheehan sets the fastest lap of the race from second. As we've got a good side-by-side battle there. The number 8 of Andre Castro going side-by-side with Noah Ping. As the 6 car of Lockie Hughes with damaged rear suspension, his race is run. This is a disaster for our points leader. Not the way he wanted to start this weekend. And if Bryson Morris can maintain his position near the front of this field, he will take over the points lead at the end of this event. He's only 14 points back. And if he scores in the top 3, he will. And the full course caution has been called, as the safety car will pick up the field so that we can get course workers out to attend to the stranded car of Lockie Hughes. I don't know if Alex Berg was able to get restarted, but we'll keep an eye on that. Man, that's a disaster for Lockie. That's certainly not the way he didn't get the qualifying performance he had hoped for, and now it's complicated by the fact that as he was coming up through the field, he's knocked the car off course.
Yeah, that can really change how the championship turns out after this race for sure, with Bryson only being 14 points down.
Yeah, exactly right. And Noah Ping right there in 3rd spot in the 65 car, only a further 35 points back. So this will pay well into both of them. As sadly, Lockie Hughes, our points leader, you can see him off there, driver's right at the exit of the Oak Tree Bend, turn number 12. This weekend we're calling that the Franklin Road turns 11 and 12. That's the southernmost point of this racetrack. As the drivers work their way down the straightaway, James Rogerson aboard the Honda Civic Type R pace car. These, of course, are Ligier JS F4 chassis, designed by the late great Andy Scriven, who we honor this weekend. It's the Andy Scriven Memorial. This track is the closest to the home of Ligier Automotive North America, where these cars are built, down in Denver, North Carolina. Max Crawford and his crew are here with us this weekend as another of the Jay Howard cars in the pit lane. That's Seth Brown in the 4 car. So it's been a tough start of the race for the Jay Howard teammates. As Seth Brown in the pit lane with the rear engine cowling off. You can see the 45 of Matt Christensen. He was the driver that had that off at the top of the climbing S's coming through South Bend, turn number 10. And that stacked up the field behind him. And Alex Berg and Lockie Hughes going side by side came together, and Lockie getting the worst of it. Alex Berg also has not come by. So Seth Brown in the pit, Lockie Hughes off track as well. Lucas Ficuri and Matty Oust did not come by to start this one either. Michael Boyadza starting from the pit lane, just now coming by start finish. As you can see, the tow truck has arrived at the scene of Lockie Hughes' stranded car. So only 14 cars are still running. Michael Boyadza's the last in the number 3 car. So a quick rundown. Bryson Morris is your points leader, is your, I will say, maybe your points leader by the end of this race, but he is the leader of this race, second in the points coming into this round. Ryan Sheehan in the 66, his teammate on the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports team. In second spot, Gabriel Fonseca in third. So it's a Crosslink Kiwi sweep at the top 3 positions as it stands right now. Noah Ping at the number 65, who's currently third in the points behind Bryson Morris. He is 4th in the order. Andre Castro, again doing a part-time season with us this year in the number 8 car, is 5th. Matt Christensen, who had that off, that sort of set off the chain reaction that knocked Lockie Hughes out of the race, is in 6th spot. Carl Bennett, the Thai American in the number 9 car for Gunello Racing, is in 7th spot. Lucas St. Jean, the Quebecois, the number 98. Luca in the 98 car driving for Jay Howard Driver Development. He's the highest placed Jay Howard driver in the field. Jacob Bolin in the 25 in the 9th spot. The Illinois native for the single car IGY6 Motorsports team, making their first foray into FR competition. They've had, or F4 competition, I should say. They've had an FR car for Hayden Bowlesby. And they are dipping their toe in the F4 waters as well. Daniel Carra, the debutante, in a points-paying position, in 10th right now in that number 10 car. Tyke Durst, the local driver, just about an hour away down in North Carolina, in 11th. Ethan Barker, in the 12 car is 12th. And Al Mori in the 7, and Michael Boyadzis in the 14, the last cars running. So the safety car with the field in tow, bringing them around. We talked a little bit about these Ligier JSF4 chassis built down in Denver, North Carolina. The power plant, of course, is our title sponsor, Honda. It is the K20 4-cylinder, 2-liter double overhead camshaft engine. It is the same power plant that you would find under the hood of that safety car, the Honda Civic Type R. The only difference between the engine as it is run, the configuration that is run in the Formula Regional Americas cars, which Cooper drives, as well as these cars, is that for the F4 cars, the turbocharger is removed. And even with that, Honda Performance Development has to detune the car in its normally aspirated mode in order to hit the FIA mandated ceiling of just under 160 horsepower. I believe it's 158 to be exact, is the horsepower limit for the F4 chassis. The engines, other than that, are box stock. There are no changes to the internals. They come right off the engine assembly line near Marysville, Ohio. HPD then takes them over, fits a dry sump lubrication system, and reprograms the ECU. And that's it. There's no other modifications. The engines are sealed. The teams can't make any modifications to them. They run in stock configuration. We saw one of the drivers, Michael Boyadzis, as he came back into the pit lane, the crew members immediately going to the tunnels on either side of the car to clean the grass clippings out. These engines and cars run right on the edge of cooling, and although it's not a hot day this morning, it's quite cool here actually in the 50s. On a hot day, these engines can overheat, so even a little bit of grass clippings blocking those radiators on either side of the driver can cause the engines to overheat. So they will immediately go and make sure that there's nothing blocking those radiators if a driver does a little agricultural racing off to the outside. Tell us about your studies at Clackamas Community College. What are you hoping to major in? I know you're just a freshman, but do you have any sense of where you'd like to go?
Right now I'm studying business, just because I feel like for me it's kind of what I want to do.
Sure.
And then obviously with the track and field thing also. But yeah, right now I'm studying business.
High jump is your specialty, I understand?
Yes, high jump.
Got it. You're a tall guy, so I guess that's sort of is it still called the Fosbury Flop?
It is, yes.
I remember that back in the day. I'm old enough to remember back in the day when the standard procedure was to go over, face down rather than face up. So he sort of revolutionized the sport from that point. Yeah, excellent. Did you have any success high jumping in high school? Were you?
I made it to state all 3 years.
Awesome.
I got hurt the first year.
Ouch.
The second year, we didn't have a track season because of COVID. Third year, I won state.
Awesome.
And then the fourth year, last year, I was racing. So I qualified for state. I was number 1 seed, and then racing kind of came.
Yeah.
So.
Nice. Well, that's congratulations on your state championship. That's certainly an achievement you can be very proud of.
Thank you.
And it's nice that it helped you get a little scholarship to your desired college. That's great stuff. And racing is the kind of thing that I think everybody, and I'm sure yourself included, has dreams of making a career of racing. But obviously you're realistic, realizing that not everybody can get all the way to the top step of the ladder. So
exactly.
It's good to have a backup plan.
Yes, for sure.
You bet. Looks like we're getting ready for a restart as the field's still behind the safety car. I have not heard from race control as to whether we're going to go this time, and actually the safety car would be accelerating away from the field about now, and he is not doing so. So from this beautiful drone shot, thanks to our crew here at Greenlight TV for providing these fantastic images that you're watching on the stream. And the light's still on the safety car, so we'll be going around at least one more. Sounds like I'm hearing the conversation between the safety car driver and our race director, Scott Goodyear. And it sounds like we may go green this next time by. And Scott is asking James to pick up the pace a little bit. They're going to make it a brisk lap to try to get as much racing time in as possible. We're already halfway through the 25-minute time limit with just a handful of laps under green. Just now completing race lap number 4. Race director is in radio communication with the teams as we speak and letting them know that the plan is to go green next time by. Of course, if there's any delay in recovering the last of the disabled cars out on track, we could go yet another round of full course yellow. Cooper, I found this when I was commentating here last weekend. This track is very unforgiving of mistakes because of the topology. The track falls away from the edge of the racetrack just about everywhere. So if you drop a wheel off, you're going for a ride.
Yeah, I did that 3 times yesterday in the exact same turn. Hit the wall yesterday, which is why we were doing that lap. Because I went out, I couldn't get the car stopped, and went off twice again in the exact same spot. So it's definitely not preferred to go off here.
Of course.
It's definitely one of the worst tracks to go off on with all the grass and then the wall.
Yeah. Fortunately, the barriers for most of the track are pretty far away, so there's a lot of grass runoff basically. But there are some areas right up there at the south end of the racetrack at turns 11 and 12, the Franklin Road turns 11 and 12, or known as Oak Tree, where unfortunately the barrier is pretty close to the racetrack. So if you overcook it, and it's easy to do because you're just flying up the hill here, getting through turn 10, and obviously you want to absolutely nail that second apex because it leads on to the longest straightaway. So you're really pushing to get every little inch out of the car you can, and it's easy to get it all wrong. Did you drop a wheel off here, or was it earlier that you?
I have dropped a couple wheels there, but I went off in turn 18 or 17B 3 times.
The hog pen, gotcha.
Down the hill. So.
Yep. The hog pen, obviously named when this track was originally built. There was a hog pen on the outside of that turn. This track has an interesting history. It was started back in 1957. And it was a very popular track for both professional and club racing, and then fell on hard times in the late 70s and was closed for a number of years. And then the current ownership, Connie Nyholm and her partners, purchased the track in the late 90s and absolutely transformed it. It is one of the most beautiful racing venues in North America. And it looks like we are going to go with the start as the lights are out on the safety car. That means a rolling restart here. It'll be single file. Bryson Morris has the field in command, and he can accelerate anytime from the apex of the last turn, turn 17. And he has done so. We are back underway. The 3 Crosslink Kiwi teammates, nose to tail, but right behind them is Noah Ping. And he drops out, trying to make a move on Gabriel Fonseca. Fonseca dives to the inside of his teammate, Ryan Sheehan. Fonseca with the green highlights on his car, Sheehan with the red. 2 more cars off, the 25 of Jacob Bolin and the 10 of Daniel Carra, the debutant, have come together there at the horseshoe turn, Mission Foods turn 1. But the field continues through the left hook. Hopefully those two can get themselves back underway, and we won't have to bring out the safety car yet again with 9 minutes remaining in this one. Bryson Morris has the lead over Ryan Sheehan. Noah Ping has moved up into 3rd spot, as you can see. Gabriel Fonseca back in 4th, and the 8 of Andre Castro in the 5th spot. Just behind Castro is Carl Bennett. Matt Christensen there in the 45 car, working at the tail end of the top 10. Bryson Morris hanging on to the lead right now as he comes into turn 11, the Franklin Road turn. In turn 12, a very important turn leading onto that long back straightaway, 4,000 feet. The length of this one, the front straightaway from the exit of Hog Pen to the braking zone for turn 1, the Mission Foods turn 1, is 3,000 feet. So 2 very long straightaways on this racetrack. Drafting is at a premium. And drafting is exactly what Ryan Sheehan has done as he pulls alongside his teammate as they come up the hill. Sheehan is going to go for the lead, and I believe he's got it. And Noah Ping thought about trying to take second spot, but fell back into third. So now the 66 of Ryan Sheehan, the Texan, with the lead of this race. Bryson Morris in second. There's Noah Ping in third. Both Morris and Ping currently second and third in the points respectively, looking to make up some ground on Lockie Hughes. In the rundown toward turn number 1. The 39 of Morris guarding that inside line. Noah Ping trying to go around the outside. Gabriel Fonseca right there behind him as they bend it into turn 1. Sheehan still with the lead as they exit the horseshoe bend. Mission Foods turn 1. As they're working their way through turn number 3. Climbing the hill. As we understand, we're on the final lap of this one. The white flag has been shown. And the field working its way through the lower S's known as the Snake. And Ryan Sheehan taking the lead at just the right time and stretching his advantage now over Bryson Morris. Both of them will do it. As Noah Ping in the 65 car, giving chase in third position. Coming off of the Oak Tree Bend is the 66 of Ryan Sheehan. Bryson Morris will inherit the points lead with this second place finish. Ryan Sheehan will close the gap. He was only 9 points behind Noah Ping coming into this round as they head into the roller coaster for the final time. Down the hill into the Hog Bend turn comes our leader, Ryan Sheehan, taking the lead on the last lap. And into the pit lane as the checkered flag has been shown. Ryan Sheehan, your winner. Bryson Morris in second. Noah Ping finishing in third. Jonathan Green has rejoined us here in the commentary box. I'll turn it over to him as I head down to the podium.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, John. Yeah, good stuff by Ryan Sheehan and Noah Ping and Bryson Morris. A bit of a start race kind of affair. We started early with bit of drama, and then we went to a rolling start just for safety, and Morris led for most of it, but right at the get-go there, right at the end there, Ryan Sheehan takes his second win of the season after taking his first last time out at New Jersey. So we'll let John head down to the podium. Your thoughts?
Much racing, but I mean, I like to see that 3 of my teammates are in the top.
Yeah,
5, so.
No kidding. What I like about Ryan Sheehan also is his patience. It's one thing to be in the right place at the right time, which he was, but he didn't do anything too aggressive and mess up his race. And we've just seen Lockie Hughes go off. So, you know, I'm beginning to see the maturity now of Ryan Sheehan, the kid from Texas on the 66, and it's paid dividends again.
Yeah, I feel like he made the right move at the right time, right there.
Exactly. Gabriel Fonseca, who started in the top 3, he finishes 4th. Andre Castro in 5th place, so everybody shuffles down a place or 2. And as you can see, they're starting to get out of the cars now.
They didn't tell us. We didn't know.
So 3 races in all in the weekend. This was the first feature race, and they are now in victory circle. There is Ryan Sheehan getting out of the car. Let's take a look at some of the highlights then of that first race. Well, we got underway with a rolling start, and it was the 39 of Bryson Morris who led the field into the S's for the first time. The field started to spread out, and there were problems for several of the drivers going off. That brought out yellow flags, so it was stop, start throughout most of it. But at the front, Bryson Morris did a really good job of holding off the number 66. of Ryan Sheehan, then another off, this time at the horseshoe at turn 1. And that was the move for the lead as Ryan Sheehan coming down the hill in the closing stages to get ahead of the number 39, and it was the right timing. Patience paid off at VIR, and Ryan Sheehan takes his second win of the season. Let's head down to John Phippen. He's now down and repoed at the podium. Down to you, John.
Thanks, Johnny. We're here with our winner, Ryan Sheehan. Ryan, you left it late, but you made the pass on just the right lap, my friend.
Yeah, I didn't know that was the last lap. We had the restart. I had a pretty good restart, stayed in second. Then got just a really good draft on the back straight and just made the move. Yeah, it was a bit of a hectic race, but glad to come out on top.
Exactly. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny.
So, celebrations all round. I think it came as a shock to Sheehan, but the timing was right. You've got to be ready at all times in motor racing. Sometimes it can be confusing, but it wasn't for Ryan Sheehan. He took the lead at just the right time there, and that gives him victory in race 1 of 3 here at VIR, with 1 more round to go after VIR. We'll take a short break here from Virginia International Raceway. Join us in a moment.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
My name is Jason Alder, and I'm the driver of the number 77 Ligier JS F3 car. Being a race car driver is cool and all, but it's really nothing when you're not utilizing it for a good cause, like spreading the word for type 1 and type 2 diabetes. It does a lot for me personally, and it does a lot for the FDA.
Some of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes are sudden weight loss, vision changes, frequent urination. So remember to check, don't guess, it may not be the flu, and that education is knowledge, and knowledge is the power to help save lives. Go to dfda.info to check out Rocco's story. Thank you and have a great day.
challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
My name is Jason Alder, and I'm the driver of the number 77 Ligier JS F3 car. Being a race car driver is cool and all, but it's really nothing when you're not utilizing it for a good cause, like spreading the word for type 1 and type 2 diabetes. It does a lot for me personally, and does a lot for the FDA.
Some of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes are sudden weight loss, vision changes, frequent urination. So remember to check, don't guess, it may not be the flu, and that education is knowledge, and knowledge is the power to help save lives. Go to dfda.info to check out Rocco's story. Thank you and have a great day.
Welcome to the Formula Regional Americas Championships, round number 13 from beautiful Virginia International Raceway, all part of the Mission Foods weekend here at VIR, the Andy Scriven Memorial for this weekend as we honor the designer of the F4 US chassis and much of the design of this chassis as well. My name's John Fippin. I'll be commentating for you for all of our races here this weekend. And joining me in the booth, the man who is currently second in the points in the F4 US Championship, Bryson Morris. Bryson, welcome.
Hey guys, thank you for having me. It's awesome. I can't wait to start commentating the FR race.
Yeah, looking forward to it. There's your pole sitter and the points leader. That is the number 27 of Raul Hyman. And right next to him, the number 77 of Jason Alder. Those two teammates on the TJ Speed team will start on the front row of this grid. We'll run the full starting grid when they set off on their formation lap. Starting in the third spot is Nick Pershing, another of the TJ Speed drivers in the number 29, as TJ Speed sweeping the top three positions in the qualifying order. Nick comes into this round fifth in the points, just 5 points behind the number 29, Nick Pershing. Ryan Yardley just behind him in the number 78 for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. This race has been shortened. It will be 25 minutes long rather than the original scheduled time. There's the 78 car of Ryan Yardley we were just talking about from Crosslink Kiwi. He's currently fourth in the points, only 9 markers behind Jason Alder. And as they begin to roll away, there's Dylan Tavella. He's the closest to our championship leader, running second in the points in that number 14 car for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports, which, by the way, is Bryson's team. As the rest of the field rolls away behind the Honda Civic Type R pace car with James Rogerson at the wheel, let's introduce the 7 starters for you. Starting alone in row 6 will be car number 2, Oliver Westling, out of Emerald Hills, California for Jensen. This is his first start in the FR car. Oliver raced with us for Jensen in the F4 US Championship this past much of this season, but this weekend and next he will be in the Formula Regional Americas car. Looking forward to a full season of competition in FR next year. So Oliver did not turn a time in qualifying, but was given dispensation by Scott Goodyear, our race director, to start this race, and he'll start alone in the 6th row. In row number 5 on the outside, car number 24, Kevin Jansen, the senior member of our field, out of Deerfield Beach, Florida. Kevin races for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. He jokes that he's older than the parents of most of our drivers, but it's great to have him in the field with us. Alongside is the Bolivian, the number 10 of Rodrigo Gutierrez for Velocity Racing Development. Rodrigo currently 11th in the points championship. Moving forward to row number 4 on the outside, Cooper Becklund. We heard from Cooper on the F4 broadcast earlier today. He was our expert commentator. He is a college student out of West Linn, Oregon for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Cooper currently 7th in the points coming into this weekend of racing. Next to him in that 4th row in the single car number 3 of Hayden Bowlesby, the single car IGY6 team founded by his father. It is a veteran-owned and veteran-staffed racing team. Hayden Bowlesby out of Folsom, Louisiana. Moving forward now into row number 3 on the outside. Car number 25, Matt Clark, out of Campbellville, Ontario, Canada, for Future Star Racing. He was unable to be with us at the last race meeting at New Jersey due to a scheduling conflict, but he's back with us. And Matt currently 6th in the points championship. Next to him in that third row is car number 14, Dylan Tavella, out of Massapequa Park, New York, for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Dylan, a 3-time winner already this season with 6 other podium finishes, and he has a perfect record of points finishes, finishing in the points in all 12 races so far this year. Next to him, or should I say outside of row 2, is the 78 of Ryan Yardley out of Christchurch, New Zealand. Ryan, another driver for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports, currently 4th in the points, only 9 points behind Jason Alder. Ryan will start in the 4th position. Alongside him, we already saw him on camera at on the false grid, the number 29 of Nick Pershing out of Morgan Hill, California, the San Francisco area. Nick for TJ Speed Motorsports. He is currently 5th in the point standings, just 5 behind Ryan Yardley. And now for the front row. On the outside, car number 77, Jason Alder for TJ Speed Motorsports. He is 3rd in the points. He has a win already this year at Road America and 3 other podium finishes, as well as 10 points-paying finishes throughout the season. And your pole sitter and the points leader, the number 27, Raul Hyman. He's South African and making his home currently in London for TJ Speed Motorsports. 7 wins, 5 podiums, and a perfect points record. He has not finished off the podium yet this season. And we have a rolling start here, and Raul Hyman gets the jump right away. He wasted no time getting his right foot down, but single file behind him is the 77 of
we
Jason
see Hyman
Alder.
get turned around.
Yeah, Hyman gets bumped in the back by his teammate.
He almost high-sided.
Yeah, Nick Pershing that got into the back of him. Thanks, Bryson. I was just checking my notes here as our points leader gets spun around, and I believe that's going to promote Jason Alder up to the point. We'll check it as they work their way through the left hook and into the Mission Foods, or the Optima S's, which are known as the Snake here at Virginia International Raceway, doing their best to straight line this, and then they come to every driver's favorite part of this racetrack, the climbing S's. High speed. I don't know if these guys are flat, pretty much flat through this section of racetrack. Switching back left, right, and into the very daunting South Bend, turn number 10, just coming out of that right now as they set up for the Franklin Road turn 11. And it is indeed Jason Alder at the point. And slotting in right behind him is Matt Clark as they come off the Oak Tree Bend and down the 4,000 feet long straightaway. We'll get a replay of that incident at turn number 1 on the start. You can see Raul Hyman there in the front. And then diving down to the inside is Nick Pershing trying to make a pass. He gets all locked up. And as they turn in, those two make light contact. Hyman goes around. Pershing gets swamped by several cars. Hyman able to get the car re-rolling though, but he's got the pace to get back toward the front if need be. As we look at now our new leader, and that is Matt Clark in the number 25 for Future Star Racing, as he has taken over the lead from Jason Alder in the 77 car. As they make their way down this front straightaway, Alder diving in right behind him. There's Nick Pershing, and then the man who is 2nd in the points, Dylan Tavella, right behind Nick. Just behind them, the 78 of Ryan Yardley, as we have kind of a 4-car breakaway here at the front after just a single racing lap. Again, this race shortened because we're running just a little bit behind schedule here, and it will be a timed race of 25 minutes duration. We're down to about 17 minutes and a half remaining. You can see the countdown clock in the upper left-hand corner. Matt Clark putting his stamp on this one early. Bit of a surprise for me, Bryson. Mac had to miss the round at New Jersey, but he is very much on the pace here.
Yeah, he's a very quick driver, but to be up to 1st from, looks like 6th position on the grid, he's already pulled out a really good gap. So really looking good for Matt Clark right now around VIR. He's got this track figured out.
Yeah, exactly right. Mac, a winner already this year. He won the very first race at New Orleans, Louisiana.
We see a mistake from Dylan Tavella, actually.
Yeah, Dylan goes off at Oak Tree and works his way back forward. He's going to drop back to 5th position, so that will cost him a spot. As Matt Clark with a big lead, working his way down the roller coaster, a 130-foot drop from the braking zone there for turn 14 as they snake their way down the hill and then into the hog pen turn. this weekend. We're calling it the Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers hog pen. It's the 29 and Nick Pershing in your camera shot, chasing his teammate Jason Alder. But Matt Clark stretching his lead out in front. Getting a good look at the 78 of Ryan Yardley, currently running in the 4th spot.
Looks like Raul Hyman is already starting to make up those positions that he's lost. I think he's gained already 4 after that turn 1 incident on the first lap.
We understand the 2 car of Oliver Wessling had an off at turn 14. That's right at the tip-in point for the roller coaster, but he has been able to rejoin. Oliver, remember, starting on the last row. As you can see, Dylan Tavella losing some ground after that off on the last lap. And just behind him, a great battle between the 3 of Hayden Bowlesby. Right behind him is one of the Jay Howard cars. As we watch that battle, 27, that is the leader, should we say, or the points leader, Raul Hyman, just behind Hayden Bowlesby, as they're working their way forward. Down the long 4,000 long back straightaway, as we're working our way up toward the roller coaster. Dylan Tavella leading that train of cars as they descend down the hill through turn 16, 17. Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers hog pen turn, so named for the hog pen that used to be just outside that track. Hayden Bowlesby doing a great job holding off Raul Hyman. That's the battle for 6th spot. Hyman now being shown in 7th behind Dylan Tavella, so another issue for Hyman, as he has fallen back behind Tavella. Tavella doing exactly what he needs to close the points gap. It's 51 points coming into this round. It seems like a secure gap, as Matt Clark has had a problem. He's slowing there at the exit of NASCAR. He must have dropped a wheel off, and that's going to turn the lead over to Jason Alder. So Matt Clark with a mistake here, uncharacteristically. He is back in the order now, just behind Dylan Tavella is the 25 car of our erstwhile leader, Matt Clark. So he dropped a wheel off at the exit of the NASCAR bend, turn number 3, and fell all the way back into 5th position. So Jason Alder would be the new leader, as we watch Raul Hyman making a move on Hayden Bowlesby at turn 11, the Franklin Road turn 11, and then into Oak Tree Bend, and then onto the long back straightaway. So Hyman picking up another spot that'll move him up to 6th. As he is working his way down the long back straightaway. So Matt Clark with an error there at turn number 3, falling down the order. Jason Alder taking over the lead. That looks like Clark now right on the back of Dylan Tavella, trying to retake that position that he lost. Indeed, that is the battle you're seeing. Tavella in the 14, Clark right behind him. As the new leader, Jason Alder comes across the line. Nick Pershing in 2nd, so Ryan Yardley now up into 3rd in a podium spot. Matt Clark, who had set the fast lap of the race just prior to his off, in the 5th spot. Raul Hyman, the points leader, back to 6th. Hayden Bowlesby currently in the 7th position. Rodrigo Gutierrez, Cooper Becklin, Kevin Jansen, and Oliver Wessling round out the field as we are working race lap number 5 with about 12 and a half minutes remaining. The battle we're watching is the one between Dylan Tavella and Matt Clark. Dylan in the car with the red highlights, Matt Clark in the white and red car. As you can see, the 29 just in front of them of Nick Pershing, the 2nd place runner, leading your camera frame.
Seems like Dylan Tavella is starting to make that gap a bit bigger between him and Matt Clark. And then we also see Hyman trying to close in. All he's trying to do is focus on staying clean and getting all the points he can. He's got a very good gap in the championship. He just has to finish races, and it should come to him.
Yeah, exactly right. He's got a 51-point lead coming into this race. If it finishes the way it is, Dylan Tavella will take some out of that 51-point gap. But with 150 points still on offer this season, there's lots of racing left to come. In fact, coming into this round, we still have 5 drivers still mathematically in the hunt for the championship. As you can see, Dylan Tavella stretching that advantage just a bit, and closing very quickly is the points leader, Raul Hyman, to make this a 3-way battle as we're entering the final 11 minutes of this race. Dylan obviously will be anxious to keep Hyman behind him so he can close that points gap. The more the merrier. Meanwhile, the TJ Speed teammates Jason Alder and Nick Pershing out in front. About a 2-second advantage. As on this last lap, Raul Hyman sets the fast lap of the race as he has recovered from his off in that first lap. As we got a car in the grass here, that's at the hog pen turn. Looks like that's the 10 car of Rodrigo Gutierrez, who has gone off, but he was able to get back on track at the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers hog pen turn, the final turn on the racetrack. So Raul Hyman, the fastest car on the track, he's close to within a second of Matt Clark, who in turn is just about half a second behind Dylan Tavella, as we follow that battle coming out of the snake under the bridge, and they make the run up the hill in the climbing S's. There is your points leader and the pole sitter for this race, Raul Hyman, who got such a great jump at the start. It looked like he was going to be able to ride off into the sunset, as he is wont to do. He has been a dominant force in this championship, as we mentioned, 7 wins, 5 podiums. He has not finished off the podium yet this season. Perhaps the commentator's curse, Bryson, is it looks like this may be his first race of the year where he won't get to the podium. He might get it done, but he's only got 10 minutes, and he's got to pass 3 guys to get that to happen.
Yes, it'll be very tough for him to get back to the podium, as there is a nearly 5-second gap up to the podium, so he has to pass these cars and then chop out that chunk of 5 seconds. I don't know if it's going to be possible for him.
Meanwhile, Jason Alder looking for his 2nd win on the season. He took a win in round 5 at Road America, and he is out in front of his teammate Nick Pershing now. We'll check the interval as they cross the line to complete race lap number 6. Just over 2 seconds for Jason Alder. Jason, a driver out of Maryland, who came to open wheel racing kind of on a lark, I think. Last season, he started his career in the F4 US Championship. He had been running pavement ovals and came to open wheel racing and won his very first race out at Road Atlanta a year ago. And then last year at the end of the season at Circuit of the Americas, he had an opportunity to jump into the FR car for the final 3 races, and he won his first FR race as well. So Jason Alder, the only driver to have done that in the history of our 2 championships.
Yeah, he's a very impressive driver. I raced against him last season for a few races, and he's very quick. He never puts a tire wrong. He's really fast, and it will not surprise me if he keeps pulling out this gap.
But the battle now is between Raul Hyman and Matt Clark for 5th position, as Matt Clark having to drive with his mirrors just a bit, and that's allowed Dylan Tavella to get away up in front. As they crossed the line last time, it was about 3/4 of a second, the interval between Tavella and Clark, but Clark has got his mirrors full of our points leader, Raul Hyman. This is probably the best passing opportunity on the racetrack as they make their way down this long straightaway. If Hyman can tuck into the draft and pop out at the last minute, it's an opportunity to make the pass, but he's just not quite as fast in a straight line, it appears. He can close up under braking, but not quite close enough to pull the trigger. Alder and Pershing out in front. Ryan Yardley solidly in 3rd. Dylan Tavella in 4th. As our points leader, Raul Hyman. We'll see if he sets another fast lap. Again, these cars a little more difficult than the F4 cars to follow closely, as it is the case with any open wheel car. The more downforce the car generates, the more it disturbs the air of the car following. And so Raul is having to fight the fact that he's going to have a lot of push in that car.
Yeah, very difficult to follow close in these cars. It's very impressive on how close he actually is staying. And then another thing to note is that Jason Alder has pulled out another 0.6 of a second in that last lap.
Getting a replay of the off of the number 10 of Gutierrez as he just dropped a wheel off to the outside at the exit of the Oak Tree turn. And That is a pretty common spin. You can see by the skid marks on the asphalt. He's not the first one to do that. As Raul Hyman is not quite as close to Matt Clark this time by, as with only 6.5 minutes remaining. He may have realized that this is as far forward as he may be able to get. Or he may be just letting a little gap build up so he can get a run on him coming down this straightaway. This is an all-important turn, that Oak Tree turn, turn 12, because it leads on to this long, long straightaway. Matt Clark, aware that he's there and is doing a little bit of weaving to try to break that draft that Hyman is trying to capitalize on. You can just see Dylan Tavella there in the red highlights, just now entering turn 14. And then this great battle behind. Now on the last lap, Hyman was able to get alongside Matt Clark in the run down to turn 1. And once again, he's going to get a good exit here at Hog Pen. And we'll see if he can play that one more time. As he ducks to the inside, Matt Clark giving him racing room, but not quite close enough this time, I don't think. He's not as close as he was a lap ago.
Oh, he takes half of a look. Not quite close enough. Oh, but he's still right beside him.
He's still there. Clark giving him racing room. Clark will have the inside line to NASCAR, but it looks like he's got it done here.
Very nice move.
Very nice. Late on the brakes, got the pass made.
This group is also catching up on Ryan Yardley. Looks like nearly half a second a lap, so can't count them out yet for podium positions.
Yeah, Yardley just set his personal best, a 46.3. But Dylan Tavella, a 45.7. Matt Clark, a 45.9. As we get a replay of that overtaking maneuver down into turn number 1. And just about equivalent speed for those two. Matt Clark not guarding that inside line, which is certainly his privilege, but just later on the brakes is Raul Hyman. And that's all it took to be able to make that pass stick. As Matt Clark not quite getting the apex speed, having been forced wide. So a well-measured pass by our points leader, taking him up into 5th spot. But it looks like Matt Clark is coming back at him here as we come down into the roller coaster. Clark challenging at the end of the back straightaway and is right on the gearbox of Raul Hyman. So Matt Clark doing just what you need to do, Bryson. If you get past, your best recourse is to attack right back.
Yes, that's true, but unfortunately, going through that last corner, he caused some of that dirty air, and it looks like he's not going to be quite close enough to make the pass into turn 1.
Well, we'll see. He's almost in the same position that Raul Hyman was a lap ago, but I don't think he's quite close enough to try that out-braking maneuver down into the Mission Foods turn number 1, known as the horseshoe here to the locals. This NASCAR bend, the left-hander, so named because it sort of emulates a long sweeping left-hander on a NASCAR oval. The left hook, turn number 4, and then immediately to the right through the lower S's, or the snake. We're calling the Optima S's here this weekend. You can see the Optima battery sign. You're right, Ryan Yardley needs to keep an eye on his mirrors because his teammate Dylan Tavella is coming quickly. Tavella has closed to within a 1.5 seconds at the end of the last lap. And right behind Tavella is Raul Hyman with only 3 minutes remaining in this one. A little bit of dust kicked up. Somebody dropped the wheel off there at the South Bend. And Hyman is right on the back of Dylan Tavella. He is flying. And Dylan needs to keep him behind him if he's got any chance of closing the championship gap. If Hyman can get around Dylan, he'll extend his championship lead. Coming into the next round here, we'll contest rounds 13, 14, and 15 here at VIR this weekend. As they come up to the roller coaster. Down the hill they come. There's Dylan Tavella. Ryan Yardley just in front of him going out of your picture. As Tavella navigates the hog pen turn. That's caught a lot of drivers out here this weekend. It's easy to drop a couple wheels off at the exit, and that means you're going for a long ride in the grass. Hyman sets fast lap of the race in his chase of Tavella with 2 minutes now remaining in this one. Meanwhile, Ryan Yardley hanging on to the final podium spot. Sorry, Bryson, go ahead.
We see Ryan Yardley catching up 1/2 second on Nick Parsing there also in the last lap, so it could make a good battle for second place with this top 5 going for it.
Yeah, exactly right. Jason Alder still your leader by almost 4 seconds, so he's reasonably comfortable in that lead. Nick Pershing, though, on that last lap, a 46.7, and Ryan Yardley half a second quicker, as Bryson just noted, at a 46.2. So closing down, there's that battle there in the foreground. The 29 is Pershing, the 78 is Yardley. Pershing for the TJ Speed team, which is leading the team points coming into this round, and Yardley, of course, Bryson's teammate on the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports squad. As they work their way into the Franklin Road turn 11. Nick Pershing with second, Ryan Yardley with the final podium spot. Coming into the final minute here, in all likelihood, we'll see the white flag this time by. However, just behind them, Dylan Tavella has got Raul Hyman right on his gearbox. So Hyman trying to get around Tavella and extend his championship lead. If he can't finish on the podium, at least he could extend his lead if he could get around Dylan. Meanwhile, up in front, Jason Alder coming to the white flag. As he has not put a wheel wrong, just as you said, Bryson, that's really been his trademark. He doesn't make mistakes, and that's all it takes to finish at the front most times. These cars are so evenly matched in qualifying. You know, the top 5 separated by less than a second. But Jason Alder has kept his nose clean and leads the parade on the final lap over his teammate Nick Pershing, who's coming under increasing pressure from Ryan Yardley, Dylan Tavella. That 3-car battle just now coming out from behind the trees. That's Pershing at the front of that train. Excuse me, that's the leader, forgive me, and then Pershing in second. Then right behind him is Dylan Tavella with Raul Hyman just behind him. Matt Clark back in 6th after his mistake as they work their way through the lower S's, the Optima S's for the final time. There's Pershing, followed by the 78 of Yardley. And Tavella with the red highlights and the blue highlights of our points leader, Raul Hyman. Dylan Tavella exiting South Bend as they head toward Franklin Road turn 11 for the final time. Raul Hyman approaching perhaps his final opportunity to put Dylan Tavella behind him and extend his points lead. Dylan Tavella doing everything he can to keep him back there so that he can narrow that points lead. As we're on the final lap, the run to the checkered flag. Not much doubt about the leader, Jason Alder, well out in front, barring a mistake. He's got this one in the bag. Down the hill they come for the final time. Tavella trying to make a move on Nick Pershing. Right behind him, Raul Hyman trying to make a move on Tavella. These 3, nose to tail, coming to the flag. As they work their way by our commentary position here. Nose to tail, here goes Tavella pulling out as he makes the run to the stripe. I don't think he got there. We'll check the timing and scoring. No, he was in 4th spot. What a close battle that was, as Ryan Yardley holding off Dylan Tavella at the line. 53 hundredths of a second, the interval. Raul Hyman comes home in 5th. Matt Clark has to settle for 6th position. Cooper Becklin in 7th. Hayden Bowlesby in 8th. Oliver Westling finishing 9th. Kevin Jansen, as we understand, we are working the last lap now. We thought that was the checkers. I stand corrected, as we're on the last lap at this point.
Hyman's very close to Tavella there. He might be looking for a move up in the S's.
Indeed. In fact, as he comes through the lower S's, weaving back and forth, trying to make a move. Side-by-side action through the climbing S's is hard to do, and it looks like he's going to be content to stay single file, but if he gets a good run off South Bend, he might be able to make a move coming into turn 11. Here's the battle. This is the one with the most points ramifications.
You see Hyman dropping a tire there on the exit. It's going to mess up with this run down to turn 13 here.
Yeah, that's going to hurt his exit speed for sure, and he'll pay the price at the end of the straightaway. Alder, Pershing, and Ryan Yardley still your top 3. This battle between Tavella, Hyman, and Matt Clark coming back into the battle at the tail end of this as they work their way down the roller coaster for the final time. There's Matt Clark recovering after taking the lead of this motor race. And that's the white flag we're being shown. So apparently this race went longer than we were originally expecting. So we've got one more lap to go. This is now the final lap. My apologies for the confusion, as we were relying on the timer to determine, as Raul Hyman goes to the inside of Dylan Tavella looking for that 4th position. Now he's going to try to go inside at NASCAR, but stays back in single file. Now
gets a really good run.
Good passing opportunity into the left hook here, but he doesn't quite have enough pace to take it. Tavella making that car as wide as he needs to keep him behind. And as they are battling, that's allowing Matt Clark to come back into the frame. So there's Nick Pershing at the front, followed by Ryan Yardley, then Dylan Tavella. Right behind him with the blue highlights is Raul Hyman. Meanwhile, your leader, Jason Alder, on the final lap. A nice 4-wheel drift through Franklin Road, turn 11. Smoothly out onto the edge of the track as he begins his run down the back straightaway. We believe now for the final time, because I actually saw the white flag. I think that's good. You can see the lead that Jason Alder has built up. It was almost 5 seconds. And Raul Hyman's into the tires. Hyman is into the tires. That has to be at Oak Tree, I would think, as he may have tried to make a move on Dylan Tavella, and it all went pear-shaped, as Jason Alder is coming to the checkered flag all by himself to take his 2nd win on the season. Jason Alder taking the win in round 13. 2nd place should be Nick Pershing as he comes across the stripe to complete that lap. Ryan Yardley hangs on for the final podium spot. Dylan Tavella across the line in 4th. Matt Clark will take 5th place honors after leading this race early. Raul Hyman falling down the order. Cooper Becklin will finish 6th. And Hyman will finish at the back of the pack as Hayden Polsby, Oliver Westling, Rodrigo Gutierrez, and Kevin Jansen will all get by him. Jonathan Green has joined us here in the commentary booth. He'll take over as we head down to the podium to interview our winner. Thanks, Jonathan.
No problem, my friend, and that is bad news for the Englishman Raul Hyman, because he's had a season that has been sensational. A rare mistake at the old Oak Tree, and he's not tying any ribbons around it, that's for sure. But that does affect the championship because it keeps it very much alive. There's a couple more races to come from this weekend and then the final round in COTA. So we started the day with a 51-point gap at the front, Raul Hyman almost cruising really, and it looked that way, but then he got punted off at the first corner, and he was trying to recover ever since, and got up as far as 5th place, and then it all went to naught, unfortunately for him. But a good race all the same for the likes of Persing and Tavella and obviously Jason Alder in 77, and he is one man that can challenge for that overall title, so it's going to make an interesting run in now to the championship here in 2022, and a lot up for grabs from Honda, a chance to make some big money. Bryson, what is your thoughts going into that? Because it's a rare mistake from Raul Hyman, right?
Yes, it very much is. I mean, he's been on the podium for every single race so far, and I think he's just maybe pushed a little too hard, and he didn't really need to. He's got that good gap going, and it's just a rare mistake to see from him.
What about going back to the start? He really didn't have a lot to do with it. He got kind of taken out, really, didn't he?
Yeah, that was mostly out of his control. His teammate looked like he got a bit too deep on the brakes, walked up a little bit, and then he was a passenger from there. But really great drive back up to 5th place. Up until that last stop, it was very impressive.
The good news is he's got it all to do again. How about yourself? You've got a couple more races to come. How do you feel?
I do. I feel good about it. I feel like I've got the pace. This next race I'll be starting in 5th after getting 2nd in race 1. So anything can happen from there, so we'll just try to get as many points as I can.
What do you do from 5th? Because it's a double-edged sword. If you really want to go for it, you want to go early, or do you take your time and see how it plays out?
Well, in my situation, the person leading the championship is a bit further down the field. Okay. So I think it would be better to play it safe, as I'm nearly, I think, 5 points back now. So I'll just try to play it safe, get as many points as I can, and see where it goes.
All right, you've been listening to Bryson Morris. He'll be up in action in the F4 Championship as we conclude our coverage of the FR Championship. And there is the 77 of T Sport and Jason Alder. coming into the Parc Ferme, and John Phippen will be down there in a moment to talk to our top three. And as you can see, congratulations all round. Jason, a great character. You'll hear from him in a moment. But you've got to keep a clean whistle, as it were, and it's exactly what he did. And a real shame for Raoul Hyman, who we just heard there, has not made any big mistakes throughout the season. But it opens it up nicely. If you're a fan of FR racing, then you get a good run into the championship. And don't forget, we'll see Bryce Morris in action later in the day and over the weekend. But just confirmation, the Drive for Diabetes Awareness. Hakoon Jason Alder wins, and Nick Persson is second place. Ryan Yardley is third, Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. And Dylan Tavella, also with Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport, gets fourth position. Really important points for Tavella. Mackenzie Clark, Matt Clark as they call him, in fifth position. Cooper Beckland sixth, and sadly all the way down and out of the points was our man Raoul Hyman. But that's how it finished out in our first of the Formula Regional Americas for the weekend. Let's head down to John Phippen, who's now with our top three.
We've got Jason Alder, our winner here. Jason, a well-judged race. You didn't put a wheel wrong, and you were there to pick up the pieces after people in front of you made mistakes.
Yeah, I must have been a little sneaky with it, but I did tip a wheel off on the exit of turn 10, which was definitely a little bit of a wake-up call for me. A little scary, but yeah, you know, other than that, it was a good, clean race. I knew that these conditions would be difficult with the track being so cool. So, yeah, overall, super happy. Our tire strategy is looking great for the rest of the weekend. We didn't put a new tire on, so we're looking good for race 2 and race 3 later.
Two-time winner on the season, Jonathan.
So congratulations to Jason Alder, well done to him and to the TJ Speed team, and yeah, happiness all round for that team, and a relatively new team to the series in the last couple of seasons, but they're now starting to make their way. Take a look at the highlights then. It started off with a brilliant start from Raoul Hyman, but, well, he kind of got a little pushed out of proceedings there at the Horseshoe. He managed to gather it all together and keep going again. But there was all sorts of drama as well. Off goes the 14, and out front, Persing pushing hard, as well as Tavella. Jason Alder picking up the lead. And bit by bit, Raoul Hyman in the 27 would make his way through. Got the most trouble from this man in the future racing car. But then another spinner at the bottom of the S's. And the race continued, but no help was coming for Raoul Hyman as he parked it at the Oak Tree. But a win for Jason Alder, and a good one too. That keeps the championship alive, and there's plenty more racing to come from this championship.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
My name is Jason Alder, and I'm the driver of the number 77 Ligier JS F3 car. Being a race car driver is cool and all, but it's really nothing when you're not utilizing it for a good cause, like spreading the word for type 1 and type 2 diabetes. It does a lot for me personally, and it does a lot for the FDA.
Some of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes are sudden weight loss, vision changes, frequent urination. So remember to check, don't guess, it may not be the flu, and that education is knowledge, and knowledge is the power to help save lives. Go to dfda.info to check out Rocco's story. Thank you and have a great day.
I saw you talking to some of the drivers. Any glean anything in from, or are you just gassing?
Just
Gassing.
Yeah, just stuff that all. Give us some support today. Austin Green might come up. Austin Green might come up at some point. Austin Green he raced for Showtime at Watkins Glen.
Okay.
He's Davey Green's son, NASCAR driver Davey Green.
Oh, okay. So little Al, he goes, "You punted me." I said, little Al. He said, "You punted me." I said, "Well, you know, what can we do?"
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than three-dimensional services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust three-dimensional services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. Three-dimensional services. Prototype. Production. Proven.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman brand, and on down the list. So come see us, Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
Hello and a warm welcome to the Mission Foods Speed Tour, penultimate round of the series for TA2 at VIR. And yes, the championship very much on the line with just 2 rounds to go. Well, Adam Andretti alongside me. You've been at close quarters with Rafa. What's it going to take this weekend?
Well, you know, Rafa Matos is a consummate professional. He's won so many championships. If you want to just get a dive into that, just look at his helmet livery for this year that he had done. I think it's 20 or 25 years racing in the United States, and it's just littered with championships. So he knows exactly what he needs to do. He's already started the weekend off really well through our practices and such. So looking for a strong performance out of Rafa today, and then everything kind of takes care of itself after that.
What about the VIR circuit? What's it like to race?
Well, Johnny, VIR is definitely a favorite of all of us drivers. It is super technical. It also separates the brave from the unbrave, right? Because you're going to hit those S's at top speed, full on the gas, top of 4th gear, and you can't lift. You have to stay on that all the way through the S's to the top, and then it gets even busier. Got to get back on the brakes to get it around the left-hander that comes right after it. And then you come to this section right after here, right after turn 1, this little section here, a lot like a street course, just you don't have the consequences if you get it wrong. But it is very, very technical and a lot of fun to drive. Every driver here feels the same way about VIR.
What about how the mindset of someone like Rafa goes for it? He's obviously going for back-to-back titles. He knows this and how to do it. But what does he play it? How does he play it here? Does he play it cautiously because he's got that lead and wants to keep it? Or does he go for it and try and win it here?
You know, TA2, you can't be cautious. You know, you got to go for it. And we're going to see the same thing out of Thomas Merrill, right? He's right there on the heels. Thomas is on a hot streak. That Cope car is performing, and they're on their way. So looking for a strong performance out of Thomas to take this thing all the way to COTA for us as well. So very formidable competitor there in Thomas Merrill. And I've never shared a tent with him, so I don't quite know what's going on inside Thomas's head, but I know he's very strong between the years, and he'll put on a strong performance today, I'm sure of it.
Well, just 12 points the difference between Rafa Matos and Thomas Merrill. But in terms of championships, Merrill has yet to win. He's hungry. And of course, as we said, Matos is looking for his 3rd title and back-to-back. He spoke to Ben earlier.
Thanks, gentlemen. I'm here with Rafa Matos, and I know Rafa loves VIRginia International Raceway. You wrapped up 2 championships here in TA2. It is still mathematically possible, but points are tight, Rafa.
Yeah, different than last year. We're a little bit tighter this year, 12 points, not a lot, but you know, I think the difference between both championships, last year we won 6 races out of 12. This year we won 2 races, and we unfortunately DNF at Road Atlanta, which was the 2nd race of the year. So we kind of played a catch-up game up until that point, and we regained the points lead towards the middle of the season, and we held our position here. I always said that if we're able to keep ourselves up front at the final part of the championship, we have a shot of winning this thing, you know. But different than last year, it's been a year of, you know, finishing races, making sure I collect the points and bring the car in one piece and being consistent, you know. And it proves that, you know, in order to win this championship, you have to be consistent.
Usually I'm used to seeing you on the podium or winning the race, but this season it seems like sometimes the car hasn't been there and you have to be happy with a 5th place, but you know how to win championships. And in TA2, with it being so tight, that seems to be your strategy in winning this year's.
It seems that the competition has picked up a bit of speed, and sometimes I think we missed a little bit, but I think we kept ourselves competitive for most part of the championship, and that's why we're here right now. But it's certainly, to win one of these races nowadays is getting more difficult by the day.
Yeah. Now, new driver lineup in 3-dimensional services with Boris Jr. You've got Mike Skeen on track, but not a teammate this weekend. It's going to be kind of iffy and dicey out there for you. What's your strategy there?
Well, we're having a lot of fun with Boris Sr. and Jr. I'm also a big fan of Boris. I always follow his career, especially in NASCAR. Even when I was back in Brazil in the early 2000s, you know, I remember seeing him on TV. And now Junior comes on board, and the kid it's awesome. He's a fast driver, and I'm here to help him, to guide him, to coach him, and he's being very receptive about my guidance. And you know, it's nice to see that, you know, we have some pedigree in the team, and you know, I'm here to help him, and hopefully he will get a top 10, even a top 5 is possible. Let's see what he does in the qualify session this afternoon, and hopefully we'll get a good result.
Well, gentlemen, if anybody knows how to win a championship in TA2, a hard-fought championship, it's two-time champion Rafa Matos. Let's see if he can wrap it up at Virginia International Raceway for the third time.
So, welcome to live pictures from VIR. Slightly cloudy, but it's a beautiful day here in Virginia International Raceway. Alongside me, as always, Adam Andretti. Looking forward to this one. Interesting hearing from Rafa there. Seems to me he's got a lot on his plate. He's trying to win a championship. He's trying to teach people to drive. He's trying to get some support. I don't know. It just seems to me that he needs to concentrate on him right now, because he's got the championship to win, and it's there for three dimensionals to take.
Absolutely, and 100%. And you know, you have very formidable competitors that are there on the attack, right, and ready for it. Thomas Merrill over there at Mike Cope Racing, and you also obviously have Connor Mosak that we see on picture here, right on cue, who is absolutely on a roll, sitting on the pole for us here today. So, yeah, you're absolutely right, Jonathan Green. He needs to definitely stay focused on what Rafa Matos has to do, because Connor Mosak, that's all he has to focus on is Connor Mosak and what he needs to do to get this job done here today. And he's doing it from the best spot on there. Same thing with Thomas Merrill. You know, Thomas does take on a lot throughout the weekend as well. He does a lot of coaching, and a lot of mad respect for all these guys. I love racing with them, and it's going to be a heck of a show for us today, Jonathan Green, especially with the championship on the line.
Yeah, Connor Mosak, definitely the man to watch, without a doubt, because, of course, pole position last time out, and he got his first win at Watkins Glen. Conditions not that easy there at all, but he did a great job of taking the win at Watkins Glen. And, yeah, I'm interested to see how he goes from pole position again here. In terms of, in fact, the last 9 winners, let me just take you through them. Rafa Matos last year. Here are 2 youngsters who haven't won here, and there's a slightly more experienced fella between them.
Yeah, there's the boss man, Tony Pirelli there, giving the couple young guns some words of wisdom. You love. One of the best things about being a Trans Am driver on the grid here is Tony Pirelli comes and greets each one of us, wishes us a good race, and these are 3 special young talents here that you have in Evan Slater, Connor Zilich, and Brent Cruz. This is the epitome of young gun racing, epitome of Trans Am and TA2 competition. Evan Slater, I think, is having his best weekend that he's enjoyed in the Trans Am series, and you know, Zilich, he took us by storm here last year.
Yeah.
When he came in and just absolutely threw that thing on an absolute amazing pole position, and so he's got a lot more racing experience under his belt now in TA2, so he'll be formidable. So there's not only the top three for the championship, Jonathan Green, but it's everybody in this field. I've been bragging about this in TA2 is they're 15 deep, and you see this man right here, Mike Skeen, ready to take on the battle as well. One of the best racers, period. He's a top 1%er. He is just such a talented man, and he's going to definitely put it to him today too. He's with his old group that he won the championship with. You see one of them in the background there, Dave, with the hairdo. And but yeah, this is a great group. They know him real well, and he knows them. And it's going to be another strong run for this guy.
Yeah, Mike Skeen going into a different team this weekend. How hard is that for any driver?
Well, for him, you know, it's not really hard for him because it plugs him right in, right? He, like I said, these are the guys, the men that are spinning the wrenches on that. You know, Jimmy Frazier and Norm and Dave. Those are the guys that not only brought Gar Robinson 2 championships at Robinson Racing, but also won a championship with Mike Skeen at Stevens Miller. So they're there in the MMR race car. They're the 00. This is not the same car that Dylan Archer's been in. That car's owned by somebody else. But a lot of mixing up. It shows how much health and how dignified Trans Am is in the TA2 series, because we have a serious silly season. There's a lot of driver changes going on and a lot of new opportunities coming up, and we're seeing it at the end of this year. So it just shows the health of the TA2 series and Trans Am. Just really proud to be part of it.
You mentioned Dylan Archer going to a new team in Showtime. That's been something that's been in the making for the last couple of rounds. He seems pleased. I spoke to him. It's a whole new setup for him, but a move in the right direction for him?
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, Ken Thwaites, he's building a wonderful operation over there at Showtime. Ken is a winning mindset. I've known Ken for more than 20 years. Everything he attacks with a winning mindset, and he takes on nothing less. He doesn't accept anything less. So, yeah, going into that operation and bringing along Alan Davison with FPEC and that whole group. Yeah, Dylan's in a great place, and he's a wonderful young man. I mean, we love being around Dylan Archer. He's a good, clean racer out there. So this is definitely his opportunity. He knows it, he feels it, and he is poised and excited about it.
Okay, well, with that, thank you, Adam. As always, Adam Andretti giving us the insight that we need from Trans Am, and he'll be with me throughout the weekend. Let's head down now to Ben Sissel, who's down on the pre-grid.
Hey, thanks, guys. So glad to be here on the grid at Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour with a Trans Am legend, one of my heroes, Boris Said, who's actually here racing with a future Trans Am legend. Boris Said, how did this all come about?
Well, it was a surprise. I mean, Boris has been racing the SCCA for the last 2 years in Spec Miata, and, you know, Doug Peterson, who owns Three Dimensional Services, he called up and he's looking for a young American. You know, he's done a lot for this sport over the last few years, and he does a lot for Trans Am. So when I got the call they were going to test him and see how he'd do in the car, you know, I wasn't sure, but we went and tested last week. He did his first day in a big high horsepower car, and he did great. So, you know, me and his mom are really proud of him, and so far so good this weekend. He's an A+. So hopefully he can get through this race. I told him it's like a pack of Doberman pinchers with hand grenades in their mouths, so you got to be a little careful.
Nice.
A lot of stuff's going to happen.
I love it. All right, so now put your son through the ringer. Grab the mic and interview your son.
So what are your feelings? This is your first race in a big car with a lot of really fast guys like Rafa Matos has been helping you. What do you feel like?
I mean, a little nervous, but I mean, I'm excited for it. It's going to be fun, you know, it's just something different, you know, my first, I guess you could call it a real race, so just excited to see how it goes.
And you should thank maybe your mom and your dad and Doug Peterson.
Yeah. And I mean, this would not be possible without, you know, Doug Peterson. I mean, it's his car, he put me in it, and obviously you taught me almost everything. My mom, you know, for supporting me.
I learned that from Michael Waltrip, so good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks.
Nice. Now, let me just point out something for all the Said heads. You need to get the afro wig again, but I think now you need to go a little bit lighter hair. Would you agree?
Well, he's younger. You know, mine's getting dark and old, so he's the next generation.
Well, Boris Said, good luck out there, gentlemen. I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, it's uncanny. They look too alike for my liking, but as confident as his dad, and, well, the Said family continues. Boris Said Sr.'s father raced, and now Boris Said's son, Junior, is also racing. And I think he's got a good chance, but it is a bit of a baptism of fire, good or bad, to come in at this level having just done Miatas.
Oh, if you're ready, you're ready, and the kid's obviously ready. We saw it with Connor Zillitz last year, again, to bring that name up as well, and we've seen it with Brent Cruz, another one, you know, that just comes in and is ready. These kids they're given these opportunities younger and younger, and I think it's fantastic. I even had this conversation with Brent yesterday, and he understands the gravity of the situation, that he's living in the right time, because there was a time in an era, Johnny Green, when we grew up, that at age 14 you were in karting. You were going to be in karting until you were 17, 18 years old, and then they were going to bring you into the big cars. And, you know, Max Verstappen being in Formula One at age 17, and so all these young guns coming up and through. So yeah, absolutely, Boris Jr.'s ready. He's in the wheelhouse, and I know we all look for great things out of that young man.
Well, we'll see what he can do in his baptism of fire. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more.
At Ryan, we seek to understand our clients' unique business needs and offer insights from over 75 years of experience. Our menu of integrated services span the entire life cycle of your building, from financing and development to design and construction to property management and maintenance. We think like building owners because we are building owners, and we work hard to assure that your building stays functional and cost-effective for generations to come.
My name is Monse, and I am a senior at Cristo Rey. We bring high school students and corporations together to transform education. I work 1 day a week at Ryan Companies. There are Cristo Rey schools serving students across the country. Visit ChristosRaceNetwork.org and learn how you can become a corporate partner today.
All right, welcome back. I'm on the grid with two-time TA2 champion and the only TA2 driver to win twice at VIRginia International Raceway. What is it about VIR that makes it so competitive?
Man, it's just such a tough track. You just got so many challenges, high speed, low speed, jumping curbs throughout the S's. So it's just it's really you're fighting the track the whole time. Plus you throw 50 TA2 cars out on track at the same time, and it's just mayhem out there. So you just got to hang on, and whoever can do it the best for 31 laps is going to win.
Nice. All right, well, Cameron Lawrence, good luck out there. Everybody's getting in their cars. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you to walk us through the grid.
Yeah, Cameron Lawrence, one of many winners here, including the man sat next to me, Adam Andretti, back in 2014, so we'll hear about that. But let's take a look at the grid as it stands. Connor Mosack in pole position with a 148.8. Thomas Merrill, both these men going for the championship. Rafa Matos where he needs to be. He's on the second row. Evan Slater is alongside him. Then it's Brent Cruz and Connor Zilic. Always excitement when these two are racing. The two youngsters, 5th and 6th. Mike Skeen starts 7th alongside Tyler Casera. Scott Borchetta is having a good run. He's 9th. Cameron Lawrence, who we just spoke to, is 10th. Noaker, 11th. Barco, 12th. Then Boris Said Jr. outqualifies the old man. And Adrian Lostowski is alongside him. Keith Prochuk is in 15th position. Dylan Archer, with that new team, is in 16th position. Boris Said, the older man, is in 17th position in the 86 car. Alongside him, Darren Mock. Elias Anderson of Texas, and then Annunciatio in 20th position, Aaron Pettipas in 21st, the Canadian, then Doug Peterson 22nd, Bose, Leesfield, Sheehan and Durbin 25th and 26th, then Phillips and Maurice Hull 28th, then it's Cal Phillips and Maurice Hull I mentioned, John Atwell and Jim Gallagher, and then Michelle Abate in her first time out here at the circuit, and Ty Young rounds out 32nd place. Patrick Paul, then Jim Gallagher, and then Jeffrey Birdwell and William Moore. Ricky Sanders and Patrick Ook coming in this weekend in the Race-Equipped Driven Race Oil Chevrolet Camaro. So, perfect conditions, and Adam, I mentioned that you've won this race back in 2014. What's the key to winning here?
Cameron said it. You got to stay clean. You got to be there at the end of this 100 miles, and it's tough to do at this place. It's such a challenge. It's slick. The surfaces got some low grip areas. You're, like Cameron said, you're jumping curbs, so it likes to kick the brake pads away from the rotor. So you got to do some brake pumps at some critical times. So you just have to be 100% on it the whole 31 laps, the whole 100 miles, and that's a challenge no matter where you go. But yeah, for us in 2014, we needed to win here to take the championship to the last round. And that's what we see here, right? We see so much of that going on here. And we had to drive from the tail because I made a mistake in qualifying and flat spotted the tires. And we had to put all 4 new tires on, and we drove from the tail and ended up winning this race. But we're going to see, there's 40 cars out here. This is going to be a lot of excitement.
Yep, and talking of excitement, Ben Sissel is down on the grid. Down to Ben.
Well, welcome back to the grid. Something I really want to point out here. First of all, this is Rafa Matos, first in points. He could wrap up the championship today, but he's 3rd starting. Our 2nd in points is Thomas Merrill, who's starting 2nd. Our 3rd in points, right behind him, is Connor Mosack in 1st. We'll get to him. So it's like a flip of the championship lead. That's how close it is in TA2. I'm not sure what happened here, but take a look at this. We are in Alton, Virginia, beautiful VIRginia International Raceway. It looks like somebody had to make a trip to the local Home Depot or Lowe's to get that, to put that on. That looks like some last-minute fixes there with 3-dimensional. But Rafa Matos always super fast here. He knows how to win championships. He's last year's champion. He's a 2-time champion in TA2. Somebody that's really been hunting down a TA2 championship, running the full season with us this year, is Thomas Merrill. Mid-season, he had a really good run, getting on the top of the podium many times. Thomas is 2nd in points. Thomas, I'm going to scream to you, buddy. You're really going for a championship here, Thomas. What's your strategy here to get more points at VIR?
Well, the position that we're in, we just have to do as well as we can.
and get the most out of every point. So qualifying in the top 3 helps. We get bonus points for that. And then we just got to finish well. If I can win the last 2 races, then I'm in a good shot for the championship.
Nice. Well, there you go. It's as simple as that. He says, if I can just win the last 2 races, which are here, the Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour, and then we go to the Mission Foods COTA SpeedTour in Austin, Texas at Circuit of the Americas. Now, if you've been paying attention to TA2 last year, Thomas finished 2 races without this door. So this is Mike Cope's fix. It looks like another trip to just the local hardware store there. That's been on there for a few races, and he's had no door problems. Then we come up here to Connor Mosak, who loves Virginia International Raceway. He's just in the Charlotte area. This isn't a far drive for him. The most Motul Pole Awards, including yesterday, VIR Motul Pole Award winner. Connor Mosak, quickly, what's your strategy at the green flag drop?
Yeah, I feel like we've got a really fast car, at least on the short runs. I'm not too confident in our long run speed, but hopefully it'll be there. So, you know, just take the lead here on the first lap and keep everything clean, and you know, hopefully we are able to stay up front and keep this thing clean to the end.
Nice. I love it. Well, Connor Mosak, and something else I want to point out here is we have a Howe chassis with Rafa Matos, a Cope chassis with Thomas Merrill, and an SLR. So in the top 3 are the 3 chassis manufacturers. Adding to the drama here, all these chassis manufacturers want to win a TA2 championship. But speaking of the paddock here, we've got a lot of cars here, but I keep seeing these Buzz bikes going around, and they're really comfortable, electric-powered bikes. We've got Chris Parlett here. Chris, what do you do at Buzz Bikes?
I am the Director of Marketing with United Wheels and in the Buzz e-bike brand.
Well, whatever you're doing is working, because I've seen a ton of these here in our paddock. You're set up, you're selling them. They're so much fun to drive. We've got all these TA2 cars. Now, when you told your friends you're coming to a Trans Am race at VIR, how did you describe this?
Well, at first I told them it was really boring because I didn't want to make them jealous. I said we're going to be working hard, selling a lot of e-bikes, and then when we get back to the office and showing off to our friends, we just show all the branded Buzz e-products or scooters and bikes all throughout the track, getting around the paddock.
Nice. All right, well, Chris Parlett with Buzz Bikes. I'm going to give you the mic to deliver the most famous words in motorsports. Chris, take it away.
On behalf of all the employees at United Wheels and the Buzz e-bike brand, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines!
So with that, we are underway. And I also want to introduce Austin Green joining us for the race. Welcome aboard, along with Adam Andretti and myself, Jonathan Green. We're getting ready for what should be a really interesting race and a pivotal one for the championship.
Absolutely, Jonathan Green. As we've been talking about, this is what we're all here to just get excited about and watching. And I want to point out to the viewers at home, this is Austin Green, Jonathan Green, no relation.
Yeah, one's fast, the other isn't.
Yeah, Austin Green, actually, it's my brother John and your father David spent a lot of time in NASCAR together. You're second-generation driver of David Green, so it's glad to have you up here in the booth, Austin. Your first experience at TA2 was last round in Watkins Glen, right? What were your thoughts?
Yes, sir. It's great to be here, first of all. First time I watched pretty interesting, but Trans Am is, I fell in love with the Trans Am since my first race, and I'm looking forward to the good race today.
What's the plan for you?
Just trying to find a ride and try to get some sponsorship and hopefully go full time next year.
That's it, man. That's what we're all trying to do, right? So good for you. I hope everything works out for you. As we watch Evan Slater here having a great weekend, as I said, one of our young guns. He's qualified up there in P4 right behind the champion Rafa Matos, getting himself nice and warmed up and ready for this 100 miles. And then Tyler Casera there, and the Stevens Miller Liqui Moly Chevrolet Camaro doing a wonderful job as well. As always, holding a pretty wheel there is Tyler Casera. One of the nicest guys you'll ever want to meet. The great family, the Casera family in the paddock, always got great smiles on their face. And I know he's working hard too to make sure he's secure for 2023 as well. Got on board Scott Borchetta here, the big machine, vodka spiked coolers. This is a Ford Mustang, and Scott Borchetta, you know, he's our newest member, I believe, of the Masters category. And with these last 2 rounds, Jonathan Green, he could actually take the Masters championship with this being 4 rounds of being a Masters, which is pretty incredible because that shows what kind of performance he has.
Yeah, no question. If that's the case, well, it's been a hell of a year. I'm also looking at Cameron Lawrence. It's been a funny year for Cameron. He's been up and down. And, yeah, it's just... I just hope he can get that 3rd win here. That's what I'm hoping for.
Absolutely. That'd be great for Showtime and Franklin Road Apparel. And Cameron, I know the fight is always in him. He's always seeing red, if you will, as we're on board with the FPEC on board with Dylan Archer and his new ride. Right behind the HP tuner, Mike Cope Racing, Keith Prochuk is who he's going to stare the back bumper of on these warm-up laps. I believe I didn't show up at the drivers meeting this morning, but my guess is it's going to be 1 warm-up lap. It's a long lap around here, so I'm guessing that they're going to do this 1 lap and come right to green. What do you think, Austin?
Yeah, I think everybody's just getting ready and just warming up their tires and make sure everything's good. And yeah, just looking forward to a good race and proud to be up here in the booth with y'all.
Right on. Well, it's good to have you for sure. As we look here, there's Boris Said, looking right into the eyes of the man himself. Boris Said, the great champion, American Motorsports. Oh, globally, for that matter. He's got lots of laps around places like the Nürburgring and here at VIR. You'll see him also in action tomorrow in TA2 Race in the Pancho Weaver Dodge. Get on board here with Barry Bowes and his Ford Mustang. It's always a beautiful looking car. Got that kind of pettyish blue, if you will, and always has a nice presence with Barry Bowes in there as they're getting these things nice and warmed up, ready for this 100 miles, Jonathan Green.
Yeah, just to remind you, we are going to have 2 pace laps in all.
Is it 2?
So, yeah, so we're going to do a 2nd lap, and I don't know if that makes any difference to either of you, but I suppose it gives you a little bit more time to get those tyres up to pace. And there are the previous winners. We've got 9 in all. Scott Lagacy Jr., many still involved, of course. Mark Miller moving on to IMSA, but as you see, Mike Skeen involved, Casera got his first win here. Did Tyler Casera bounced onto the scene, and I mentioned the fact that Adams already won here back in 2014.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool day here. Like this is definitely our coolest ambient temperature day, so I'm sure there's not a lot of track temperature. So I'm guessing that that's what the Trans Am officials decided this morning. Was let's give them 2 laps, make sure that we got plenty of temperature inside these things, because you got to have good tire temperature inside those Pirelli tires before we go sailing off here into turn 1 with 40 of these just ready to go to battle, of these TA2 cars ready to go battle. You see, it looks like Brent Cruz got himself a new front nose just like Rafa Matos after qualifying yesterday.
Yeah, that's a question for you. Why that new front nose?
Well, you know, honestly, the nose is the first thing that the air hits. So if there was something that was going to cause an aero inefficiency when you're at this level, you got to take kind of every precaution and make sure that you're doing everything there. But who knows? You never know what's going on. You know, you go to the room and doom after qualifying with Ricky Brooks, and Ricky might have found something in those noses he didn't like, and that's why they went to new noses. Who knows? That's a great question and something that maybe we can dig into later. Ben Sizzle might be able to find us some info on that. But nonetheless, it's obvious that those 2 are definitely have new body parts on to get this 100 miles done today.
So we're about to get underway. The Honda Civic will lead them round. This is a massive race for Conor Mosak, a really, really big race, because he can change the championship here, and it's by no means...
Yeah, he's only 14 behind when the green flag drops here because he got those 2 extra bonus points up on Rafa. I think he came in 16 behind Rafa, so only 14 behind, and this makes Merrill only 11 behind Rafa at the drop of this green. So yes, it's very, very exciting, very, very tight racing for sure.
So the field winds through the S's, and we get ready for what should be a showdown here at the penultimate venue. And there's some great stories, including this man, Tyler Casera. What can he do from where he is? He knows in that Liquid Moly 77 car that if he can get it right. I spoke to him yesterday, Tyler. He had a broke splitter brace and therefore didn't get into the first qualifying group. But he says
be A-okay once he gets racing.
Yeah, he's had a really strong weekend up until that happened. So, you know, he showed a lot of speed right off the bat, right when they unloaded off the truck, and then they started to have the small problems like you spoke of there, Johnny. And now it seems to be cleaned up, and he's going to have himself a good race, it looks like. And we always look for great things out of Tyler Casera. Always wish him the best.
Well, as you can see, they are lining up together now and tightening up the field. Austin Green and Adam Andretti alongside me, Jonathan Green, as we get ready to go racing for our penultimate round of TA2 2022, and we are looking forward to this one. Big day. What can Rafa Matos do from third place? All the leaders are where they need to be, but we've been shown in the past it's not always the guys going for the championship. This is the time where you kind of maybe get a little cautious because the championship's on the line, and one big mistake can end it all.
Well, I can tell you 3 people right up front that aren't going to have caution, and they're going to throw it to the wind. And that's going to be your Evan Slater, Brent Cruz, and Connor Zillage. A few of the young guns back there really have nothing to lose with this championship, and they all just want to win races. Now, Evan Slater's a really bright young man, so I don't expect anything crazy out of any of these guys. But they're going to come to the green here, Jonathan.
Here we go then, down the hill, down towards Hog Bend. Off comes the pace car. And it's a big, important start for Mosak and Merrill. They've been head-to-head many a times. Mosak won the battle last time out at Watkins Glen. What can he do here at Virginia? And away they go! Good start from Mosak. They head down to the horseshoe for the first time. Everybody gets away well. And it's Mosak who leads. Merrill will have to go round the outside.
There is good grip on the outside. Yep, there is good grip on the outside of turn 1, right where Mosak's at, or right where Merrill's at, around Mosak. That's going to give him the best run into turn 3 here. So let's see if Merrill's going to get this done and take the lead here into turn 3, as it looks like he's gonna. Yeah, Merrill kept his foot in nicely, and he is going to take the lead through NASCAR. Brilliantly done. Rafa Matos was patient. Really good stuff by him. He stays in third as they go through Snake for the first time, bouncing over the curves. And a good start. Yeah, Mike Skeen was not patient. He's coming through the field, as we know Mike Skeen to do. He's right behind Evan Slater. Got himself a great start there as we're on board with Rafa Matos in P3 behind. Yeah, chasing. The last thing that Matos is wanting to see is Mike Skeen taking points off him, but never mind, that's the way it goes. But Matos in third and where he needs to be. Sadly, Baku parked up in the Berriman Challenger. The 01 car parked up. I hope it's out of the way, though, and we don't have to deal with that. Yeah, it looks like Mike Skeen has already even made more headway up, even teasing with that podium. I think he might be right behind Rafa Matos now as we go on board. Cameron Lawrence is right behind Robert Noacker. Oh, there's trouble for the youngster. Boris said Jr. seems to have found the tire wall. Yeah, that's an early incident, and he's hit it hard. Yeah, that's not. He looks okay in there, so that's the positive. Always the human side of it. He's very upset. Obviously, very upset about what's going on there, and you know, just like his dad said, just trying to get through this. The Doberman pitchers with hammers in their mouths. I thought it was a great way to put it. Well, let me ask both of you, when you first start racing these things, what's the kind of thing that can go wrong quickly?
You know, especially with Trans Am, it's all about survival. You know, they're long races, and you're not really saving, so it's just 100% the whole time. So the key to win these is just keep your nose clean, save your equipment, and just try to be there at the end when it counts.
Yeah, good advice. Well, it hasn't worked out for Boris Said Jr. He's parked it up already, and I wonder if there's going to be a safety car. And there is. Caution is out. Yeah, we're full course caution here. On board with Evan Slater. Love that onboard shot head on at the youngster there. Out of the young, this young man has really excited me throughout the paddock. Racing with him has been so much fun this year. He's extremely clean. His dad even described it when we first talked. I think at Charlotte. He goes, my son is just a calculated person. He will not put it in there if he doesn't know he can't make it stick. And I tell you what, I follow through. It's rarely you hear a dad say something about their kids and they're right. Right. And he nailed it because Evan races that way. It's really great to see him up front here and battling up front where he should be. It's going to be fun to watch him as we're on board here with Scott Borchetta too. Nobody gets more laps around a racetrack on a weekend than this guy, and it's awesome. You see the hard work he puts in. It's no different than any way he attacks his business life. You know, just all wide open, full bore. So it's a great race up in the front. Thomas Merrill doing exactly what he needs to do in that Mike Cope Racing car.
he is up front leading laps because there's bonus points at play. He got 2 bonus points for being second. He got himself a lap bonus point. Now if he leads the most laps, he's going to walk away here 4 extra bonus points on top of it if he can hang on to this thing for the rest of the 100 miles. So speaking to him before the race, he felt very good in his chances, loves his race car, and really, really happy with where they're sitting, I'm sure, right now.
So just to confirm, we've got a little bit of respite under caution as Boris Said Jr. hits the wall heavily. Thomas Merrill leads the way. He got the lead at the first corner by going all the way around the outside, and this is going to be a long clear-up by the looks of things. Connor Mosak stays second, and Rafa Matos stays third. Brent Cruz and Mike Skeen, fourth and fifth. Watch out for them. Evan Slater started well. He's sixth. Connor Zilic is seventh. Tyler Casera, eighth. And Robert Noaker, ninth. And rounding out the top 10, two-time winner here at VIR, Cameron Lawrence. We were on board with Scott Buchetters. We're on board now with Dylan Archer. Archer currently in 14th position in his new team. He's with the Showtime team this weekend for FPEC. We'll be on board with him, the youngster from Texas.
Yeah, Dylan's doing an awesome job. A great kid, another great kid just to be around. I love that this Young Guns program came in, and huge commend DJ and the gang and Trans Am for bringing that on board and supporting that, because what's awesome about it is all the talent we get to talk about Johnny Green. We've got all this fresh talent. There's something to fight for here, and we got one of them sitting up here with us, Austin Green. And I got to ask you, Austin, was the Young Guns something that really brought your attention to TA2, or were there other things as well?
I've always loved road course racing, and in 2021 I got the opportunity to run at Road America, and I knew of Trans Am and how good of a series it was, and so I figured give it a shot, and ever since then I can't get away from it.
It kind of does that to us, doesn't it? My brother and your dad raced go-karts together. So that's how long they raced together, all the way and made it to the top level of American motorsports and NASCAR at the Cup level. And so it's awfully fun, I know, to watch you come along and things like that. But talk about some of the challenges too. When you're second generation, it's a lot to live up to, and you're almost right out of the box expected to do things that perform miracles, right?
Yeah, it's definitely, and you and I both know, we can always lean on our family and try to pick their brains, but seat time is the big thing. So the more seat time you can get, the better you'll be.
Well, guys, let's look at the start again, and we'll see it from Tyler Casera's position, because obviously it's an interesting start, because Merrill did a really good job of staying clean, going around the outside. Not easy to do here at VIR. Let's have a look at it from Casera's point.
Yeah, I was really impressed with how Thomas, stuck around on the outside there. That's the key here at VIR. I honestly, whenever I've qualified P2 here, I've drooled out of both sides of my mouth, because I find it to be the best position to be in. Honestly, when I qualify pole here, if you're allowed to pick which side to be on, I pick the outside. It's just better grip on the outside, and you can kind of pinch down the pole sitter, which it's perfectly acceptable. And Thomas did textbook stuff out there. This is why he went to Le Mans, was hired to drive at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and he's still a silver driver out there under the FIA's eyes. So I know he's really happy about that for his career moving forward. But he's doing exactly what a professional like Thomas Merrill does, and controlling the situation.
Well, let's head down to the pits. Ben's got Pettipas, the young Canadian driver.
Next time by, they're going. I'm with Lee Pettipas, the brother and crew chief of Aaron Pettipas, what I call the Dairy Queen car, probably the most delicious looking car out there. But you guys had an adventure getting here. You broke your crankshaft in your truck, and then what did you do?
Well, yeah, we were rolling along on Tuesday morning, had our coffees, everything was great, and all of a sudden it wasn't great. So had some really great rescue guys in Maine get us off the highway, and then contacted our buddies. Sorry. They jumped in their truck, drove all night, picked us up at 3 a.m. at the hotel, and then we drove all day to get here. So our stock car buddies Jordan Vino and Kirk Alexander came to our rescue.
Well, that's amazing. Just kind of the stories. They're stranded in Bangor, Maine, way up there, coming from Canada to fix his truck, to bring the car here, and now Aaron's out there. Gentlemen, back to you.
And that's racing for you. That is absolutely 100% what this sport is all about. It is cutthroat. It is as cutthroat as you're going to find any sport to be. But when racers need help, racers are there to help other racers. And I love to hear those kind of stories, Ben Sizzle. So thanks for bringing that, because it takes an army to get any of these race cars here. And sometimes you got to call in a few extra help to get your car here, and that's what they did. As we're on board here with Boris said, I can only imagine what went through his head, as he was driving around and seeing Junior stuck up in the fence. So it's a shame for them. I feel bad, but they'll bounce back, and there's another round at COTA and get that one done. But back up here at the front, I think I heard that we're going to go green next time by, Jonathan.
Which is good news, and I hope that, I'm sure that Boris had a wry smile when he saw a youngster parked up near there. Hilden.
We've all been there. That's the thing.
Oh, yeah.
Austin Green's been there. Adam Andretti's been there. Everybody has been in the position Boris said Junior's been.
Jonathan Green's been there more times than he cares to think about. Yes.
Well, Jonathan Green just gets there in his rental car.
I say we need to get you in a car.
I agree, and I need some help. So
he's really good on a one wheel. The motorized skateboards. I got video.
I just need 3 more.
I have video.
All right, so we are at the back of the circuit here at Virginia. The sun's starting to come out here. The perfect conditions actually for racing. And we've had a little bit of a start where Thomas Merrill got ahead and did a good job. And now he's going to try to, if he can, further that lead.
Yeah, on board Franklin Road Apparel with Cameron Lawrence. Sitting nice and comfortable in there. Get the belts tight. He's getting the call. We're going green this time by. Cameron is awesome on restarts. So that's where he really takes advantage. Those are your easiest opportunities to make your passes, and Cameron is really, really sharp on those.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see who makes good starts, restarts, that is. Cameron Lawrence is one known for that. Mike Skeen is another.
Oh, yeah. For sure. But, lights are out on the pace car. Everyone's done scrubbing tires, so we're going to get this thing going right here. And I know the visors are down, the belts are tight, and it's going to be good fun.
All right, let's just remind ourselves where we stand. Thomas Merrill, the man you're looking at right now, in the number 26 for the Cope Race Car Sport Mustang. Leads the way from Conor Mosak, Rafa Matos. The championship is between those 3, but watch out for Brent Cruz, Mike Skeen, Evan Slater, Connor Zilic. Zilic taking pole here and starting his career out brilliantly this time last year. Away they go then! Merrill gets away well, but Mosak is looking up the inside. Rafa looking for a place as well.
Like we said earlier, Merrill's not afraid to leave a little bit of that inside open there in turn 1, because it's going to find the advantage here out of turn 2 into 3. And he's going to probably hang on to this advantage and carry that lead going on out of there. Evan Slater seems to be moved out of the way and lost quite a few positions there. Got freight trained quite a bit as we see Tyler Casera right on the back bumper of Brent Cruz.
Tyler Casera, we're on board with him.
Mike Skeen has gotten up to P4 right behind Rafa Matos, and I imagine Mike Skeen has got the bit between his teeth and ready to go.
Good start from Merrill. Got away well, was under pressure from Conor Mosak at the start, and now Rafa Matos under big pressure from Brent Cruz. Brent Cruz and Rafa Matos couldn't get more different in terms of their approach.
Yeah, this is good stuff here. I mean, this is what it's all about in TA2. It's like being released into the hornet's nest, isn't it, Austin Green?
Oh yeah, it's there was a big moment there out of Evan Slater through the S's, and he's currently running P6, so good day for him so far.
It looks like Brent Cruz has struggled a little bit with forward bite. I had a conversation with Brent yesterday, and that was his struggle after qualifying was forward bite. He seemed to be more concerned about his corner entry, and obviously for obvious reasons he was struggling there. But right there, it seemed like he really had a hard time getting that power down. But something that Thomas Merrill's not having a hard time doing. He has definitely got himself a good piece underneath him today. Mike Cope Racing has definitely brought the equipment needed to carry out this championship.
No question about it. As we look from high above a moment ago, Merrill building on that lead, and as he passes our commentary position, it's Brent Cruz who's making the most at the moment. Into the pits comes Doug Peterson,
It looks like
Three-Dimensional Services Group.
got some sort of, I don't even see Doug in the car anymore. That looks like a full-on retirement. So, so far it's been a rough first 6 laps for Peterson Racing, unfortunately. But Doug Peterson seems to be out with an apparent mechanical failure.
Yeah, I think you're right. As we go back on board with Evan Slater.
So Evan seems to be fighting a lot with the wheel right there. Like he's really seems to be fighting some little handling issues, which you seem to have earlier on in these races. You know, with a full load of fuel, it's a car that we haven't felt all weekend long. We haven't had these conditions all weekend long. So, so I'm sure it's just some of that, just trying to get that feel off. But as the race carries on and you get lighter on fuel, these cars get to driving better and better. And Tyler Cassera, and this Liqui Moly Chevrolet Camaro, he is definitely putting it to him. He is all over Brent Cruz here, and I believe it. If he gets that run off of the back straightaway like he got before, we're going to have a good race down in those corners.
And here is the 3 of them. Brent Cruz leading this group with Tyler Cassera, Evan Slater, and Scott Pichetta just behind me. Cameron Lawrence, in fact, on board with him now. I'm watching Mike Skeen very closely indeed, because Skeen is trying to get past Matos, and I don't know how the Brazilian is going to deal with that, because he's been his teammate for when he's available. Skeen didn't come in for the full season, and he was there to help Rafa. That was the, well, at least that was what I was told, was the theory anyway. And right now, he's about to take a place off him.
Well, I mean, it's Mike Skeen's a racer, through and through, and that's all he does. He goes out, and I'm going to take it a step level up higher with Mike Skeen. He's not only a racer, he's an assassin when it comes to being a racer. The guy does not want to finish second. He doesn't want to finish 1.5. He wants to win races, and that's all he does. So, no, Mike Skeen's got one vision this weekend, and that's to win races. He's not concerned about Rafa Matos' championship, as he's not underneath the Peterson Racing tent. He's there to win a race for MMR and those sponsors and those people that put him in the car. So, yeah, he's going to definitely go after it. You're not going to see him take anybody and look at anybody any differently. He's looking at everybody as an enemy of his today, and he's out there to win.
Scott Borchetta, of course, on the podium at Nashville, a great run. He was up against Adam Andretti for a lot of it, so Adam made him work for it, that's for sure. But good racing with Scott, and he's come on a lot, hasn't he?
Yeah, Scott has definitely gotten very strong, and their package has come together really well. Like I said, he puts the odometer on. He puts the miles on his odometer. That's what you have to do. Austin, we talked about that. It's seat time, seat time, seat time, seat time. And Scott sets himself up for success, and I got all the love in the world for that. He, you know, I don't begrudge anyone that's going to put in the work, and Scott definitely puts in the work.
Yeah, you can tell Scott's gotten a lot better this past couple of years, and fighting for wins in the top 5. So, like you mentioned, the seat time is very crucial.
Now, as we look from high above, down that back straight, if anything, I would argue that second place, Connor Mosack, has actually taken a couple of lengths out of the leader, Merrill, in the last lap or so. Merrill got off to the races in the restart, but now look how close it is as they start heading down the roller coaster one more time. And Rafa is losing a little bit of time, but Skeen has also lost time to him. So the field's starting to spread out, but the closest man at the moment, Connor Mosack.
So I might be speculating here, but I think what I saw out of Thomas Merrill here is he went to gauge what kind of pace he had to his competitors, and that's where that big gap came from, and now he knows what he has to do to maintain the gap he's at without abusing his equipment. But he's got a half a second in his pocket, and he knows it. And so I think right now he's just kind of calming his stuff down, making sure his brakes are there for 100 miles, making sure that he's got the best of those Pirelli tires, more with like 10 laps to go instead of in the first 10 laps.
Yeah, like I said, it's
8
all
of the 31 complete.
It's all about survival, so just save your equipment, and Thomas Merrill's doing a good job of that right now.
Austin, how much does the car change for you? I've talked to Adam about this in the past, but as the race goes on, it's 100 miles, it's a long way. Do you really feel that difference?
It's definitely noticeable at the end of a run. You can kind of adjust how bad it's going to be if you save well enough. But as we talked about sometimes, you know, that comes with experience, and I'm still learning. And you know, racing, you're always learning.
And Adam, let me put the wise head on you. Let me put you in that 28 of Connor Mosack. He's obviously pushing hard right now, but does he make the move now or just try to hustle and hassle the man in front of him?
Second place, you're in the pressure. You're in the position of putting on pressure, and that's what he wants to do. I mean,
does he want to lead?
Connor well, yeah, because you need those points. You know, it's bonus points. Like I said, these bonus points. When you look at Connor Mosack's qualifying performances, what I saw there was 15 bonus points.
Yeah.
Plus an added 5 that he gets for just leading the lap, because when you're on pole, you automatically get that lead lap point. So he got 20 bonus points just from qualifying performance. If you don't think those things have brought Connor Mosack into the game, you're wrong. That's exactly what does it, is these bonus points. That's why they're designed that way. Thomas has those bonus points in his mind because he's coming here with came in with a 12-point deficit. He gained a point yesterday in qualifying, down to 11. Gained another point. He's down to 10 points here with this. You know, this is really good. As you see Connor, as he's on target here, driving right up and around.
That was textbook, wasn't it?
That was textbook pass. Textbook, absolutely textbook pass. But, man, that was a lot of gap that he closed on a straightaway and kind of at will. That was...
And would you argue that Merrill really couldn't do anything in that position? I mean, he could try to fight harder, but what could he have done?
You don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize, what your race is all about. So absolutely, no, he did what was smart. He let him have the outside, or let him have the inside there. Was going to try and carry the outside around Connor like he had done on 2 previous occasions, but Connor's just had too much right then. So Thomas will sit back here. He'll make sure that he's watching what the 28 is doing, but that 28 is just locked on right now. Here we go. Here's a replay. It's picking up a little bit of a draft there, but man, yeah, he's back from like 2-3 car lengths back, and man, gets a monster run under the brakes. Clean downshifts, and then was able to get the power down and get out of turn 2 into 3.
Yeah, you don't see many cleaner passes than that. Nicely done. And I would have said, Austin, if I had been Mosack now, I would be putting my head down and trying to put the fastest lap in of my life, simply because if you crack it now, get a breakaway, get a 2-second gap, maybe Matos will come into play, and then you won't have to worry about Matos. You can be out there and just doing your own thing.
When you're kind of...
Yeah, for sure.
That's my theory.
You definitely want to get the biggest gap that you can get, and like Adam said, just try to see how far you can go, and then just kind of wind it back, save your equipment.
Yeah, Mike Skeen has lost touch with the tail end of Rafa there and has found himself into the clutches of Brent Cruz, the youngster, teenager here, 14 years old, believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen. And but if you talked to him in the paddock, you would think he was, at least 7 years older than that, at least 3 times 7, right? But
here we
he's doing
go.
a great job, and he's down to the inside there of Mike Skeen and making a good clean pass as Mike will tuck in behind the youngster there and see if he can learn where he can gain a spot on him.
Yeah, you really start to gauge just how good Brent Cruz potentially could be when he eases past a Mike Skeen, who is without doubt one of the top racing drivers in the country right now.
Yeah, that was a pretty special move right there. And you talk to anybody that's been in touch with Brent Cruz throughout his young career, and we all say the same thing. He's going wherever he wants to go. He's a star in the making, and it's not only his performances on track, but you just got to spend 5 minutes with the young man, off track, and you realize he's just special. He's got a special way of carrying himself, and he's just going to be a star no matter what.
Rafa Matos on board with him and just biding his time in 3rd position. And Rafa's key, to me anyway, over the races I've watched him, is just to do his own thing and wait to that last 10 laps. I don't know if it's something you've talked about within the team over the season.
Rafa is very, very good at understanding these are 100-mile races and setting his car up for such. He doesn't pay attention. That's why you don't see Rafa really be that powerful qualifier. He is a strong qualifier, don't get me wrong, but he's not. He works so hard on a race car, on an end of the race setup. So that's why it's not a shock to me that it's lap 10 and he's just now turning his fastest lap of the race. He just went 0.4 of a second faster than his nearest competitor. So that right there is going to make a huge, huge difference in what he does and what he does for his own psyche, right? Because now he's back there knowing that he's got a race car that he can attack with, that he can take it to these protagonists and really get into their psyche, hopefully, a little bit.
A massive field, as always, here at VIR, and the championship very much on the line. Rafa Matos looking for his back-to-back title and his 3rd in Trans Am. Got the first one in 2018 and has been with a couple of teams, but is now back to the team that he won the championship for, the 3-Dimensional Services team. His team owner, Doug Peterson, already out of proceedings, as is the youngster he threw a ride at this weekend, Boris Said Jr.
Yeah, and just on Q2, Brent Cruz sets the fastest lap of the race, 1 lap after Rafa did. So Brent and Rafa are definitely 200 minutes. And Connor Zilic, this is sad to see that he is out. We didn't see much of anything from the drop of the green flag from a problem. Like right off from the start, you know what I mean, Austin? It's not like it for us to not have anything to talk about with Connor Zilic at VIR when the green flag dropped, and we had nothing to talk about. So I'm guessing that problem happened a while ago.
Yeah, Connor Zilic, he's a great kid. He's really fast, and like Brent Cruz, he has a lot of potential in our sport, and it's unfortunate he's out for the day.
Yeah, what Boris said now.
Yeah, he was in a battle there. There's a three-way battle here with a couple of the Coke cars there behind him. But this is a pretty good battle on for like 14th, 15th, and 16th. You got Elias Anderson and Darren Mock behind him. Darren Mock, another youngster, another generational driver, Butch Mock family. I mean, it's another great addition to the Trans Am paddock. He's another one of these young guns I love being around. You love being around him for numerous reasons. They're just great young men like Austin sitting here, but also it makes me feel young again, right? All you guys. So especially, you know, for us, we take a lot of pride. You know, a guy like Rafa, myself, Thomas, Tyler Casera, Mike Skeen. You know, to be able to foster or to just even give you guys help and advice and to see your careers where they're going to go. It's awesome for us too, man. It really is. So it's cool to see Darren Mock in that battle there with Boris Said and Elias Anderson. He can learn a lot right there with those couple racers for sure. As we're seeing, Cameron Lawrence and Scott Borchetta
going at it
down.
Yeah, and this is a top 10 battle, but just inside the top 10. But Borchetta doing everything he can to hold off a two-time winner here and former Trans Am champion.
Yeah, Borchetta's got another race. He's got, you know, one of those race cars this year. I've always noticed that as the race goes on, it just gets better. But he seems to have a body rub on the left rear. Yeah, might have happened from a little bit of contact, maybe from this pass that happened here. But yeah, there's a little bit of body rub on the left rear tire that I see only when it's under a high load on the 48 car of Scott Borchetta.
Now, Adam, in a situation like that, if you were Scott Borchetta and you know there's a potential for a tire rub after the contact with Cameron, what do you do? Do you keep on running? Do you play it out?
Oh yeah, I keep on running. I'm one of those guys that I have a lot of faith in Pirelli and the tire that they built, and it's a strong, durable tire. And I've had a lot of pretty strong body rubs and some pretty big flat spot tires that I finished races on. So I've learned that lesson really early, that you ride them out. And I've learned the lesson the hard way too. I was leading the Detroit Grand Prix, the inaugural up there for TA2, and I had a tire rub and leading handily and blew a left front tire when they took the white flag. So it could go either way, but for me it's worth a gamble, because if in a 100-mile race, if you come in to look at it, your race is over.
Yeah, as a racer, you obviously want to finish, and you don't want to pull in. So, you know, if that tire lets go, it's going to be an unfortunate end to his day.
You hope it's in the right spot. That's what you hope. But this is a great spot looking at Rafa there. Jonathan Green, you were saying?
Yeah, no, I was just watching how Nat Rafa is definitely reeling in Merrill as time goes on, and Brent Cruz is reeling him in. So we've got a top 4 battle now that's really heating up nicely.
Brent Cruz has got a little bit of a hole in his grill, or in his bodywork up in the front there, and I learned that Watkins Glen, now we had a little bit warmer of a day ambient temperature-wise in Watkins Glen, but that caused my overheating issue. So I hope that Brent doesn't end up having any other unforeseen issues from having that little bit of damage up there, but he has got himself a race car, and I think he's ready to attack.
Here we are with Ralph Matos leaning on Thomas Merrill down the back.
Tucked inside that draft. He's wanting to pull that low draft and get a good deep braking zone. But you have to be sure when you're going here into the turn 14 here, you got to be 100% sure that you're alongside to make that pass work. So, and Rolf has got so much online here that he's not going to make that happen, especially when we're not even at the halfway point of this race.
Nope, down the roller coaster they come. It's getting thick and fast at the moment. 13 of the 31, and Rafa now starting to get the hurry up, and looks as though he wants a bit of the fight, because Brent Cruz is coming, and coming fast. Just while we're watching Rafa Matos, Brent Cruz is closing in on him, and I think Rafa knows that the one thing he doesn't want is to be fighting a 14-year-old while the other two get away. But here comes that man, and that was another textbook overtake by the track house painted car. of Brent Cruz, and he's passed Rafa Matos, and he made it look easy.
That young man under the brakes is so efficient, and that, I mean, in the braking zone, Jonathan Green, that's where the gods live. You know, I mean, when you can find, that's the lap time, and it's so difficult to find it under the braking zone. And Brent Cruz just went in and just took it down. And I'll go ahead and tell you, Rafa Matos told me at the beginning of the season, Brent Cruz is the #1 go-karter in the country. So Brent was going to be a formidable competitor. And look at him. I mean, he is here and he is going, and he is on the attack.
Yeah, it just shows how quickly you can change from being a karter to a stock car racer, and that's his plan. I mean, it's interesting, like you said, as a world-class karter, to turn around and say, no, I want to do tin tops and I want to do stock car racing. It's quite an achievement, because most, world champion karters want to go single-seaters.
Absolutely, and his passion, his love is to have a roof over his head, and honestly, that's where the opportunities have been presented to him, right? TRD is fallen in love with Brent, rightfully so, and we're going to see him for a long time.
But that was a mistake.
That was a 14-year-old driving then. That was a 14-year-old Brent. That wasn't the Brent that we all know. But and he's going to make those mistakes, but that's why he's here. He's here to learn from those, and so that when he makes the next level up, that he's cleaner and polished. And I think that's what Trans Am brings in the TA2 series. We're going to polish you up. We're going to make you the best racer you can be, because you're going to have to beat Rafa Matos. You're going to have to beat Mike Skeen, Thomas Merrill, Connor Mosack. You're going to have to beat these people, and these are some of the best road racers you're going to find anywhere. Tyler Casera, throw that name in there too.
Yep. Connor Mosack's doing a good job out front. He's just done his quickest lap, and so too did Thomas Merrill. They have a gap of about 0.8 of a second between them, but they are pulled away from Brent Cruz, who is 2.3 seconds away from Mern, and then it's Rafa Matos who we're on board with now.
Yeah, and we've been caught up with this front battle because it is so interesting, but deeper down in the field, Dylan Archer in that new ride is just outside the top 10, having himself a real nice clean race in P11. Looks like Elias Anderson got around the 86 that Boris said to get that P13, so Darren Mock is now working on the 86 that Boris said. And then deeper down in the field, as you see, we got Michelle Abate, who's making good ground, is turning her best lap times of the weekend, and she's up to P24, so making a nice run for herself as well up through the field.
Yeah, I talked to Michelle earlier in the weekend. I'd forgotten that she hadn't been to VIR before, and so she was struggling a little bit with learning it, and I said, what's the hardest part? And she said, just getting the confidence in the S's.
It is. I mean, this place is such a challenge. And it looks like Scott we're just on board. Looks like he's pulling fine.
Okay.
But he seems so. But I don't know if there was a mistake that was made, and he's falling back. But we'll get a better look at that. But yeah, it's definitely.
So down the roller coaster comes Scott Borchetta. That 48.
Oh, he's still in the same spot. He's right in front of Cameron Lawrence there in P8. So nothing going wrong with Scott Borchetta there. So that's good to know. Cameron there still holding tight there in P9. Getting himself.
Lawrence in 9th, as you say, coming down towards the Mission Foods turn 1.
And as we approach halfway, we got Thomas Merrill and Connor Mosack almost identical lap times that last lap. So it's going to be a good race to the finish here.
Start to slide a little bit more, though, Lawrence, now as he heads into NASCAR. Let's head down to the pit lane. Ben is down there with Brent Cruz's team.
We're here with Nitro Motorsports, owner and crew chief of Brent Cruz. What's your driver saying? He's got some front end damage.
The car's pretty good right now, so we're just trying to make some ground here. We lost a little bit of track position on one of the restarts, but he's doing well, and we're marching forward.
Well, there you go. Doesn't sound too bad, so hopefully he can hang on here. Nick Tucker, thank you, gentlemen. Back to you.
Yeah, Nick Tucker right there is one of the best minds in motorsports. You know, you're always lucky to drive a car that he's put his brain to. So the fact that he's the owner of Nitro Motorsports, it's really exciting to watch him come on board and to see his career. And to, you know, I know a lot about his career. We have a lot of the common people that are important in our lives. And so I've known of Nick Tucker and his exploits and what he's able to do. So it's incredible to see, great to see, and so happy for them. And Brent, again, even with the damage, is out there just running them down. He's still running last, but he's actually lost some pace. He's down into the 52s where, you know, Connor Mosack is still a 50.8 and Thomas Merrill's a 51.5. So they seem to be spreading this gap, and now Brent is kind of like really hurting Rafa as far as points. You know, Rafa's looking at Brent saying, man, I need those points.
Yeah. It's now you start doing the calculations over the halfway point, and you're starting to think about the race and how it's panning out as we get these lovely drone shots. You see the gap between Cruz and Matos as they start snaking through past the hotel. It's a beautiful location for a race course, VIR.
Oh, this is my mom. Every time I say we're going to VIR, she goes, is that the really pretty place?
Yeah.
And I said, yes, it's the beautiful, beautiful grounds here at VIR. And they do such an awesome job taking care of it here. And you know, I find us so fortunate to be here. And you know, it's just one of the all-time driver tracks. And then on top of it, it's like you're waking up in a state park. So it's just beautiful. I think a lot of the lap time we're seeing Brent lose is down these straightaways. He's got a lot of drag now with that hole in the front, and I believe that's what's costing him a lot of time down the straightaway.
Back on board with Rafa Matos. Matos with a 12-point lead coming into this race. Just settling at the moment to go about his business in fourth position. He's got my scheme behind him. What he doesn't want is another safety car.
No, absolutely not. No, that's Mosack is out there just praying that this thing keeps going the way it's going, and he can just keep hitting his marks as we're on board with the youngster here, Dylan Archer. Dylan Archer, like I said, he's just outside the top 10, running in 11th. Now, you talk about somebody who's looking for a caution, that would be Dylan Archer.
Yeah.
Because if you look at him right now, it's like a lapping day for him. He doesn't have anyone to race with. He's just out there getting his laps, which are awful important. But we're here to race, right? He was out there kind of mixing it up for that top 10, you know, with Robert Noerker, who's running out that top 10 in that 03 Ford Mustang.
Yeah, like I said, a change of teams for Dylan. Had a chat with him earlier in the weekend. Got a new sponsor at Nashville. He's got another electric bike as well as the official electric bike that we have, which is, of course, Buzz. But he has a different manufacturer, and they were introduced at Nashville. But he's kept those family colors of FPEC, but now with Franklin Road, so part of Ken Thwaites' stable of cars. And what a change around for Ken Thwaites in the last few years. I mean, he started off driving an Audi on his own. He had a spare car, mind you, but he's gone from that to now having 4 cars.
Yeah, Showtime Motorsports is growing exponentially, and Ken Thwaites is obviously falling in love with this. He's got the support of his wonderful wife Shelley, and they're having a ball, and it's just all. That's what Trans Am's about. Whenever people add to this paddock, it's big smiling faces, like Nitro Motorsports with Nick Tucker. You got Showtime Motorsports with Ken Thwaites. Adrian Vlastowski, who's come in the last few years, another great addition to this paddock. It shows why there's more than just one reason that Trans Am is the place to race. It's more than just this race car package of TA2 or TA. It's more than just the competition. It's the entire tire package itself. It's like a wonderful family to have here. I've certainly experienced that every weekend I'm here. I've really experienced it this weekend, and I'm just so appreciative of everyone at Trans Am for what they provide me and my family.
Asio Data on board with Barry Bowes, the number 32, currently in 23rd place. He's chasing down Aaron Pettypass. We heard from the pit wall earlier on from his brother. He's down in 22nd place, just behind Keith Brocha. Maurice Hull going well in 20th position at the moment for Silver Air Racing.
Yeah, it's certainly strung out. I got to say, I'm very, very proud of these TA2 competitors. They've got it wrapped tight when it happened here during race time. I know that the race officials, I believe, were pulling their hair out during the practice sessions this weekend, Jonathan Green, because it seemed like we could get like 2 green laps, and then we were black flag all.
Well,
so
I heard rumor that Mr. Hoots got involved at some point and gave you all a bit of a talking to.
So maybe that's where we're at here. This is the 90, one of the Nitro cars. This is one of the one-offs that they had this weekend. Another youngster. I'm not sure 100% of who was in that car. Let me look at my notes here. We'll find out for you. But that was Thomas. That's Thomas Annunziata. And so he just had himself what we used to call in driving school an OCE, an off-course excursion.
Right. That's easy to explain.
Yeah. So that's a simple off-course excursion.
Now, we're not blaming him. It could have been another reason for that, but we did catch him mid-grass.
And while we were all watching that, Thomas Merrill went ahead and stuck his hand in his pocket, and he found that lap time again. And, you know, Connor might have gone out there and tried to run some of it and might have backing up now to Thomas, might have worn his stuff out a little bit. I'm just obviously speculating from the cheap seats up here, Jonathan Green, but that's kind of what I'm seeing. That's my best guess.
Yeah, going back to Annunziato, I mean, that's a shame. He was in 12th position, so he was going well, just behind Dylan Archer, so he was having a good run until that moment.
Absolutely. Like I said, they're kind of all spread out, so it was a little bit of a lapping day for him. He had no one to target off of, so maybe he might have lost his marks a little bit or lost where he was. Concentration, you lose it for a split second, it could cause those things, or it might have just had a slight problem. You never know without a replay. But this is a good battle between Cameron Lawrence and Robert Noack are there for the 9th and 10th place as Scott Borchetta has separated himself from this in P8, and he's all alone by himself, making it an easy day's work. Holding himself a pretty wheel right there, hard on the throttle. Oh, and we got a wreck here. Ty Young.
Big time. Ty Young going big time off in the 22.
This will bring out that full course caution.
Yeah, no question.
Mosak and Merrill did not want to see, but definitely Brent Cruz and Rafa Matos wanted to, as that gap had separated quite a bit. It was 4 seconds between them and the leaders, but this is a... You're timed. We're going to get a replay right here.
Well, guys, tell me what you see here. Why did this happen? Oh, he got a nudge.
I believe this is impatient from our leader. Yeah, this would have been. That was. That put damage into
this
our.
could change the whole face of the race. So
that's big.
Impatience by the leaders, taking Ty Young out.
Yeah,
but more importantly, Merrill is out too.
Man,
he got a heavy hit, and Thomas Merrill is smoking.
Yeah, he's a victim of the circumstance there. That was. But
surely that was Mosak's fault.
Yeah, I think the stewards are not going to look favorably along Connor Mosak on that one, and this is playing right into Rafa Matos' hands for the championship.
And we're
on
still
both sides.
here.
Yeah, on both sides it is, because Merrill's obviously this is detrimental to their shot.
He's got advantage as well. He's through.
So this is detrimental to Merrill, and then this is also it looks like Connor Mosak could be facing penalties. So this is possibly playing right into the hands of your championship leader.
Do you think Merrill's staying out because he wants the caution? Well, he's pulled over now.
Well,
but,
he's there for the points, right? If the car's still driving, you're going to stay out. You know, this is all about the points, and it doesn't look like we're going to get a full course caution. I believe Ty Young might have kept going. So I think we're going to get another replay to diagnose this crash here. And
let's take a look.
And we're taking another look here.
So the man you're looking at, Ty Young in the 22, is in front of the leaders. Mosak is leading the race. Merrill's right there. He's under pressure to get past Ty Young, but he's under too much pressure because he nerfs Ty Young out of the way, and Ty has no choice but to hit Merrill.
Yeah, he hit this, and I mean that took out Merrill. That was it, and hate to see that. Those are 2 Cope cars right off the bat, right? Ty Young is underneath the Mike Cope 10, and then we got someone off here at the top of 10 that I see on the top of your screen, all the dust over there. That's someone trying to get their John Deere sponsorship, as we see grass all up inside of Rafa's car here. So. Full course caution finally. I believe we are looking at a full course caution finally.
Now, where does that stand in terms of where Matos is, who looks as though he's got problems to the front of his car? You can see that grass coming up. Cruz is still in the race. Mosak, I believe, is still going. That was the 76 going off A bit of grass tracking, like you say, going for the John Deere Award.
Yeah, that's Durbin in the 76.
That's Chris Durbin, yeah.
Yeah, that's Chris Durbin. But look at all the grass everywhere, boy. There's going to be probably some possible overheatings. Thomas finally had a left rear tire come down, but boy, I hate to see it for those guys. That was just such a bad victim of circumstance there.
The big question now is, how's it going to play out with Connor Mozak? Is he get a penalty?
Yeah, good question.
If
Well,
he
look,
gets
let's
the
head down to
penalty-
the pit lane, see what Ben's got.
Well, lots of drama here, as you can see, gentlemen. They're jacking up the car. In second place in points, Thomas Merrill, who was hit by Ty Young, his own teammate. He couldn't make it back around. He came through this escape road, is down here on what I call the apron of pit lane, very intelligently just trying to get off and so they can fix the tire so he can save as much of the points for the championship. I'm not even sure if this is legal, but this is the Cope team giving it everything they can to get their driver, Thomas Merrill, back out there. They're taping up some things. We've seen Thomas do a lot with a little at Nashville at the Big Machine Music City Grand Prix, and he's going back out on track. Talk to one of the Cope guys if you're still with me. What? I don't even know if this is legal. What did Thomas say?
He didn't say a whole lot. He's a little disappointed with his teammate right now. We don't know what really happened, but obviously he got into him a little bit, so it is what it is. It's kind of a bad deal for the Cope race cars. Bridge Hall team running for the championship here. That's going to be just got to put it down in.
Great job, Ben. And yeah, I don't know where that stands in the rule book, because he came off track and came back to the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? That's for minds that are better than mine to review, and you know that's going to be a tough call to make. But these are racers just trying to keep the race car on the track, and at some point, you know, we gotta look at that and possibly even commend that, because you know, it's all about all-out effort, and they're putting in that all-out effort. What we saw in that replay there, Tyler Cassera got a little loose, but what I saw ahead of that was Rafa was dropping a lot of grass, a lot of sod in front of him. So I'm wondering if Rafa might have had a moment before Oaktree, and that is what has caused that a lot of that grass to be put out. And when Tyler was trying to accelerate through there, it got himself a little loose. But certainly looked like that's what the replay was showing us. But it looks like I think our time has been up for Austin Green. So thanks, Austin Green, for coming up here and spending some time in the booth.
Thanks for coming up, buddy.
Fine young man, and you know, got a bright future in front of him. So look for him in the future.
All right, well, let's take a short break. We'll be back with more action and some more folks coming up in the booth after this.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Okay. Welcome back to VIR. It's been a, well, dramatic race. We're under caution again in our TA2 race, and the championship is very much on the line, simply because Thomas Merrill's been in trouble, Mosak's been in trouble, and we think that Rafa Matos might be in trouble too. Let's get the latest. Let's head down to the pit lane with Ben Sissel.
Hey, welcome back. First of all, I do want to clarify, I did hear from Ricky Brooks that was a legal tire change down there. I had some questions about that. He said it was, but now I'm with Scott Lagasse Jr. with M1 Race Cars, currently leading the race. What's Connor saying on the radio?
He's not saying a lot right now. You know, I'm pretty proud of that kid and what he's become over the last year. He's fast. He's really, really fast and matured a lot. We threw a pretty major change at him this weekend and forced him to figure out if it could race, get a race car that could race really well. So this Team SLR group worked hard all weekend, making a lot of changes, some late nights, but looks like he's made the right calls from the seat. And that to me is extremely proud to see the growth he's had here.
Yeah, and you know firsthand that VIR can go really bad really fast. What kind of words of wisdom are you giving him when he's out there battling with the Thomas Merrills, Rafa Matos, and Brent Cruz?
You try to just focus moving forward, right? Like, hit your marks, don't make mistakes. When you do make a mistake, understand it, learn from it. You're hard on him, you give him the truth. And like I said, he responds so well to stuff like that it's pretty easy come race time. We try to get a lot of that out of the way in practice.
Perfect. Well, that's Scott Lagasse Jr. there with Connor Mosack, who's doing really well for his points. Gentlemen, back to you.
Thanks, Ben. Great stuff. And I'm joined under caution in the booth by one of our stars, without a doubt, of the last year or so. Matthew Brabham joins us. He'll be racing in action in the race tomorrow, TA. Fastest so far, am I right in saying?
I don't know if I'm the fastest today. I think Chris has got me by a little bit, but yeah, usually it's been pretty good, especially when I'm driving his car. But no, he's got a really fast one this weekend, and he's been in before, and I haven't raced at this track in those fast of a cars. So I'm building up my courage in the S's, and we were really close. I think it was like a couple of tenths after the last practice.
I never thought I'd be in a booth with an Andretti and a Brabham, but I've got to say, Adam, you'll appreciate this. This guy is killing it in Indy Lights.
Oh, yeah.
Almost won the championship, but he's been there, done that, and got the T-shirt. He's been there already. He's killed it in the monster trucks, and he's doing it in Trans Am too.
I always say this. I mean, I told you earlier where I put Mike Skeen on, in the top 1% of drivers. My Brabham is insane boat, 100%. And I tell you, like, the most impressive thing that I've driven with Matt or watched him drive, I expect him to perform the way he does in an Indy Lights car. I expect him to perform the way he does in a Trans Am car. Those stadium super trucks are by far the hardest freaking thing you can drive. And this guy hops in them like it's nothing and beats Robbie Gordon handily. Like the guy that built the things, designed them, ramps, the whole bit, drives them more than anybody. This is the guy that beats him more times than not. So as we see him, Boris getting towed off here in the 86. Been a rough day for Peterson Racing with Rafa, the only remaining Peterson Racing car out there for the three-dimensional services group. But nonetheless, Matt Brabham, he's a star, man.
I've got a story for you.
This guy's awesome.
When I was at Nashville, I saw him and I said, hang on a minute, you're doing the lights. I said, you do a Trans Am, why don't you do stadium trucks? And he just sort of looked at me and went, oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, no, thanks, guys. I mean, you're buttering me up here. It's real
It's
nice
okay.
here, yeah. But, thanks, Dad. I mean, we raced against each other in the trucks a couple of times, and it was a lot of fun. But Adam's, like, slightly responsible for me being over here in the Trans Am. I was in Coda racing with my dad in the Formula B cars in the Brabhams, and then and Chris couldn't make it last minute, and I was talking to Adam, and he's like, hey, you should talk to Chris, and then we all kind of got linked up, and that's really how I first got that one opportunity in Coda with the TA1s, and since then it's just been a dream. I mean, the cars are so much fun to drive. I mean, TA and obviously the racing in this series here is unbelievable, but I mean, we're fast at the end of the straight. Like I've never felt a car that fast at the end of a straight, and when you got the blind corners here at VIR, I mean, there's no better feeling. I mean, the super trucks are fun. They're probably one of the most fun things, but yeah, the Trans Am and the TA1 and the speed that we do, I mean, it's pretty hard to beat. I mean, I have a blast.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, you really do. You're still at an age where you can choose to race whatever you want. What is it about Trans Am you like?
The speed and yeah, I like to go fast. No, but it's just the speed. But there's also a lot of history with Trans Am too. I mean, obviously the name, the Brabham. I've heard a lot of stories growing up as a kid, and it makes that a little bit more special when you got such a big history behind a series like that, and to be a part of it. And you watch all those documentaries when you're younger, and the highlight reels of different things, and hearing the stories from your parents, and it's definitely a really cool series to be a part of. And the thing that excites me is just you can, especially here at VIR, you're going over the crests down the back straight, you're doing like 150 miles an hour, and you go from 4th to 5th, and it's still wheel spinning. It's having that kind of power. I mean, it's rare to find these days. I mean, even like the open wheel cars don't have this much power. They're more momentum and they're more high speed cornering, but when you get a car that has not a lot of grip and just it's always fun.
And I caught a Ricky Bobby in there. He likes to go fast. But yeah, absolutely. I couldn't echo those sentiments enough. I mean, that's why we all love Trans Am racing is the purest of the racing and the power and the speed. And it gives it all to you here. And we love having you here, Matt.
Well, Matt, you join us at the perfect time because we've had all sorts of drama in this. The championship's on the line. You know what's going on. We're about to go green again. Before we do, Adam, is Mossack going to get pinged for this? Or is this... what we're looking at is the race?
You know, that's a very challenging call from from next door there. We're downstairs with David Hoots, and it's a very challenging call, and I wouldn't want to be in his shoes right now at all because that's going to be a tough one.
But he's unscathed.
Well, he is unscathed, and it all comes down to that you have lap traffic, and we want lap traffic to behave in a certain manner just to stay in their place. So there's two sides to every story, and we're going to go green right here, Jonathan.
Well, I'll make my prediction. Matos is going to stay where he is, and Skeen and Brent Cruz are going to have an almighty battle. And here we go. Green flag waves, and we're heading down towards that first corner. The Mission Foods turn one, and as I said, Brent Cruz and Mossack going at it, but right there is Skeen and Rafa Matos holding off the rest of the field, which is still a huge field. 25 of the 31 laps completed.
Yeah.
We're joined by Matthew Brabham and Adam Andretti as we go back on board with Scott Borchetta.
This is exactly what we needed out of this race, Jonathan Green. Honestly, I know the drivers, some of them are hating it, but a guy like Scott Borchetta is stoked, right? Because he's back in the mix. He's right behind Tyler Casera, Robert Noacker, Evan Slater right up there, pardon me. And, he's hunting there for the top 5. So good to see Evan still stuck in this top 5. He's been gritty all day long, just making sure he's hitting his mark, staying smart. He's going to put together, hopefully, a good finish with only 6 laps left here. But it is, and you see Thomas Merrill. He is making his way up to the field here. Watch Thomas Merrill come through this field and make as many points as he can.
Yeah, it's an interesting start. And Matt, you were just coming up the stairs when it all kind of fell apart because what happened was Ty Young, who's teammate to Thomas Merrill, they got into a fisticuffs effectively, and Merrill had the back end of his car ripped off. He went back into the pits, sort of, or at least pulled off, and yeah, that's where we are now.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating around here with a little slower traffic, isn't it, Matty Brabham?
Yeah, the speed difference can be massive, but these guys, it just seems like they're always leaning on each other just a little bit to get those positions, and it's a hard track to pass on. So I think when you do get an opportunity, you just have to really, really take it. And with a couple of laps to go here, I think everyone, no one's saving anything. They're just trying to burn everything to the ground and go to the finish and get whatever they can, right?
You could be 8 seconds a lap faster than somebody here at VIR, but if you're stuck behind him at the wrong place, Matt, you're stuck. You can't go anywhere. You're just stuck.
It's an easy track to defend, but when you have a track that you can defend like this too, it makes it more tempting just to rub on that rear bumper and knock him out of the way, right? So I can definitely see that. I missed a lot of what happened, but I could definitely see people just wanting to just lean on the rear bumper a little bit more than they need to, right?
There's a good replay of the restart. We got a shot up behind it. Look at Barry Bowes. Looks like he got a little help on the restart. Got spun around. And I did see Boris Jr. They got Boris said Jr. back in the 89. Peterson Racing did. So I retract my statement. You got Rafa and Boris said Jr. still out there for Peterson Racing, getting valuable laps for the youngster there, Boris said Jr.
They're sliding the rear end at the front there. You can see the cars wiggling off, and I don't know if it's a little bit of bumper rubbing here and there, but yeah, as I said, they're going to have nothing left on the rear of these cars at the end.
There's Thomas Merrill coming through. He's at 12 at the moment, is Thomas. So he could pick up some very important points here. Surely, though, Skeen in third at the moment is going to make his move down the back straight. We go on board with Tyler Casera now as they come towards Oak Tree.
Tyler Casera is doing a good job right behind his teammate here, Evan Slater, and they're kind of in a nice little train here. Evan Slater's right behind the champion, Rafa Matos there, and he is definitely looking and chomping at the bit. I see Evan Slater maybe making a run to get up into that 4th place here before the end of this race.
So here we go. Skeen looking for his way past Cruz. This is your top 3. Lap 26 of 31. Coming down roller coaster again. Skeen as close as he's been. Rafa Matos in a waiting, holding pattern, if you will, in 4th position.
Now, Rafa's right where he needs to be as far as maintaining his points and with Thomas, Barry back. But again, you can't discount what Connor Mossack has done. If this performance stands for Connor, you're looking at leading the most laps, pole position, leading. He got 5 bonus points, maximize his bonus points for the weekend. That's going to be a hard one to beat. Now, he only came in 16 behind, so he might be the biggest protagonist going into COTA for Rafa Matos, depending on how this all sorts out, because Thomas Merrill isn't letting the grass grow under his feet. We got to move for the lead there.
That was a big dive bomb right there.
That was
Yeah.
Brent Cruz making a move for the lead. And it opened up the door for Mike Skeen. Mike Skeen wants a piece of this action too.
Well, that was a really good move by Brent Cruz, because I don't think anybody, at least Mosak, did not expect that. And Brent Cruz, the young 14-year-old, takes the lead.
And he's opened up the gap, and this is really just puts a pounding right to what I just said about Connor Mosak and the bonus points. I mean, he will still get those ones that I talked about, leading most laps and leading a lap, but man, that was, you really want those race win points, especially.
You know, in the Young Guns competition, these two are going head-to-head. Connor Mosak started the day 14 points ahead of Brent Cruz, and Brent Cruz is ahead of him now. Let's take a look at what happened in that overtake.
Well, that's a beautiful pass. Look at that, right there in turn 4.
Beautiful.
Turn 3, yeah.
Connor
turn
turned in, and unfortunately, there was a blue and white car there.
Yeah, it was a perfect placement. You know, he just got off the brake, sent it in there, and just rolled the corner speed, and the car still turned. Like you're always, when you dive down the inside, you're waiting for that front to give up, and then you just end up using them as the corner, right? But he held it. He held on the inside, and it was like a pretty clean pass, and that was textbook. And I think Skeen is now seen like what just happened in front of him, and I think he's going to be like, oh, I don't want to lose the leader. Like, I still want a chance at this win, and he's going to be thinking about the same thing, right?
The real secrets is driving with Andretti and Brabham. We're getting it here. Buy the book later.
Skeen was my pick at the beginning of the weekend. I sat there and I flat told him that. He goes, I hope so, but, you know, and he plays the humble Mike Skeen game, but he was totally my pick at the beginning of the weekend, and he's showing and proven right here that's definitely a formidable pick. He could be right there, and he's right there in the mix of it. But Brent Cruz got to the point of this field, and he's not looking back. He is definitely, like you said, he said a Hail Mary. He tucked it in there, and he made it stick. And
he had the grip with, looked great on the inside line there. So that
did.
You know, that could be good for blocking at the end of the race too, but I'm surprised. It looked like he was just going to pull out of that corner, and he had better traction, and he was just going to run away with this race, but it looks like Mosak's coming right back on him, and he's staying with him. Like, you know, it's still on. And
that's the hardest thing to do in TA2 is just pull off and leave.
Yeah.
It's so hard to do.
I guess it would be with the aero, right? Like, you get quite a big toe down the straight, and everyone kind of can stay with each other, and
I call them 500 horsepower Miatas because they, you know, it is a momentum car. Like you said, the draft, you punch such a big hole. The draft plays a part in it, and I say that jokingly and lovingly, but it's absolutely true. And we see Thomas. He's coming up through this pack. He's made his way almost into the top 10 here.
Well, he's got a light fuel load, but a light car load too, because he's taken half the metal off it.
And we were just talking about the draft too, and with that missing bodywork, that doesn't help. Like, that's like a parachute down the straight.
Yeah, exactly. You took the words out of my mouth, man. So I might as well throw the chute out or open up a garage door, and you're good to go.
Well, Merrill doing everything he can to get as many points as he can. He's at 11 at the moment. Brent Cruz at the front leads the rookies. He started the day on 192 points ahead of Evan Slater, and he'll increase that lead, and he'll also close the gap on Mosak if they stay where they are for the Young Guns trophy.
And he gets that fastest lap. I believe that's more than one Omologato watch for that young man. So I'm going to ask him if I can have one. No, I'm just teasing, but it's a really wonderful prize that we have here in the Trans Am Series for these young guns. And he's got himself, he's got more watches than he has wrists. Let's just say that.
Then he's got time.
But he's got time.
Okay, 29 and 31. We don't have time because time is running out on this fantastic race run at the moment and led by Brent Cruz, who took an audacious move to take the lead. We're on board with Dylan Archer, but the battle at the front, Connor Mosak second, was involved in a big incident but didn't get any harm done to the car and has carried on. Mike Skeen's lost a bit of pace. He was all over Mosak and Cruz a moment ago, and now Rafa Matos has got the hurry up in the closing stages too. He'd like a pop at taking a podium spot away from Skeen.
Absolutely. You still see the grass on the inside of Matos' car when we go on board there. So he definitely had himself his own OCE off-course excursion at some point.
He looks like he's in one of those boxes where the money flies around. He's just trying to grab the grass out of the cockpit and put it down so he can see.
It's raining grass.
That's true. Yeah, it is.
I know, but it keeps coming. Where's it
I bet
coming
he wishes
from?
it was money. Yeah, I bet he does.
It's almost as if he's trapped a bunch under the hood.
Yeah, I mean, if he had a big enough off here, you know, like I said, VIR keeps beautiful ground. So I'm sure it's freshly mowed before we got here, and I'm sure that's some of the grass clippings that we're seeing for a long time. But yeah, this has been an awesome race up front. That last minute caution there has brought the pack up tight and close with each other. And again, we're coming here with 2 laps to go as we round around this time around, and it's going to be right down to the wire here.
It looks like Brent Cruz has just turned up the wick, and he's pulling the cars behind him away from each other because they're on his toe, but they're not being held up. So he's just kind of, you know, he's pulling the guys away from Skeen and.
Right, and Rafa's going in on the attack right now. He's wanting those extra points, right? Because he sees Mosak right in front of Skeen and thinking, man, I wish Mike was in one of those 3-dimensional cars this week and I could get that spot.
Well, I got an update for you. I've been telling everyone about Brent Cruz and his quest to go young guns and rookies. Well, what about overall? He's 4th at the moment, 20 points behind Mosak. He's going to beat Mosak today, and Merrill's further down the pack. We are going to have a cracking end to this season, potentially at COTA.
Yeah, this is the tightest championship in all of motorsports. I mean, this is really exciting stuff. For all of our Trans Am fans, and new and old, you're getting a real treat here this season, the 2022 season in TA2, because Chris Dyson may have really just wrapped it up so early over there and made it so easy in TA, but we certainly have one going out of the wire here in TA2.
So Brent Cruz, slight damage to the front of that car, but he's not slowing up any. He made a brilliant move to take the lead in the number 70 in the Trackhouse painted car. And if NASCAR are watching, they have a cracking guy heading their way. Toyota have got their eye on him, but so too have other teams by the looks of things. We're back on board with Rafa Matos, our championship leader, who has managed, as he always does, to keep a very steady head on those Latin shoulders, because he's doing a good job of putting pressure on Skeen in the closing stages.
Absolutely he is, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do to manage his championship as well, you know, and I know that Rafa went into COTA last year and just dominated. I mean, he had such pace on everybody that I know he's going into COTA with that kind of in his pocket, feeling it. But you said it, Matt, this 70 car, Brent Cruz, he had that half a second in his pocket. He dug in there and got it right when he needed it and just has walked away. And you said it spread it out to where it's really given no one else a chance up here up front besides a battle between Skeen and Matos.
It looked like Mosak was in the tow, and I thought he would come back, but I think it was more of just, you know, Brent just pulling him away from the pack. And, I mean, it just looked like all those cars at the end, when they turned it up, you know, you just saw what people had left. And it obviously looks like Brent had the most left with his car, and he really looked after the tire and has the, you know, one of the best.
Oh, mistake! And Matos goes through. Skeen makes a rare mistake, and Matos gets into a podium position in the final lap. Great move.
That was a big lock-up into turn 4. Very uncharacteristic of Mike Skeen. But, you know, even the best make mistakes. And it is human sport. And you're going to make mistakes. And that was just one of those uncharacteristic ones that we see out of Mike Skeen. But he's still running a strong P4 and MMR rate. MMR is going to be super happy with that. I know Jimmy Frazier and Dave and Norm, they're going to be really happy with that performance. Nick Tucker is going to be over the moon with this right here.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely what they've done at Nitro, what we have here in this young man is nothing short of special. And you're going to see here, looks like the left front's unloaded here, hard on the brakes. Oh, wait, that looked like a rear lockup, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he just looked like he overcooked it. I mean, obviously just a rare mistake, but
yeah,
once you get out wide there, you got no hope of bringing it back down the apex.
Right.
I mean, Rafa would take it. He's like, thank you very much. I'll take that. With the championship, I don't think he was going to pull a big desperado move at the end there. So, you know, I think Skeen, all he had to do was just focus forward. But the cars are going off, the tires are going off, and they're getting harder and harder to drive. And, you know, you just don't know where everyone's car's at.
Right, well, here we go then. We're coming down to the checkered flag, and it has been cruise control for Nitro Motorsports as Brent Cruz takes it home brilliantly ahead of Connor Mosak. Rafa Matos, our championship leader, will remain at the front with that 3rd place. Mike Skeen, with that one rare mistake, drops to 4th. Tyler Casera will be 5th. Noaker 6th. Slater, Lawrence, Archer. We're looking for where Merrill finished. That's 11th place, so good job done
by Merrill and his team, but it all remains potentially in the steward's office as to decide who was right, who was wrong, who was making mistakes, who wasn't. My thanks to Matthew Brabham, and you'll be out in action when? Tonight for qualifying?
We qualify at 5 o'clock tonight, and then obviously race tomorrow. So yeah, we're just waiting for all you guys to clean off the track, and then we'll go out and have some fun later tonight. But
we'll do it personally for you.
That was an unbelievable race. I mean, what a race to come in and commentate with you guys. Made it easy. I mean, that was exciting. I appreciate it.
Came right in at the right time. It was awesome having you, Matt. And good luck to you tomorrow. I know you're going to do great. Want to give a quick shout out, Elias Anderson. Like, I want to say, like, he is the first. He is P10, the first of like the privateers.
That's the first time I've seen him in the top 10 in a long time.
Yeah, that was an awesome run of Elias Anderson, and not no disrespect to MMR, they're definitely privateers there with Mike Skeen. I apologize for that, but Elias really puts in huge effort to see him there in the top 10. Awesome job there. Darren Mock in P12, another good run for him. He's one of those Cope cars. Keith Prochuk as well, and there Tom Sheehan P14 bringing it home there, but. Rafa Matos in the Yellow Submarine, hold it there in P3, going to make sure that he takes this thing down to Coda again. And like you so aptly put, Jonathan, this is not just a three-way battle, right? No. We got Brent Cruz all right in the mix of it.
Yeah, he's definitely taking some points out of the leaders now. With Thomas Merrill finishing 11th, he's taking a lot of points out of both Merrill and Mosak. So watch this man come forward. He's not done.
No, he's more than not done. He's got a lot of racing to do in that young career, and like I said, this is just the tip. And to look at how talented he is and what kind of racecraft he's developed over this year, it's hard not to put him as a favorite moving forward.
So well done to Brent Cruz, Connor Mosak coming in, and he'll be just pleased to finish the race, I would have thought. But it was a very strange incident. If you missed it, Mosak was trying to push ahead and stop the pressure from behind him, and he came across Tai Young, who was one of the back markers, and almost pushed him out of the way. And well, we'll see. Sometimes the camera angles can belie what actually happened, so I won't judge it, but it was very interesting all the same. But we'll hear from them very soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's two. You're always going to see that from two areas, right? If you're sitting in Scott Lagacy's camp, you're gonna be like, oh, we were being held up by a competitor, and he needed to get by. If you're looking at it from Mike Cope's camp, that contact ruined their race, and so there's always the two ways to look at it. And like I said, I don't want David Hooch's job today for nothing on that one. But awesome job here, Brent Cruz, young man. Celebrate, take it all in. You deserve it. Trackhouse, all that business. Yeah, that's a big hug, deserving, and what a great win for that young man. What a great win.
And if you're looking to the future of motorsport here in the US of A, look no further than this man, the number 70, Brent Cruz. Or maybe you should look at this man. Because no question about it, that was a performance well beyond his years, that's for sure.
Yeah, Nick Tucker giving a big embrace of his driver, and it's great for Nick too. It's always great as an owner and an engineer to see the capabilities of your labor, and a guy like Brent Cruz, a guy like Matt Brabham, Connor Mosak, Rafa Matos. These are people that my dad always said, those are your biggest fans, are the ones that are spinning the wrenches, and you see it right there, all that joy.
Well, I'm the biggest fan of Ben Sissel. He's down in the pits.
Oh, my goodness. Now with three-time winner Brent Cruz. Brent, how does that feel?
Just feels amazing. I just want to thank the Lord for everything he's done for me. This whole team has just been incredible. They just worked so hard on this thing. I want to thank Trackhouse Racing, K-Tech, Cope Cars, everybody that's put a hand on this thing. And I want to thank Franklin Road for jumping on board for this year and next year. And I just want to thank everybody here. I mean, this is an amazing track and an amazing place to win.
And like we said, every track is his first time at that track. 3 wins on the season. Nick Tucker, how does that feel? Team owner, crew chief, that's got to feel really good.
Well, it feels really great, right? Brent, we've been together since he was 7 years old, and we just have great communication, and I couldn't ask for a better driver, right? I believed in him all along, and he really makes us look good.
Nice. I love it. Hold on, I'm going to embarrass your mom. Get in here. This has got to be so fun for you. 3 wins. I know you're so proud. How does it feel to be with the mom of such a great driver with such a high future ahead of him?
I mean, it's pretty incredible, but I think that anybody that's known Brent long enough knows that this is just what to expect. I mean, his future is bright, and no one can deny it.
I love it. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to send it back to you after a great TA2 battle.
Great stuff and great emotion too, and I think Brent Cruz is almost growing up in front of us. He started the season off, I remember talking to him at Sebring and then at Charlotte, and he really barely had a word to say, but he's grown up immensely, and he deserves to.
Like I said, if you have the time, or if you ever get the privilege to spend 10 minutes with him outside the race car, you're like, no way, you're a 14-year-old young man. I mean, he's so wise beyond his years. Brent Cruz with the win.
Yep, and a 1-2-3 for Ford, too. Well done to them. Nitro Motorsports, though. Brent Cruz leads the way. Connor Mosack in the Nick Taylor SLR M1 is second. The three-dimensional services group, Rafa Matos, our championship leader, is third. Mike Skeen takes fourth. Tyler Cicera is in fifth place. Robert Noack, a good result for him, in sixth position. Evan Slater, seventh. Cameron Lawrence in eighth position for Franklin Road Apparel. Then Dylan Archer and Elias Anderson rounding out the top 10, and one of the best results for the Texan this season. Further down, Thomas Merrill recovered well to 11th place. He'll score some decent points there, but will they be enough? Darren Mock, Prochok, Sheehan, Leesfield, Pettypass, then Hull, Abate, Bose, and Cale Phillips in 20th. Further down, Scott Borchetta, Sanders, Oot, Moore, Boris said finishes 25th, and John Atwell. Then we saw the grass tracking from Annunziato in 27th, Durbin, Young, and Gallagher. And slightly further down, Boris Jr. out early, Gray, Paul, Zilich, Lostowski, Peterson, Barco, Birdwell, all going out very early on in this 100-mile race. So, plenty to talk about without a doubt here at VIR. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. It started off nice and clean with Connor Mosack on your left-hand side and Thomas Merrill on the left. But Merrill going around the outside, there's some shenanigans going on. Connor Zilich involved. Brent Cruz was just flying, absolutely flying. He gets past the championship leader, Rafa Matos. And then this moment, and Connor Mosack, Ty Young, and Merrill. And look at the back of Merrill's car, completely stripped down. He manages to pull it off circuit. They manage to change the wheel, and back out he goes to an 11th place all by the end of the race. But that was the move. Brent Cruz, superb through and taking the checkered flag for a brilliant win. Hit VIR. Mosack second and Matos in third. Now, our chill-out moment, as we always do at the end of each of our TA2 and TA races, has to be the man of the moment, Brent Cruz, because he was just on great form, and he deserves our chill-out systems, chill-out, keep cool move of the race. And I suppose it has to be the overtake for the lead. Look at that. No touching, no rubbing, no scraping, just straight through. And that was superb racing. A tough corner, as always, here at VIR. Connor Mosack turns in, only to find a blue and white mass. And that mass was Brent Cruz, cruising home to victory. And he is our chill-out, keep cool move of the race.
Textbook is what you can do that. Yes, absolute textbook.
No question. We'll take a short break. We'll be back from VIR. More action to come. Stay with us here on the Speed Tour.
This is my house. My parents helped build it. Now we don't get wet when it rains. I don't get too hot or too cold inside. I can play with my sister, I can play with my brother, I can play with my mother, my father, my family. This is my house. This is my house. This is my house. This is my house.
This is my house.
Visit Habitat.org to find out how you can help more families like mine.
The next generation of communication is here with Allgram, the decentralized all-in-one communication platform. Your unique digital ID is hosted on the blockchain for the most secure peer-to-peer communication experience in the world. Chat, voice call, and video call seamlessly, triple encrypted, and decentralized. That means you're protected. We can't share, sell, or use your data in any way. Nobody is accessing your data, and Allgram validates every user on the blockchain. Plus, the app just works really well. Schedule calls and meetings or create private or public clubs to use however you want. This is Allgram. Simplified, secure communication. Your data is yours.
If your tooling isn't quite ready, and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low-volume production, three-dimensional services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. Three-dimensional services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
My name is Jason Alder, and I'm the driver of the number 77 Ligier JS F3 car. Being a race car driver is cool and all, but it's really nothing when you're not utilizing it for a good cause, like spreading the word for type 1 and type 2 diabetes. It does a lot for me personally, and it does a lot for the FDA.
Some of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes are sudden weight loss, vision changes, frequent urination. So remember to check, don't guess, it may not be the flu, and that education is knowledge, and knowledge is the power to help save lives. Go to dfda.info to check out Rocco's story. Thank you and have a great day.
Welcome back to VIR. We're on the pre-grid for the next F4 race. We've already had one today, and the championship is still very much in the balance. Last time out, Ryan Shearhan of Crosslink Motorsport, Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. I can't list out Kiwi bit. I'll get in trouble, especially with my friend Tina. But Ryan, from Texas, from Austin, Texas, good old Austin, Texas. I remember meeting you here when you had your first pole here at VIR. And now you're getting race wins. Your second one of the season, but you're not going to get all the full points. Is that right?
Yeah, unfortunately it's half points just because of the low amount of green flag running, but you know, we'll take it.
But the championship is still very much alive. Lockie had a problem last time out, and he leads the championship at the moment. But there's still a chance for all you know and everybody else to catch up.
Yeah, definitely starting pretty far back this race, so a good chance to catch up with some good points today.
What is it about VIR that you like so much? Because you seem to be going well here.
Yeah, it's almost like a roller coaster. It's up and down, really flowing, really high speeds, so it's kind of a driver's dream.
All right, well, driver's dream. I'm dreaming that you're going to get full points this time and no problems. Come with me here, because I can just see out the corner of my eye Noah Ping, who's also in this battle. Noah, first of all, what happened last time out, and how do you feel about this one?
Yeah, last time out was a bit difficult because we only got like 2 green flag laps, so it's really hard to overtake when you have 2 green flag laps.
It must be really annoying when all the adrenaline's going, right?
Yeah, a bit, and it's a bit exhausting because we have to warm the tires a lot too, which was fun. But yeah, this next race should be exciting. I'm super confident that we can come out on top, and we really need it for the championship too, so it'll be definitely an exciting race.
All right, we'll let you get prepared and get ready. I'm going to see if Lockie Hughes is around, because I can see him chatting to his engineers. But Lockie, can I have a quick word? Yep. Now, what happened last time out? You're keeping us on tenterhooks for our championship. You had a huge lead, and then what happened?
I just went for a move, and it didn't work, so it's my fault, really.
But you can obviously rectify that, and it's certainly not all come to naught. You've still got a good lead, but these guys are sniffing, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, the lead's basically nothing now, so I just need to try to have the best race possible. I'm starting down the back here now, so yeah, just try to stay out of trouble and work my way forward and hopefully get some decent points.
I was going to say, this is one of those races where championships can be won or lost, because it is about keeping your head. If you went hell-bent for leather now to try and get the lead, that might not actually pay the dividends.
No, I don't think so, but who knows? The racing here has been crazy, so it just depends, like, even if we get green flag laps, so we'll see.
And have you got anything to say for the folks back home watching you?
I just say, hi, sorry about race 1.
No apologies needed. Lockie Hughes, obviously one of the favourites. If we look a little further down the grid, we're watching Jay Howard's team get ready. Jay Howard always putting a big team together for these races. They've got another few entries in here. Andre Castro ready to go here. I'm just looking at, where's my man? Here he is. It is Carl. There he is. Carl, quick word with you, Carl. We've just been having a quick chat with Noah. What about yourself? How are you getting on?
I'm feeling pretty good going into this race, and pretty excited to be up at the front, and yeah, just excited to see how this race goes. So,
what's the key here at VIR? Do you go for a lead or go for an opportunity early, or wait?
Honestly, being at the front, I wouldn't mind. You really want to be able to stick with the person in front, I think, because the slipstream is so powerful here. But yeah, just making smart race decisions, I think, will get you where you want to get to.
All right, well, let's look further down. Thanks, Carl. Good luck. Watch out for the number 9. He'll be one of those that you should watch out for. A little further down, a little conflab here going on between some more of the Crosslink boys. In the middle of that, Dylan Tavella. Fonseca, another man you should watch out for, the number 76, Gabriel Fonseca. He's definitely one to watch. And also, we've got a bunch of Canadians, Lucas St. Jean and some of the other guys. Have Matt Christiansen. We haven't spoken to him for a while. Let's have a quick word with Matt. How are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
What's going on with you? You look like you can't get in there.
I'm just taking a rest before the race, thinking more about what I'm going to do.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to go out there and get on the podium. That's what I'm going to do.
That sounds like a good idea. Are you sure you can get your feet down there?
I think so. There
you go. Now he's fully in. How has the season gone so far?
Well, it's gone pretty good. We had strong races at NOLA and Road America, but the past 2 races haven't gone the way we wanted, so we're looking to make a comeback here at this race.
All right, we're looking forward to that comeback. Now, I want to be equal opportunity because I've just seen all the way down here Maddie Allison. She is one of the few female drivers we've got here this season, so I want to make sure I give her a little bit of time because I met her at the beginning of the season. And like I said, girls now starting to become a power train when it comes to single-seater motor racing because there's definitely some opportunities. Chloe Chambers was one that's come through, and we've had several others over the last couple of years. And I'm also interested to see that the man mentoring her is one of my good friends, Josh Carr. Hello. But now, what's this young lady up to? I'm going to talk to her in a minute, but not a bad person to be looked after by you.
Yeah, this is her first time at Virginia, her first year in F4 racing, getting better all the time, lots and lots of laps. But she's loving it. She's doing really well, getting closer and closer to the pace every time we go out on track.
And I can see she's giving you hair advice and you're giving her race advice.
Yeah, I thought I would try and fit in with the vibe here and join in on the fun. But yeah, so trying to help her as much as I can. Got a lot of experience around here myself. And it's just beautiful to be back out here.
I'm rotten to Josh Carr. He's a super champion, and I shouldn't be giving him a hard time about his hair. He's a good mate of mine. It's okay. We're friends. We can talk over. But I do want to talk to Maddie. Maddie, we met at the beginning of the season. How's it been going? Like I just said, having Josh Carr helping you out, it's not a bad thing, is it?
No, it's been great. I'm always just trying to absorb as much as I can, and he's really helped to give me a lot of information to take in and always just keep improving. That's what we've been doing all season. We've got some more results as the seasons go on, but always just keep pushing and trying to get after these boys out there.
And what's the plan for you? You're still very young, you're still starting out, but where do you hope to be?
Obviously any race car driver, that's what they want to pursue, so just going to keep pushing for that to see how far I can take it.
And these boys now are starting to take you girls seriously because more and more the success is coming, the W Series coming to America in a few weeks' time. Things are changing.
Yeah, I think it's great. I love seeing all these women out here doing great. You can see them on almost any social media platform, but, we're just trying to take over. It's a women's world, too.
That's what we like to see. Well, Maddie Harris, watch out for her in the 09. Let's see who else we can talk to, because I'm looking for... Where's your team boss? She never likes to talk to me, but I'll find her. I'll find her in a moment. Follow me, George. And as you can see, the grid full of plenty of folks looking for a chance. Let's talk to some more drivers here. Who have we got here? Dylan, who should I talk to? Let's talk to Dylan. How did you get on the last race? Dylan Tavella, this is. Come on, who should I talk to of these guys?
Definitely Bryson.
Okay, well, I know Bryson. I've already done some commentary, but I will do. Go on, how are you getting on?
We're doing good. Luck came to our favor in the last race. We're going to start there for the next race, but we have some tires, so we'll see. We should be really strong for the next one.
I've just been talking to Josh Carr, and it's an important role you play to help these guys out. You've done it. You know what they're all about, so you're helping out, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to help a little bit, but they're managing to do it on their own, so that's good.
All right, we'll leave Dylan alone. We'll have a quick word with Bryson, who's been in the commentary booth already. Bryson, we got this, right? We got this.
I think so. I've got the pace, I've got the tires, I've got the car, so I just got to do it now.
And you got a hell of a team manager, too.
Of course, he's the best.
All right, there you go. He's got the best. He's going for it. Let's head down here because it's a very important story that also happens every year here at VIR, and that is Andy Scriven. Sadly, we lost Andy a few years ago, and I'd like to talk to Max Crawford from Ligier about that. Max, every year we seem to get together just once a year, but the Andy Scriven Memorial, a very important thing. He was a big reader, and now there is a sort of an institution where we try to get books to help people learn to read. And tell us a little bit more about it.
Well, we started a race to reading. And we put it in pediatric. The books are there in a lot of doctors' offices, and the kids can take them home. They read them, take them home. It's almost become self-sufficient now. Financially, which is really good, and so we keep replacing the books, and it's really worked out very well. And if you knew Andy at all, he would be ecstatic about that.
And each and every year, do you try to find yourself in a position where you could tell the youngsters who may not know much about it just what it means for you and for Andy?
Yeah, well, obviously, Andy was a pretty prominent figure, as you probably remember, and so we're all very cognizant of him, and a lot of people understand that that these cars were all built and, designed by Andy, and he was also designer of the Formula 3 car. We never finished it, but we finished it, and yeah, so this is in his honour.
Just a note on that, because I've just been talking to Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. They race very similar cars in New Zealand. The FR chassis, the R chassis raced all around the world, but Ligier have their part to play as well. How happy are you with the way things are turning out worldwide for this form of single-seater racing?
Okay, so we're building a new Formula 4 now, a Gen 2 car with a halo. Ligier's doing their own engine now. We're going to have a V4 in here for 24. And actually right now we're working with Formula 1 on the new FR car, which is going to mimic a Formula 1 car. So it's the first time that in the 5 years that I've been working with the FIA that they allow us now to they're showing us all what we've done wrong, obviously, and then but the new car is they're stunning. I mean, they are absolutely stunning.
Hope you don't mind me prying, but when you say mimicking, I mean, it's got the halo. It's very similar to the Formula 1 car already. Are we talking DRS, or what are we talking?
Push to pass.
Okay.
We have a turbo boost for push to pass. We have been looking at DRS as well. It's got the swept back wings, the curved rear wings. We're very, very cognizant of the air off the car in following, so we've worked very hard on that. It's been doing CFD since last Christmas, and we've come a long way. And so the car is going to be very, very good, yeah.
When you say you've come a long way, I was at the launch at COTA those years ago when the car was actually launched for the first time. And I think worldwide, I've been very lucky to travel the world and see the success of both F4 and FR. You've got to be pleased from Ligier's point of view.
Yes, I am very pleased. I want to see an American driver in Formula 1.
We all do.
That's been my goal, obviously. That's why I started Formula 4. That's why I came up with the idea. But it has come a long way, and we've got. I mean, if you look at what we've done with our graduates of Formula 4 and Formula 3, a pretty impressive lot. When I was looking, I was at Petite last weekend, and I was looking at all the graduates there in the cars. We've won the IPC championship. People that won the WeatherTech championship. I mean, it's pretty good. Carl Kirkwoods is in the Lexus, so it's a pretty good deal. I just need the next step.
Yeah, I know. I keep seeing people like Kyle and and many of the others that have come through, and seeing them achieve what they're achieving. It's so exciting to watch them get into IndyCar. Kirkwood is the perfect example.
Yeah, and Dakota.
Yeah, Dakota Dickerson. Yeah.
So for me, what I want right now is the FR winner to go to International Formula 3. If I could get that to happen, I'd be ecstatic. That'd be my next move.
Hunter Yaney up there as well, and of course, let's not forget the likes of Crawford also up there as well in the Red Bull program. So we are seeing American Sargent right on the verge, although he didn't come through this.
No, he didn't come through this, but you're right. I'm not so very worried it doesn't come out of here, just as long as it happens.
But it's also great for the international drivers. Josh Carr as well coming through this, and we're seeing very many international drivers taking advantage of what Honda is offering.
Yeah, well, it is good, and we're going to have an announcement at the Formula 1 race at COTA for the FR winner, so it's going to be a big deal for us going forward.
Well, Max, thanks for talking to us, and long may it continue. And let's just pause a little bit. As I mentioned, Andy Scriven was a big part of the design of these cars, and so each and every year at VIR, we remember him, and there's also the special prerogative of reading to race, and that is obviously in his name, and I'm sure if he were here today, he'd be very pleased to know that we're still remembering him and Andy Scriven Memorial Race coming up in race 2 of Formula 4. But why don't we pause now for a moment's silence here for Andy Scriven. It's Christy Wilkins.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Christy Wilkins. Great job. And now for those most famous words in motorsport, Max Crawford.
Drivers, start your engines.
Welcome to round number 2 for the weekend for the F4 U.S. Championship powered by Honda. My name's John Fippen from the commentary box. Thanks to Jonathan Green for a great job down there on the pit lane with the pre-race festivities and the moment of silence to honor the designer of these cars, Andy Scriven. You got a chance to hear from Max Crawford on the command to start the engines, and we have got the drivers ready to go for this second race of the weekend. The first one was eventful. We only got 2 green flag laps, and that meant only half points were scored. But we're looking for a full round of racing here, as we've got a 25-minute race for these F4 competitors about to take place. In the commentary box with me is Ryan Yardley, one of our Formula Regional Americas competitors. Ryan, you finished on the podium in the first race of the weekend. Welcome. Glad to have you here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, first race was good. Started P4 and we managed to finish third on track and just been promoted to second for the race. So yeah, good way to start the weekend. Obviously got 2 more races to come and yeah, just want to keep moving forward and still chasing that win this season. So just got to keep working hard and hopefully that will happen sometime this weekend.
Ryan, of course, with the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports team, which is a real juggernaut in F4 and in Formula Regional Americas competition, having won the team championship multiple times over the past several years. So looking forward to more of the same. Ryan also does double duty. He's also a mechanic with the team. So it's great that you get a chance to see it from both perspectives.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a busy schedule for me, helping the team prep the cars during the race, during the week, and also helping coach some of the drivers at test days at our local tracks. So, yeah, I love it. I'm very grateful to be here in America, living my dream, basically. So, yeah, very thankful to Gary and Tina for having me and inviting me over here to America all those years ago. So, yeah, just loving every minute I'm here in America, and yeah, very blessed.
Anything you'd like to say to your folks back at Christchurch?
Yeah, it's probably a little bit early right now for anyone back home to be watching at the moment. I know my parents tuned in this morning to watch the VIR race. It must have been about 2 a.m., something like that back home. But yeah, if anyone's watching, hello to them, and yeah, hopefully I'll put on a good show in the next VIR race coming up in a few hours for you.
Exactly. We've got one more race for the Formula Regional Americas drivers coming up, and then of course we will be here tomorrow morning for the final 2 races for both this championship, the Formula Regional Americas cars, as well as the F4 US Championship, which is just about to set off for their second race. Once the cars roll away behind the Honda Civic Type R pace car, we'll introduce the 19 starters for you. There's been some shuffling on the grid because of some penalties that were assessed to drivers after this morning's race. The number 4 car of Seth Brown was issued a grid penalty for crossing the pit entry line, so he will start in 19th position. And also for our points leader, Lockie Hughes did not have a great race. He alluded to that in his interview on the grid with Jonathan. Lockie Hughes, the points leader, did not have a great race. He also was issued a penalty for being responsible for a collision early in the race. And so he will start on the next to the last row, back in 18th position. So let's introduce the starters as they're just now leaving the false grid and falling in behind James Rogerson, who's piloting the Honda Civic Type R pace car. Starting alone in row number 10 is car 4. That's Seth Brown out of San Diego, California for Jay Howard Driver Development. In row 9 on the outside is car 6. That is Lockie Hughes, the points leader out of Gold Coast, Australia, also for Jay Howard. Next to him, the 09 of Maddie Oust. We talked to her in the pre-race. She's from Mansfield, Texas for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Moving up into row 8 on the outside, car number 55, Lucas Facuri out of Sao Luis, Brazil for Crosslink Kiwi. Next to him is the 08 of Alex Berg out of Buford, Georgia. He races for Doran Kroll Racing. In row number 7 on the outside is car number 3, Michael Boyadzis out of Tampa, Florida. He's another of Jay Howard's drivers. Next to him, his teammate, car number 7, Al Morey, the 4th, out of Fortville, Indiana for Jay Howard. In row number 6 on the outside, car 10, making his debut here this weekend, Daniel Carra, a Brazilian driver, currently making his home in the Woodlands, Texas, for his eponymous Carra Origin Motorsports. Daniel joining us for these last 2 venues here and our season finale at Circuit of the Americas, with the thought toward a full-time campaign in 2023. So welcome, Daniel. Next to him in that 6th row, the number 25 of Jacob Boland out of Leland, Illinois. Jacob driving for the single car IGY6 Motorsports team, an all-veteran owned team. Moving forward now into row number 5 on the outside is car 12, Ethan Barker out of Houston, Texas in the eponymous Barker Racing team. Great to have Ethan with us again. And then we've got Tyke Durst in the number 17. Tyke out of Cary, North Carolina, just about an hour south of here. And he drives for Gunella Racing. Moving forward now into row number 4 on the outside. We talked to Matt Christensen prior to the start of the race in the number 45 car. He's out of Orlando, Florida for Velocity Racing Development, currently lying 5th in the points championship. Starting next to him is the 98 of Lucas Saint-Jean, a Quebecois from Lorraine, Quebec, Canada, for Jay Howard Driver Development, currently 10th in the points championship. In row 3 on the outside, number 76, Gabriel Fonseca from Sao Paulo, Brazil, for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Gabriel currently 8th in the championship. And next up is Bryson Morris, the man who is just 5 points behind our points leader in the number 39 car out of Mount Juliet, Tennessee, as we're getting a replay here of a car going off on the formation lap, and that is Daniel Carra. As you can see him going off just at the exit of the Snake. We're calling that the Optima S's. So hopefully Daniel will be able to get that car back underway, but a little too exuberant warming up those tires. Anyway, getting back to our grid, we're in row 2 now, in 4th starting position. Car number 8 is Andre Castro out of New York City. He drives for Future Star Racing, just doing a partial season with us. We've only seen him at one other race round, and that was at the Mid-Ohio Sportscar course. He finished in the points in 5th position in this morning's race. Next up is Carl Bennett in car number 9 out of Yorba Linda, California for Gunella Racing. And on the front row, we've got the number 65 of Noah Ping for Velocity Racing Development, a driver out of Buford, Georgia, and your pole sitter. We talked to him early. He is the number 66 of Ryan Sheehan out of Horseshoe Bay, Texas, near Austin, and he's also a driver for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. He'll start on the pole. The drivers are gridded based on the fastest lap they turned during this morning's first race of the weekend. So that's what determines their grid position. And again, a couple drivers, Lockie Hughes and Seth Brown, issued penalties for in-race infractions. Because of the drama this morning, we did not have a chance for our standard procedure, which is a Formula One style standing start, but we're going to have it here as these cars rolling into position on the front straightaway. You can see two of our stewards putting the front row into position. They will now jump over the pit wall as the rest of the drivers being coached into their starting boxes here on the front straightaway by crew members in radio communication with each of the drivers as the tail end of the field just now coming into view. As the last couple rows coming into position, the light gantry has 5 red lights. 2 green lights will illuminate when the grid is set, and that will alert the drivers that the start sequence is about to begin. The green lights are now on, and the start sequence has begun. 5 red lights illuminate at 1-second intervals. When they all go out, we are away, and they have done so. And it's a good jump for Ryan Sheehan. Jumping right in behind him, however, is Noah Ping as everybody gets away safely, and we are on the way to turn number 1. This weekend, it's the Mission Foods turn number 1, known as the Horseshoe to the locals here. As they head down toward turn 1, side by side is the order of the day. Let's hope everybody gets through, and already we have a car going wide, and I think that is Noah Ping that has gone wide. As the rest of the field going single file down into NASCAR, turn number 3. As you can see, they're beginning to get line astern as they work their way toward turn 4, known as the left hook. That's a passing opportunity that we see drivers take advantage of. Then the right-hander, which works their way down into the S's, the lower S's, known as the Snake. The Optima S's, we're calling it. You can see the Optima battery signage, and we're going to go full course yellow right away as we're going to have to recover that car off at turn number 1. Unfortunately, it got high centered as the driver attempted to re-enter the course. Ryan, this course is very tricky, and I talked about this in the earlier race, that it's a racetrack that punishes drivers for going off because the ground falls away from the edge of the racetrack in so many places. Once you drop a couple wheels off, you're going for a long ride.
Yeah, exactly. I like to call it a old school racetrack, a real racetrack where, you know, if you make a mistake, you get punished here. So, yeah, unfortunate there. Just looked like he got a little bit high centered there at turn 1. But, yeah, I love this track. This is definitely my favorite track on the calendar. But, yeah, if you make a mistake around here, it's definitely going to cost you.
Yeah, we saw a quick look at Noah Ping as he is indeed the driver off at turn 1. Daniel Carra has made it around into the pit lane with a damaged rear wing. As you can see the replay from the drone shot. As Ryan Sheehan getting the jump, Noah Ping trying to go around the outside of Sheehan as they head toward turn number 1. Side by side they are. And Noah just carried his braking a little bit too late, got wide, dropped 2 wheels off, and that is the problem. And he tried to get back on track, but of course now the car is centered in the middle and the wheels off the ground, and he cannot continue. So that's the reason for this early full course yellow, to get Noah Ping back on the racetrack. So Ryan Sheehan is your leader behind the safety car. Bryson Morris in second spot. Bryson started this race well back in 5th position, so he's made a good jump here on the first lap. Andre Castro also making a good start, started 4th, currently running 3rd. Lucas St. John in the 98 started 7th, is up to 4th. Gabriel Fonseca in the 76 car, currently running in 5th spot. Tyke Durst in 6th. Ethan Barker in 7th. Lockie Hughes made up a lot of ground. Goodness gracious, he started back in row 9, and our points leader already up to 8th position. He's picked off half the field. I wouldn't have guessed that possible, but he's done it.
Yeah, it was definitely a good start there from Lockie. He's definitely very quick. I actually raced him in Australia a few years ago in F4, so yeah, he's definitely fast. It was unfortunate what happened in race 1, so it'll be interesting now that the field's been reset and see how many more spots he can make up throughout the rest of the race.
We can getting a view down on pit lane. Another driver with an issue, the 08 of Alex Berg, now being shown at the back in 18th position. And his steering wheel's coming off, and that is day done for Alex Berg. You can see a little divot on the side of the car. He's apparently had contact with someone, and that has put him out of the running. So Alex Berg and Daniel Carra both with damage here on the first lap. Jacob Bolin and Carl Bennett have not come by yet. Noah Ping off there at turn number 1, being shown currently in 15th spot as the field stacks up behind the safety car. As we are working race lap number 2. We'd like to get a full green flag race in here. The F4 drivers, some as young as 15 years of age, sometimes can be a little over exuberant. Noah Ping just flashing by our commentary position as he'll be able to catch up with the back of the field, and he'll start 15th. But Ryan, I know you're a little bit older, but as a driver comes right out of go-karting to a full-size race car like this, there's some adjustments that need to be made. You've got a lot of car around you that you're not used to navigate.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a big step up, and the tracks are so much. If you make a mistake here, it's going to cost you a lot more than what it would say in a go-kart. So it's just a massive learning phase for people. I mean, it's unfortunate that we can't get some green laps, full race on the green, but that's all part of their learning experience for everyone in the field. So it's just part of that process, and unfortunately mistakes what makes you better almost. If you can learn from your mistakes and keep building from there, that's what's going to elevate you further up the grid.
Got a shot down on the pit lane of Jacob Bolin in the number 25 car with some wing damage. The IGY6 team, unfortunately, having a bad bit of luck there as Jacob had contact with someone. You'll notice from the drone shot there's some track activity going on inside the racetrack, as there's an event, a streetcar event, here as part of the Speed Tour this weekend that is going on what they call the Patriot course, which is sort of an infield race course here at VIR. This beautiful facility has multiple configurations, so don't be alarmed if you see a tin top running around on the inside of the course. That is allowed to be there. As you can see, the field's still behind the safety car. The lights are still on, which indicates we're going to go around at least one more lap behind the safety car. As Ryan Sheehan anxious to get back underway, I'm sure, with Bryson Morris right behind him. Lockie Hughes able to minimize the damage after having started clear back in the 9th row, has already picked up half the field up into 8th position. And he brought Seth Brown with him, who also started all the way at the back. Seth Brown up to 9th, as those two have run in lockstep through the back part of the field. And again, helped a bit by some cars coming together deeper in the pack, as we've lost Carl Bennett, Jacob Bolin, Alex Berg, and Daniel Carra. Little technical difficulty getting our broadcast onto the
Mission
PA.
Foods Austin Speed Tour returns to Circuit of the Americas November 4th through the 6th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, SVRA, and the Vintage Racing National Championships, International GT, FR, and F4 US Championships, and the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show featuring Corvette Invasion. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Back with you now at Virginia International Raceway as we're under a caution behind the safety car. A number of cars with issues. Noah Ping with a spin right at the first turn. He has caught up and is now at the back of the pack, currently in 15th position. But we had damage from Jacob Bolin and Alex Berg, as well as Carl Bennett, who have not come around. We also saw Daniel Carras spin on the formation lap and unfortunately banked into the tire barrier, damaging the rear wing on his number 10 car. And we understand from the race director that we are going to go green this time by, as the safety car working its way up the hill through the climbing S's. Every driver I've talked to, Ryan, says the climbing S's is their favorite part of this racetrack. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's a pretty cool sensation going up through there. So for us in the FR car and as well for these guys out there in the F4 car, it's fully flat, no lifting. So yeah, it's definitely pretty cool. And yeah, in general, it's a pretty high-speed track. So yeah, I absolutely love it.
Yeah. Well, you've mentioned it's your favorite track that we go to, and that's high praise from a driver of your experience. As the driver's down at the southern end of the racetrack. Turn 11, we're calling the Franklin Road Turn 11 this weekend. And Turn 12, the famous oak tree bend. So named because there used to be a big old oak tree right at the apex of that turn that sadly was struck by lightning a few years ago. And the old oak tree had to go by the wayside. But the name of the turn still remains, as does the hog pen turn down at Turn 17, as back in the day, there was a hog pen just to the outside of the racetrack. This track, although founded in 1957, went through a fallow period in the late 70s for almost 20 years. It was closed down and basically turned back into a farmer's field. But some very visionary new owners, Connie Nyholm and her partners, purchased the track and reopened it in the early 2000s, and it is a destination racetrack. Not only was it fully repaved, but all sorts of amenities you can see on the climbing S's, those beautiful villas just off the racetrack. They have a shooting range. There's just all sorts of activities going on here all season long in this beautiful racetrack right on the Virginia-North Carolina border. Now the acceleration zone is right there at Turn 17, and right away Ryan Sheehan takes advantage and he gets his foot down, but it looks like Bryson Morris is getting a good run on him. They are now 3 wide on the way to turn number 10. On the outside, that's the 98 of Lucas St. Jean trying to go around the outside. St. Jean going for the lead as he gets tapped by the 8 of Andre Castro in the Future Star Racing Machine. So he goes around, but he's managed to keep it on the racetrack, it looks like, and he will be able to rejoin. So St. John now back to the back after a great start, put him up inside the top 10. We'll follow the progress of Lockie Hughes as he's continuing to work his way forward. But it looks like the 8 of Andre Castro has taken over the lead of this motor race. Ryan Sheehan just behind him. Then the 39 of Bryson Morris. Those two go side by side as they enter the climbing S's. That was a brave move by Bryson. Just behind them, Gabriel Fonseca, all part of that battle as well. Actually, that's Lockie Hughes in the 6, just behind those two. Up to 4th position already. So Lockie, after starting in 18th spot, has already worked his way up into 5th place. Down this long, 4,000-foot long back straightaway, and then the 3,000-foot long front straightaway, lending to the high-speed nature of this beautiful racetrack. As you can see, very undulating, a lot of vertical in it as they climb up here to the roller coaster. And down they come, and of course the camera does not do it justice. That's a lot steeper than it looks on camera, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty cool coming down the hill there. Again, both cars are flat coming down the hill, so yeah, super exciting last sector of the track, and it really sets you up for the main run down the main straight here.
Andre Castro getting a great jump on the restart, leads this single file parade with Bryson Morris in 2nd. Ryan Sheehan in 3rd. Lockie Hughes having set the fast lap of the race just behind Ryan Sheehan. Bryson Morris doing what he needs to do to continue to close the points gap as Sheehan and Lockie Hughes go side by side in the battle for 3rd. Sheehan on the inside will have the advantage as they exit NASCAR. Now work their way toward turn 4, known as the left hook. That 4-car battle breaking away just a bit from the 5th place runner, Seth Brown, again, who started dead last on the field. And Noah Ping, remember, he spun on lap 1, turn 1, has recovered for 6th place. So we've had a couple drivers just blasting up through the field here. Lockie Hughes being one of them. We're watching that battle right now between Lockie and Ryan Sheehan as the battle for the final step on the podium. You can see those beautiful villas just off camera through that very tricky high-speed turn known as South Bend. And then that sets up for the Franklin Road turn 11 and then Oak Tree Bend turn number 12. No track limits being exercised there. This track penalizes you if you go over the edge of the track. And so the race director said in the pre-race drivers meetings that they wouldn't be policing track limits, as we've got a battle for the lead as Bryson Morris goes for the lead. And he has got a nose ahead as they make the run up toward the roller coaster. And Bryson Morris has taken that lead. Bryson Morris into the lead as they head down the roller coaster. Andre Castro now back in 2nd spot. Ryan Sheehan just behind him. Lockie Hughes back to 4th. There's no change there, but Bryson Morris using the draft to perfection to get around Andre Castro and take over the lead of this motor race. In fact, he's put out a little distance right now. In fact, Ryan Sheehan is going to have a go as he's tucked right on the gearbox of Andre Castro. He's going to try to go around the outside. He's got a nose ahead. He'll have to stay side by side as they go through turn 1, and now he's gotten it done. Great job for the two teammates from Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Ryan's given a little bit of applause here, and Lockie Hughes goes around Andre Castro. So Castro in the Future Star Racing number 8 goes from the lead to 4th in the matter of about half a lap. Ryan, I'm sure it's your preparation of these cars that has put them so well out in front. You know?
I'd like to say that, but we have a great team at Kiwi Motorsport. Everyone chips in and makes these cars super fast. So it's nice to see the two Crosslink Kiwi cars out front right now, and let's hope they can hold on for the last 5 minutes here and finish at the same spot they are right now.
4.5 minutes remaining on the countdown clock. And right at the moment, the teammates Bryson Morris and Ryan Sheehan at the point. Another great drive for the number 4 of Seth Brown as he has worked his way all the way up to 5th position. In fact, I think he's dropped back to 6th as Noah Ping has gotten around him. So Ping now up into 5th, and he has set fast lap of the race. And that will put him on the pole provisionally for race number 3 tomorrow morning. But as you can see, it's pretty much a 4-car breakaway with Morris, Sheehan, Hughes, and Castro in that order. And then the battle behind them between Seth Brown and Noah Ping as those two just now coming down the hill. Lockie Hughes making a move on Ryan Sheehan and getting it done. Hughes up to 2nd now. So can Lockie go from row 9 to the front before this one is over? What a recovery drive. The drive of a champion for sure. But that's opened the door for Bryson Morris to get a little breathing room. He's opened up a bit of a gap. And now Andre Castro wants a piece of Ryan Sheehan, as those two are nose to tail. Sheehan going to try to go around the outside of Hughes to repay the favor as they go through Mission Foods turn number 1. Now he's got the inside line. That will be an advantage for him as he comes up to NASCAR. Sheehan in the red tinted car has the advantage. That's Hughes going out wide, right out to the edge of the track. And now Andre Castro is going to dive to the inside of Lockie Hughes. Can't quite close the deal. Meanwhile, Bryson Morris working his way out in front at the line. He had 0.6 of a second lead, but the battle behind him is far from settled with just about 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this one. This is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in your camera shot as they climb through the S's and head toward South Bend. Staying line astern as they work their way toward Franklin Road turn 11. Andre Castro looking racy. He would like to get that position back from Lockie Hughes. Currently in the 3rd spot. Noah Ping resetting fast lap of the race as he has come completely from the back after that first lap incident. And he is gradually reeling this group in. I think he's getting a little bit closer. On his last lap, he was at a 57.1. Andre Castro in 4th at the line. was at a 57.9 as we got a car into the barrier. It's one of the Howard cars, and it's the 7 of Al Maury. So Al Maury into the barrier here. And sadly, that may well bring out a safety car here as we are getting in the closing laps of this one. Coming down through Hogpen, the Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers Hogpen. Bryson Morris out in front, but the battle is on for the final podium step. Andre Castro and Noah Ping, and they're going to throw the checkered flag early. Bryson Morris takes the win. And we're seeing Lockie Hughes got up to second at the checkered flag as he was able to draft by Andre Castro. Ryan Sheehan coming home in the 4th spot. Noah Ping doing a great job to come up to 5th after being shuffled all the way to the back in that first lap, first turn incident. Seth Brown, another recovery drive, starting dead last, comes home in 6th. Matt Christensen comes home in 7th spot. Tyke Durst in the 17 will finish 8th. Lucas Ficuri in 9th. And Michael Boyadzis in the final points-paying position in 10th spot. Lucas St. John, Matty Alst, Gabriel Fonseca, Ethan Barker will round out the cars running at the finish. Al Maury bringing out the yellow flag at the end here, causing us to go to the checkered flag just a little bit early. Ryan, a better race than we had this morning, although not completely clean.
Yeah, exactly. It was a good race up there at the front in those last few laps, and it's nice to see a crossing Kiwi car get the win. So big congrats to Bryson, and yeah, unfortunate for Ryan there at the end, just got shuffled. It looks like it at turn 14 there on that last lap. So still good points for both of them in the championship, and yeah, pretty impressive drive for Lockie to come from the back row of the grid all the way up to 2nd. So congratulations to him.
Yeah, unofficially, I think Bryson will take the points lead because he gets 25 for the win. Lockie will get 18 for 2nd, and there was a 5-point difference between them. So I think Bryson has the lead going into the 3rd race of the weekend. Andre Castro coming home in that 3rd spot. I'm going to head down to Victory Circle to interview our winner. Meanwhile, Jonathan Green has sprinted back to the commentary booth, and he will take over as we with the highlights as we're heading down to Victory Circle. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Ryan.
Thanks, guys. Great job. And as always, plenty of drama in that one. I would call it more of an amble, though. My sprint. But thank you very much, and what a change around your fortunes, and it's not over yet. We've got one more race to go from F4. Same with FR. 2 races to go there. And the championship's very much hanging in the balance. And as they come into Parc Fermé, John's going to make his way down there and hear from the top 3. But there was plenty going on in that one. This man, well, he said to me, didn't he, pre-grid, I'm going for it. I'm going to get on the podium. He's done just that. Well done. And if our calculations are right, we may well have taken the championship lead. And that is bad news for the Australian. So, as you heard from Max Crawford there, pre-race, they really want an American to come good in F4. And here is one to look at for sure. Got the stars and stripes on the lid. And the first to congratulations, Gary Orton, his team manager. He is the Kiwi in Kiwi Motorsport, as is Tina. A pair of them run this team like clockwork, and that's why they're multiple champions in this series. And they just keep bringing the youngsters through each and every year. Now here's your next one.
It's pretty nice. I think I've got a Facebook.
Yeah, we started the weekend off with Bryson Morris in, what, 2nd place, but it was close in terms of points, and Lockie Hughes for Jay Howard has not had the best of weekends so far, but he can recover, and he'll be back, and certainly it's not worth worrying about yet. There's a lot of racing still to come from this championship. I can see John Phippen is down there. Let's take a look at the highlights then. Away they went from the start, dust flying up at the first corner. Yellow flags waved. Alex Berg, the first casualty to get out of the car, and then at the restart, once again, Ryan Sheehan right in the middle of it in the 66, and so too Castro. But another spinner, this time the 88 going round. Well, things got started again, and away we went. Always drama here, and there was more to come. Into the barriers went the number 7 heavily. But no stopping. Bryson Morris, an excellent win for him. So without further ado, let's join John Phippen. He's down in Parc Fermé, where he greets the top 3. Over to you. And while we wait, we'll take a short break. We'll be back from VIR after this.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
My name is Jason Alder, and I'm the driver of the number 77 Ligier JS F3 car. Being a race car driver is cool and all, but it's really nothing when you're not utilizing it for a good cause, like spreading the word for type 1 and type 2 diabetes. It does a lot for me personally, and does a lot for the FDA.
Some of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes are sudden weight loss, vision changes, frequent urination. So remember to check, don't guess, it may not be the flu, and that education is knowledge, and knowledge is the power to help save lives. Go to dfda.info to check out Rocco's story. Thank you and have a great day.
Welcome back to the VIR Mission Foods Speed Tour. Sorry, I said that wrong. The Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour. Looking at this beautiful drone coverage through our paddock at my favorite group of the weekend. This number 12 here, a 1967 Ginetta G12. That's a Group 5B car. Then the 61A of Joe Blacker. 1964 Brabham BT8. Beautiful in that SVRA blue. So this is Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B. My favorite group, some beautiful cars at one of the most beautiful racing circuits in the world. Chris D'Amico in that 1971 Malik 11B. You know, it's rare that Chris D'Amico isn't at a race this season. And I got to give it up for him. The other night we had a track walk where anybody could walk the track at sunset just to get to know the track. And there he is out there walking around VIR with some friends and family. Then John Nash, last year's Gold Cup recipient in a 1961 Lotus Super 7. That's our first Group 3 car in the field. Again, this is Group 1, 3, 4, and 5B. The first three are 5Bs, then a Group 3 car. Then we've got Scott Frazier, all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, 1958 Austin Healey Sprite. His whole family's here. Then I got to talk a little bit about this next one. Wyatt Foster is in his own race against today's Gold Cup recipient, Carl George. If Wyatt can beat Carl by 12 seconds, Carl owes Wyatt $1, a whole $1. So that's Wyatt Foster racing Rogers, 1967 Porsche 912. And the 912s were pretty rare. A lot of people don't know that. That is basically the 911 body, the early 911 body, but they had that kind of 356 air-cooled engine in them. That's a 1967 Porsche 912. Then Peter Yustavinas in a 1964 MG Little Person. If you're watching this from home on our YouTube, leave some comments, some questions. We'll try to get them answered. Go to SpeedTour TV on YouTube, because I want to know, do I need to call it the MG Midget, which it is, or MG Little People? I don't want to be canceled. That's David Porter there, starting in 8th place, 1965 Ford Lotus Cortina Mark I. What a beautiful car. And David, thank you so much for bringing that. Looks like they're going out. Right now, I've got my laptop here. I'm going to get us going here. So make sure you leave some comments. Tell us where you're watching from. Tell us who you're rooting for. We're about to have some fun up here as John Phippen is going to come up and join us. John, he's coming to get his equipment, he says. Yeah, he's been announcing the F4 races. But make sure you join us on SpeedTour TV on YouTube. And I'm going to read us through the grid. So we stopped at 8th place David Porter in that Ford Lotus Cortina Mark I. Then behind him is Simon Briggs in a 1972 MGB, the yellow MGB. Followed by Chase Maurer in the 1990 Honda CRX front-wheel drive. Thomas Grudovich in a 1960 Elva 200 FJ. Gary Jepson in a Volvo P1800, a beautiful Volvo P1800, blue and white. Brian Schammer in a 1992 Mazda Miata, because the Mazda Miata Heritage Cup is also in this group. Rick Frazier, who is Scott Frazier's dad, is in the 1972 MG Midget. Alan Good is in a 1967 beautiful Triumph TR4A. Andy McLean, Emmy Award winner, Andy McLean in a 1958 Austin Healey Bug-Eye Sprite. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, Emmy Award winning Andy McLean. Eric Russell, 1961 MGA. John Stanford in a 1965 Turner MK3. Doug Sanders in a 1974 Fiat 124 Spider. John Hasty's back with us in a 1962 TR3B. And then today's Gold Cup recipient, longtime friend of mine, the guy that actually got me into vintage racing. He brought me to my first vintage racing here in 2009 for the Gold Cup. Today's winner of the VIR Gold Cup, one of the most coveted trophies in vintage racing, is Carl George in a 1959 MGA. So congratulations, Carl. Charles Hollid in a 1967 Lotus 7. Michael Orrit, 1959 Elva Mark IV. Hervey Park in a 1960 Elva 200 FJ Formula Junior. Alan Schammer in a 1999 Mazda MX-5. Mark Haynes in a Group 1 1963 Triumph Spitfire. Thomas Phelan in a 1967 SRL Datsun 311. And William Damaris Jr. in what is my favorite car of the weekend, a 1960 Falcon Shells Competition 2. Such a beautiful car. I looked at this being tech inspected yesterday. That's 28 cars in our Group 1, 3, 4, 5B, and Mazda Heritage. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, leave some comments, leave some questions. Where you're watching from, who are you rooting for? Give us all the good stuff. So we're looking down high above, beautiful weather here. It's always kind of hit and miss here at VIR. If you watch the SCCA runoffs last weekend, they had some rain. If you're looking down here at the Patriot, bottom left, that's the track. Inside the track, we have Optima Search for the ultimate street car here, running laps. So we've got a race within a race, in a race within a race, because we've got different groups racing in this race around our big track, and then there's a race going on inside the little track in the infield. They're about to come down the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers roller coaster section here at Virginia International Raceway for the Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour. We just presented the Gold Cup, a very coveted trophy here at VIR, and the driver is in this group. I love the look of that Ginetta up front. It's a beautiful car. Led by two really beautiful cars. That's 64 Brabham and SVRA Blue. And then there's longtime friends. They always paddock next to each other. Chris D'Amico and John Nash. Let's see if they're that friendly as they go around turn 1 and 2. Look at them lined up 2 by 2, just as they should be. Beautiful execution of lining up under the pace lap. The Volvo's fallen a little bit behind, trying to get a good jump. But we go green here as they come around the Mission Foods starter stand into Mission Foods turn 1 here at Virginia International Raceway. Joey Bajalat in the 1967 Ginetta. Ooh, and Joe Blacker gets up right behind him and thinks better of it, gets on the brakes, and it looks like Peter Eustavinas off there at turn 1. Mission Foods turn 1, Peter Eustavinas and that MG Midget going off. Now we're getting a little bit of a gap. Looks like Chase Maurer in that Honda Civic's getting a little bit racy. Maybe looking inside there. And here they come around the Optima Batteries S's under that Michelin bridge here at VIR. You can see Scott Frazier and Wyatt Foster wanting to get around that Austin Healey. Wyatt Foster is in Rogers' Porsche 912 from 1967. Then there's Chase Maurer that just got around the 1972 MGB of Simon Briggs. But what a beautiful car these Ginettas are. In hardtop or soft top, just racy vehicles as they come around the Franklin Road Apparel Horseshoe here at VIR. So again, if you're watching from home, leave us a comment. Where are you watching from and who are you rooting for? I'll be reading that out here as soon as I get this loaded. Oh, we've got Steve Kaplan saying, go David Porter. So we've got some David Porter fans. I love David Porter's car. He's in that Cortina. the Ford Lotus Cortina of 1965. But look at this, we've got a great race here up at front. That's a car 61 of Joe Blacker, 61A, 1964 Brabham BT8. Looks like he's slightly closing the gap, might be in the draft here on Joey Beaujolais, taking the pass. Let's see if he can hold on to it. Going into Mission Foods turn 1, a little flash of the headlights possibly, and it looks like Joe Blacker side by side as they go into Mission Foods turn 1. There is a little bit of grip there on the outside that Joey Beaujolais was taking advantage of, but now it looks like Blacker has the advantage. Beautiful drone shots here from the Green Flight team. And Chris D'Amico right behind him. Don't count out Chris D'Amico. Chris D'Amico likes to make a lot of late race charges in that 1971 Malik 11B. As you see, the great crowds here at the Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour for some great drone flights. There's Chris D'Amico there just following back as they come through Optima Batteries S's here at VIR. That's that 1971 Malik 11B. And like I said, it's rare not to see Chris D'Amico at our races. I think he's been at almost every single one on the East Coast here. I love these shots. Now we're high above on the drone. There's a good shot there of the Optima Search for the Ultimate Streetcar Challenge here visiting with us. We had the biggest car show we've ever had here at the Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour. We've got Optima Search for the Ultimate Streetcar, SVRA International GT, Trans Am, FR, and F4. What a weekend. So tickets are still available. You can go to VIR now to get tickets. You do not want to miss this fantastic event as we see Joe Blacker right ahead of Joey Beaujolais in that 1967 Ginetta as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Roller Coaster and Horseshoe. This is going to be quite a race here at the front here in our Group 5B. Let's see if Joey Beaujolais can close this gap a little bit. Looks like the Brabham is pulling away. Oh, and there's John Nash, last year's VIR Gold Cup recipient as he comes through Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Hog Pen turn. Beautiful shots. I love these Lotus Super 7s because you can really see them working the wheels there as he goes over the hill. Beautiful shots here. Look at that as he comes into Mission Foods turn 1 at the Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour. Beautiful car control here of John Nash and that Lotus Super 7 from 1961. You can see his hands working. Very smooth driving there from John Nash. So after John Nash, it looks like Wyatt Foster in the 1967 Porsche 912, followed by Scott Frazier in the 1958 Austin Healey Sprite. Adam Crossfire, what a great name, Adam. He says he loves the little Ginetta. Ghost, I didn't see anything happening in turn 3. And we've got Cheshire, UK, watching Adam Crossfire all the way from the UK. So, Adam, thank you very much. And we're looking there. There's Wyatt Foster going up the beautiful S's here. Chase Maurer in that Honda CRX. We're panning around. There's one of the Mazda Miatas. And now we're at drone shots over the, what a beautiful weekend here at the Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour. As you can see in the scoring up front, Joe Blacker is ahead by just less than a second. So he'd be in the DRS zone if this was Formula One. Followed by Joey Beaujolais. I hope I'm saying your name right, Joey, because it's such a beautiful car. That 67 Ginetta G12. And now we've got a gaggle of cars coming up, and it looks like Wyatt and Scott Frazier might be catching up to John Nash, I'm sorry. So that's John Nash followed by Wyatt Foster, followed by Scott Frazier as they come down. Big Machine Vodka, Spike Coolers, Roller Coaster, and Hog Pen section. Look at that. It looks like Wyatt Foster, who actually is one of the instructors here at Kaizen Autosports in that red Porsche, and then there's Scott Frazier. So if you want to get into this, look no further than Kaizen Motorsports here at VIR for some great racing instruction. They also have some cars that you can rent out on track. But Wyatt Foster showing us why he's one of the instructors there in a 1967 Porsche 912. Wyatt Foster, born in 1991, racing a 1967. Then it looks like Chase Maurer was maybe waving out the window, telling Peter Eustavinus he's going to let him through, which he's doing, knowing Peter went off there at turn 1 at the beginning and is caught back up in that beautiful 1964 MG Midget. So some good heads-up driving from Chase Maurer. It's such a mixed group. But Scott Frazier and Wyatt Foster, they seem to be the battle to be following out there. Coming around these twisty bits, the Optima Batteries S's. There's Peter Eustavinus there in the 1964 MG Midget. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the name of the car. Don't cancel me for saying that. And look at the smile on Scott Frazier's Bug-Eye Sprite coming through Optima Batteries S's section. Oh, it looks like he had a little metal to metal there. That wasn't there at the grid when I was there. So unfortunately, Peter Eustavinus, somebody got into his right front quarter panel there. We don't like that in vintage racing. That might have caused his off there into turn 1, Mission Foods turn 1. As we see them going around there, the Franklin Road Apparel Horseshoe. Oh, look at that, ladies and gentlemen, the Volvo P1800. What a beautiful car there of Gary Jepson, 1962. P1800 as they go around Franklin Road Apparel Horseshoe section here where the oak tree used to be. And that's Brian Schalmer in that 1992 Mazda Miata. Look at this battle between a Volvo and a Miata. 30-year difference between those two cars. Beautiful drone shots. Only a track walk sitting on top of the roller coaster there will show you how long of a drop this really is. Really a lot of elevation lost there. You can't really see it in-car or on video. You have to experience it yourself. Look at that. Beautiful car. John Stanford in the 1965 Turner MK3 Mark. There's the number 2, John Stanford. Look at him moving the wheels there. That's a 1965 Turner Mark III. I'd love to get a shot of the black 107 MGA. Looks like going into Mission Foods turn 1 right now. He's our Gold Cup recipient. Looks like we're racing lap 5 of 7. Look at this beautiful crowd here at the Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour. So happy to have people out here. The weather is perfect. People are itching for some good racing happening here. Unbelievable shots here of our drone. There we go. Look at that. Thank you, cameramen. There's that black and white MGA. One of the most sought-after trophies of vintage racing is the VIR Gold Cup. Such greats as Walt Hankson, Roger Penske, Paul Newman, Jim Hall, Bobby Ray Hall, Caesar Cohn, John Nash, John Cloud, and now the recipient is Carl George in that black 107 MGA from Zapata Racing out of Nashville, Tennessee. So thank you so much and congratulations, Carl George. and Zapata Racing for winning the coveted VIR Gold Cup. As we circle high above and our drone over this green grass at VIR. They've gotten a lot of rain here lately, so it should be green grass. And look at this gaggle coming up to the top of the roller coaster. Such a long straightaway here, an uphill and a downhill, as we see somebody making the pass here as they come around the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. I believe that's Peter Eustavinus over John Nash. Coming into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers roller coaster section. There's Carl George in that 107 black MGA behind Rick Frazier in that MG Midget. So that's not Peter Eustavinus. I'm not sure who that is. Can't really tell. Got side-by-side action here. Carl George, somebody's on the left, white flag. Here we go, beautiful. Another MGA there, that's the 61. Eric Russell, 1961 MGA. Oh, 3 wide. Going through, there's the leader, the blue car. Joe Blacker going through some of the lap traffic there. That should be Rick Frazier in that green car. There it is. Rick Frazier coming through Optima Batteries S's. There he is, the number 61. That's our leader. Let's see how well they can navigate through here. I don't see Joey Bajalat anywhere in the shot. We might have lost him, but there is our leader, Joe Blacker, 1964. Brabham BT8. Some beautiful shots here as they go up these S's. You can actually rent those villas here from VIR and have one of the best views in motorsports and stay here at the track. There's our Emmy Award winning Andy McLean here as they come around the Franklin Road Horseshoe in this, and John Hasty in that Triumph TR3. That is a big gaggle of cars. The great thing about vintage racing, especially in 1, 3, 4, and 5B, there's always somebody to be racing with. And even though Joe Blacker's out there in the front in that 64 Brabham, the real races are sometimes mid and back of the pack races back there with Rick Frazier, Alan Good, Andy McLean, Eric Russell, V. Carl George, and John Hasty. And here's our leader about to take the checkered flag as he comes down. Big Machine Vodka, Spike Coolers, roller coaster, and hog pen. What a beautiful shot. Beautiful car. The Brabham BT8. I'm hearing from Ghost that Peter Eustavinus got into it at turn 3. And there he is, taking the finish. Taking the checker flag is Joe Blacker. Congratulations, Joe, in Group 5, Brabham BT8. Looks like Chris D'Amico is going to be second in Group 5, second overall. And then there's a battle for first in Group 3. So congratulations there to Joe Blacker in that Brabham BT8. Adam Crossfire is talking about how beautiful the track is. I agree with that, Adam. You need to come over here and join us sometime. We've got Statesville, North Carolina. Man, you should be out here watching the Maurer clan. 86 Olds 442. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for Group 1, 3, 4, 5B at the Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour. Stay tuned, but we're going to send it off to a break.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway. It's a beautiful afternoon here. The sun has finally come out, and we're ready to go for some more Mission Food VIR SpeedTour. Looking forward to that. Yes, it's a beautiful afternoon here in VIR, and we're looking forward to some good racing. And alongside me, Ben Sissel.
Yeah! Here we are, Group 6. This is going to be a really fun race. Having some audio problems up here. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but look at this beautiful. Ooh, I got some good stuff to show here. George, our cameraman, we kind of pre-planned this, too, beforehand. Look at this beautiful #1 car there, Scott Borchetta. But look at this, Jonathan. New helmets. Look at this beautiful artwork there on the helmet. You can't really see it, but it's lightly checkerboarded there in that purple, matching his #1 Corvette.
Gotta love it.
So you gotta love that. Scott Borchetta always putting on a show in every element. And then look at this. The new logo for Big Machine Racing is his #1 championship Corvette. Champion in Group 6 for a couple of years now running. But then we've got a little bit of a horsepower versus handling, because that is Todd Treffert there in a Group 6 1974 Porsche 911. This is a 2.1-liter engine, but with a behemoth of a turbo on it. So it's kind of different approaches here at VIR with these two front-running cars, Scott Borchetta, Todd Treffert. They put on a great show at Watkins Glen a few weeks ago, but that was in the rain, so let's see what they can do here in the dry. Then in that Ginetta 2021 Group 12 Christian Shield, a Ginetta G56 GTA. We had a Ginetta in the last race in Group 1. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us on YouTube, go to SpeedTour TV. Leave us some comments. Where are you guys watching from? Who are you rooting for? Because drink a Rich Brow beer. How cool is that in a Ginetta? And then look at this Porsche 968 from 1992. Craig Hillis, we talked on the grid just a few minutes ago. This is his first. He's been with us a lot this season, but this is his first time racing at VIR. It's his first time racing anywhere on the East Coast, he calls it. He's from Seattle, and I just went down there to thank him for racing a 968. We just don't see many or any Porsche 968, so it's so cool, isn't it, Jonathan? And look at how beautiful the paddock and the weather here is this weekend.
Yeah, it's come good, finally. It's taken a while, but cars from 2021, I note, to 1963, or whichever way you look at it. So we've got quite a cross path of history in these groups.
That's Simon Lane in that 63 Corvette, the red 63 Corvette, so that is cool. Yeah, that's a way to point that out. That's we've got a history of motorsports here. That's Samuel Smith there and that John Bauckham Ford Mustang from 2005. Giving us the fist pounding. I like that. See? We get thumbs up. We get waves. But people don't like to ignore the camera. Look at all the people that have signed the back of his car here.
That's very cool.
That's Peter Heffring in that Ginetta G56 GTA. I'm guessing these are from the Kaizen Autosport School. If you want to learn how to race cars here at VIR, join Kaizen Autosport. We had an instructor. Wyatt was in the Group 1, 3, 4, 5B race last, and that's Peter Heffring in the 2021. Then the next car, the number 47, is Alan Davis in the 2020 BMW M2 CSR.
That's a 2020. That's a brand new car.
And I got to tell you about this. This is really neat. Talking to Alan before, these are fully automatic, air-conditioned race cars. And they're like, oh, we could race for the rest of our lives in these cars. They're super comfortable to drive. The inputs are amazing, but they are really well done. There's 2 of them out there by JR3. JR3 right across from Winter Circle there. And they always have some great BMWs out here with us. Bill Glaffin is in the other 2020 BMW M2 CSR. Oh, Jaguar E-Type of Scott Hawley. Beautiful car. Scott Hawley races with us in the stock car class 2. Also has a Porsche 911. But look at that.
That is gorgeous, isn't it? And it's mint too. 1963, another one of our oldest. We've got one Corvette from 63 and this Jaguar from 1963.
I love the lines of that. And you know what's funny is Enzo Ferrari loved the lines of that. And you know that's got to just eat at him.
He doesn't like that kind of thing.
But he always admitted that he thought the E-Type Jaguar was the prettiest car, and it really bothered him.
That a garagista could do such a thing.
Yeah. There's Bill Glavin there in that Group 12 BMW M2 CSR. So this is Group 6, 8, and 12. Group 6 and Group 8 is reminiscent of the early Trans Am days with the B sedan cars racing the big American V8s like this Chevy Camaro here. That should be Samuel Lecomte in a 1967 Chevy Camaro. Even our producers are saying in my ears that that's a nice car. So it's like you. They're over there in the Isle of Man, and they like the American muscle. And here I am from, obviously, America, and I like the British cars.
To be honest, our producer just wants a car. He walks to work.
Not a boat? Oh, too soon.
He lost that in the storm.
Yeah. That's Samuel Lecomte there in a 6 TAS. But what I was saying is it's reminiscent of the Trans Am days. We've got a lot of B sedan, 2.5-liter cars out there, and the American muscle cars. There's Daniel Schlickenmeyer in a 2007 Ford Mustang.
That's a good race name, and it's Schlickenmeyer. Yeah, you can see that at the 500.
That's true. That's pretty cool. It's
Daniel
made up.
Schlickenmeyer up on the banking. Yep.
I love it. Yeah. We need to announce a race like that, like they did back then.
Back in the day.
Toombs. So let's go through this fantastic grid as they come through Mission Foods Turn 1. We've got in first place Scott Borchetta, a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette. Second is Todd Treffert, 74 Porsche 911. Third is Christian Shield, 2021 Ginetta G56 GTA. And you know what? I'm going to stop there because this track, more than any other track maybe that we race, the first part of the track is like mechanical grip, you know, the first couple turns. Then you go to like downforce up to about turn 10, and then it's back to mechanical grip at 11 and 12, and then it's a drag race basically down to the roller coasters that's a little combination of mechanical grip. So it's an equalizing track, and being Group 6, 8, and 12, that's going to make for some really good racing in my opinion. Samuel Smith is in the 2005 Ford Mustang. Craig Hill is starting 4th in the Porsche 968. 6th is Peter Heffring in the 2021 Ginetta. 7th is Alan Davis in that BMW M2 CSR from 2020. Scott Hawley in that 63 Jaguar E-Type. Bill Glavin in the 2020 BMW M2. Samuel Lecomte, 1967 Chevrolet Camaro. Daniel Schlickenmeyer, Jonathan's favorite driver, the 2007 Ford Mustang. Paul Toombs, 1967 Chevrolet Camaro SS. I know that as being Shannon Ivy's car. So the weird thing about being in vintage racing is the cars change hands. The cars stay looking the same, but they change hands. So I might accidentally say Shannon Ivy. Sorry, Paul. Kyle August in a 1966 Ford Mustang. Renee Tursilla, 2017 Ford Mustang FP 350S. Scott Kissinger in a 71 Datsun 240. Beautiful car. David Agratellis in a 1974 Porsche IROC RSR. David Porter, Ford Escort, 1973. I think David Porter's brought the coolest cars here this weekend. Tom McGlynn in a 1972 Porsche 914. Norm Murdoch in a 72 Ford Capri. You're going to like that.
Yes.
Ron Pauly, 2004 Lexus IS 300. And Ron Pauly's Lexus looks different than it has before in the past. I wonder if that's a new one. George Wright in the 1972 Datsun 240Z. Simon Lane, 63 Chevrolet Corvette. Simon starting 22nd. Mark Hannafin in 23rd. Group 6, 1970 Chevrolet Corvette. Chevrolet Camaro Z28. Mark Davis, 66 Shelby GT350. Donald Tucker, 95 Mazda Miata. Tom Benjamin in a beautiful Alfa Romeo GTV B sedan. Skip Bryant in an E30 1987 BMW 325. Fred Beasley, 1980 Porsche 911. George Barber, 72 Datsun 240. Scott Birkland, 69 Porsche 911. Timothy Butler, Mazda RX-7 from 1989. And one of my favorite cars in 32nd, Glenn Maurer, the 1984 Alfa Romeo GT V6. Jonathan, let me put you on the spot. What's your favorite?
Well, that's a good question. I'm actually a big fan of that Alfa Romeo GTV, actually, from 69. Tom Benjamin's at the wheel. Love it. And what a perfect sight. VIR with the roller coaster, the light fading, and the shadows starting to form here in the afternoon sunshine as Scott Borchetta leads the field towards the start of our Group 6, Group 8, and Group 12. And everything just glistening nicely as Todd Treffert will try to get a jump in that 911 ahead of Scott Borchetta. But the grunt in that Corvette we've seen many a time over, and I'm sure we'll see it again down this long front straight here at VIR.
Look at them packed up, Jonathan. Beautiful. I'm going to let you take the call.
Here we go then. Along they go down the main straight, and already the Corvette starting to pull away as we get the green flag. The Porsche trying desperately to stay up, but these two at the front pulling away. The Jaguar doing a really good job of staying with the leaders and with the modern BMWs, and the Ginetta just in front, but they hide and dive into that right-hander, and already the Corvette of Scott Borchetta pulling away at the front.
Yeah, but don't count out Todd Treffert. Once he gets that big turbo and that 2.1-liter Porsche to spool up, look for him to maybe make some moves here as they come through the kind of tight, twisty bits that the Corvette doesn't have quite the advantage that the Porsche does. But look at this, side-by-side racing all the way through with a huge crowd here at the Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour.
Into the snake they go for the first time, and up towards the Optima S's. Here they come. Scott Borchetta leading the way from the Porsche, then comes the Ginetta, and they're starting to spread out big time already. Massive field here in our three groups, 6, 8, and 12, and up the hill they come.
I love these shots as they come up the hill there.
Well, that's late,
going through the S's, which is pretty much flat out for most of the cars. There's sometimes a little bit of a lift, but nobody should be hitting the brakes there. There's Samuel Smith in that 2005 Ford Mustang, beautiful car. I think that's prepared by John Backham. But look at that, Todd Treffert right up there, right behind Scott Borchetta down the straightaway. Scott should have a little bit of an advantage on Todd with a little bit more horsepower.
Now we start to see them spread out from our drone shot, looking over the forests of North Carolina and Virginia as the sun goes down.
But look at them close the gap there on the brakes, because this car's a little bit lighter, a little bit more nimble as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler's roller coaster. This is quite a sight to see, isn't it, Jonathan?
No question about it. And Borchetta, talking of spiked coolers, is under pressure now already from the 41, because you're right, that nimble Porsche really doing the business, under braking, and he should have another run at him into the hog pen at the bottom of the hill as they hit the main straight again, and that's how close they are.
Now look, Scott's going to pull a little bit of a gap from him here with that high horsepower Corvette. Todd's trying to stay right behind him, but as they come into Mission Foods turn one, Todd should have the advantage now from now until about the bottom of the S's. Should have a little bit more nimble, a little bit easier to put the power down on that whale-tailed 1974. That's a tribute Le Mans winning Porsche.
Yeah, and as they come into NASCAR turn 3 and turn 4 and then head into the S's and up to the Optima S's, you're right, that's where the Porsche should have the advantage, but it's about 2 lengths, 3 lengths, and then he'll open it up again at the exit of the Optima S's, and then he'll try and build on it again down the Franklin Road turn 11 back straight.
Really cool shots from the drone that can kind of show you how they're gapping, and then look at that Ginetta coming up right behind him, not getting out of the sight. Then there's the Samuel Smith in the 2005 Ford Mustang, and then that Porsche 968. But man, look at the lines on that Ginetta. We had a vintage Ginetta in our Group 1, 3, 4, 5B race, and that is a beautiful car. Love the Ginetta still running too. Kind of a boutique motorworks out of England, but just they make some beautiful cars.
Yeah, like all English motorsport or manufacturers anyway, car and sports car manufacturers. Very small company in Leeds in Yorkshire, England, but Ginetta have definitely fought above their weight, just as MG did in their day, and long may it continue.
Yeah, I love it. Look at this, maybe making a pass there, I think, is Craig Hillis on Samuel Smith. So that 9.68 overtaking that Ford Mustang on the straightaway. I wasn't expecting that.
Hillis still in 5th place in the 98, Heffring in 56 in 6th place, then Holly in 7th and Lecomte in 8th.
Some great shots in these drones. The Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers roller coaster as they drop down. And video doesn't do it justice of how big a drop that really is from the top of the hill.
Yeah, it's big.
There's that Kaizen Autosports Ginetta.
Well, that's the drive school here, yeah? At VIR,
Yeah.
if you want to learn how to drive fast, come and take the Kaizen school. I saw a leaflet on it earlier today.
Yep, that's Peter Heffring there in a 2021 Ginetta G56 GTA. Oh, look at that. There's that E-Type and a Camaro. Look at how high up that E-Type's sitting right now. And he's going to be hard on the brakes into Mission Foods Turn 1. Really well-balanced car, but like you said, that's like a Concours winning show car up close, and he's out there racing it with us.
And he's on 3 wheels as well. Just a touch off the ground there for a second.
Yeah, I saw a yellow flag there, a local yellow. I don't know what's happening there at Mission Foods Turn 1. Got a local yellow. High above on the drone, that Camaro of Samuel Lecomte right behind Scott Hawley.
Yeah, this is lining up to be a good battle as they come through the S's.
Yeah, a little handling versus horsepower. Look at how much bigger that Camaro is as they come up. This should be flat out for both of these gentlemen. Samuel Lecomte in the Camaro, Scott Hawley in that Jaguar E-Type.
E-Type holding his own for now, though.
This, to me, is the most treacherous turn there. What is that? Turn 10 here at
yeah,
VIR,
it's
because a lot of people
again you don't see it. Go ahead.
Yeah, and a lot of people overcorrect, get it wrong, and they actually spin out to the inside. You'd think they just run off into that huge grass area, but they overcorrect, spin into the inside. This is Alan Davis out there in the 2020 BMW M2. Oh no, Billy Glavin's in that Junior 3 racing, but Alan Davis was kind of roasting me this morning and told me not to say anything bad about him today. So have at it, Jonathan. You can have whatever. But he's having a ton of fun out there. His family and his friends are here visiting him. So Alan Davis, thanks for bringing that car back out here, 2020 BMW M2. But look at this, that battle between Scott Hawley and Samuel Lecomte. You can see Samuel Lecomte just sliding it out there. It looks like Samuel has the faster car, but doesn't matter if you're behind the other car.
Well, you say faster in a straight line.
Yes. You've got two Mustangs
Still that many
here.
straight lines here. That's the problem.
Yeah. There's your boy Daniel Schlickenmeyer, 2007 Ford Mustang.
Plenty of grunt too there as they pass our commentary position on lap 4 of 7 now. And we'll have plenty of feature action from all the groups tomorrow as well.
Look at that Shelby. Kyle August in a 66 Ford Mustang, Group 6 TAS. That is a beautiful car. I just have always really liked the lines.
Yeah, 65 and 66 are the two cars that really fastback as well. Love it.
Yeah. And here's the lineage of Ford Mustang. There's 3 different iterations of Ford Mustang in one shot right there. Man, did those spectators pick a good weekend to come out to VIR. And we're racing again tomorrow, so if you want tickets, go to VIRnow.com for tickets. Mission Foods, VIR SpeedTour is always a lot of fun.
Or if you can't make it, just tune in on the SpeedTour on the YouTube.
It's David Agratellis in the 1974 Porsche IROC RSR. And then it looks like Craig Hillis went off and must have come back on. So that's Craig Hillis falling way back. There's that Escort, David Porter.
I love the color scheme. I was out watching that yesterday, and it just pings that number 8.
Yeah. You can see his hands working, wearing white gloves. We appreciate white gloves in race cars. You can really see their hands. And that's with the 901 shop. Brady and his crew out of Florida.
Still Buschetta, Trafford, and Shield, your top 3. Samuel Smith still there in 4th, then Peter Heffring in 5th, and Scott Hawley. We've been watching that battle between he and Lecomte for the last couple of laps now.
And if you're watching on our YouTube channels, leave a comment. Any questions? If we've gotten it wrong, tell us, and we'll try to correct it. Tell us where you're watching from. I've got Sarasota, Florida, survivors of Hurricane Ian, Drive for Diabetes Awareness. So thanks for joining us.
Now, you asked which my favorite car is. I'm going to change it to the Ford Escort, the 1600. Love it. That's a cracker. That's a rally car right there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Beautiful car. This might be one of my favorite cars here this weekend, too. And David Porter always brings out some really cool cars. But I just love the lines of the Ford Escort. The British Ford Escort.
Correct.
It sounds funny to say, but that's the case.
Well, it's funny. I think Ford are the only motor company from America that can establish themselves somewhere like Australia and have it to be totally normal to say Ford, and also have it completely normal to say Ford as a British Ford.
Yeah. That was Ron Pauly there in that Lexus. And that's a different livery on that Lexus. I don't know if it's the same one or if he has a new one.
So Borchetta has now extended his lead to 2.4 seconds now ahead of Treffert in that Porsche 911. So they've kept it there, and Shield staying third at the moment in the Ginetta. Schlickermeyer still in the top 10 in car number 71. That's the Ford Mustang from 2007. Datsun coming up.
There's George Wright in that Datsun 1972 Datsun 240 in that BRE kind of livery combo. Beautiful car. I love the lines of that car.
Yeah.
Because I love the MGB GT, and it's based on that. And I feel like they just improved on the MGB GT, made it reliable, a little bit more power.
Mr. Morrison turning his grave to hear you say.
Well, there's what I was going to call the Shannon Ivy car. That's Paul Toombs in that 1967 Chevrolet Camaro SS. And then there's that 63 Jaguar, or 63 Corvette there that we were talking about earlier. Let's see, where is it? I'm looking for the number. But that is a 63.
Yeah, that's Simon Lane, yeah?
Yeah, Simon Lane, sorry.
Yeah, qualified 22nd, and still doing a good job. As we come down to the closing stage of this, Scott Borchetta is off into the wind. He's now got a 5-second lead over Treffert in second place in that Porsche.
And knowing Todd Treffert, he's not going to be happy about that. He's was really wanting to give a fight to Scott Borchetta. Look at this yellow Camaro. Beautiful split bumper Camaro there, the number 85. Mark Hannafin, 1970 Chevrolet Camaro Z28, yellow and black, looking like Bumblebee from Transformers. I love it. As we watch as they come around Mission Foods turn 1. And there's Scott Borchetta. There's our leader. Just took the white flag last lap, I believe. Scott Borchetta there in that big machine racing Chevrolet Corvette, our champion from the last few years, and he went to number 1, a whole new paint scheme. Dylan and the crew at Scott Borchetta Racing put a lot of time and effort into getting that car back the way it raced in Europe back in the day.
Yeah, it's got an interesting history, hasn't it?
Yeah.
When you say it raced in Germany, you don't think of a Corvette.
Yeah.
But those were its original colors, right?
Yeah, and that's how it was raced back in the day, late 60s, early 70s, and that's a very power 70s paint scheme there. You got to see this thing up close, and we pointed out his helmet. He's got a matching helmet, and I hope that Corvette sees him as they come around turn 10. Turn 10 is iffy.
Well, he may not have done, but Scott was wiser to it. I think Scott Borchetta's got used to weaving in and out.
Yeah, was doing really well today in the TA2 race, but lost a fastener on his shocks and basically had to limp it for the last 2 laps. But
yeah, he did slow
really well in the championship.
So closing stage of this one, Borchetta leading by over 6 seconds now to Treffert in the Porsche, and then Shields still third, Heffering now fourth, and Smith up to fifth, Lecomte 6th, now Holly 7th, and Davis rounding out the top 8.
at that.
Down the hill for the last time.
Down the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, Hog Pin, and Roller Coaster. Scott Borchetta, the man behind Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. He and his brother Mark Borchetta coming out with Big Machine Vodka. And here comes the checkered flag. Another checkered flag for Scott Borchetta, the number one. How impressive is that, Jonathan?
Well, luckily he can have a big mantelpiece, because I know I've seen his showroom. He's got room for these cups, but he's piling them up these days.
I love that shot. Great shots there, turn one of that helmet, too. Oh, and that's my GoPro in his car, so if you want to see in-car footage of this, make sure you check our social media channels. Matthew Mullet is saying he's loving that number 10 Janetta.
Yeah.
And Jerry Robinson says he's got the Viper back and ready to go at COTA. So Jerry Robinson, excited to have you back with us in SVRA. See you in a couple weeks at the Mission Foods COTA Speed Tour.
Yeah, look forward to that.
Jerry Robinson checking out his competition. He's usually in Group 12. So he's tuning in to see who's fast in Group 12. I know what you're doing, Jerry. There's Todd Trefford and that tribute to the Le Mans winning car as Scott Borchetta, number one, coming through, waving to all the corner workers. We've got some great corner workers here at VIR. And if you've ever wanted to have the best seat in motorsports, sign up at the SCCA.com and become a corner worker yourself.
Yeah, that's the way to go, especially for today's day. If it's raining, not as much fun.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's minding this kind of weather right now. As he comes around Group 10, the corner worker station there is growing watermelons. I almost stepped on one.
Well done to Scott Borchetta then. Another victory in that famous Corvette. And a check on the results then of our Group 6, Group 8 and Group 12. Scott Borchetta with the victory in the Chevrolet Corvette. And then Todd Trevette in the Porsche 911 6RSR. Kristen Shield in third position in the Ginetta. And another Ginetta of the same make and style. Peter Heffering driving that one in fourth place. Samuel Smith fifth. And Samuel Lecomte in sixth place in the Camaro. And then Scott Hawley seventh in the Jaguar. Rene Tassila in eighth position. Alan Davis in ninth in the BMW. And Daniel Schlickenmeyer rounding out the top 10. And that concludes our coverage of the Mission Food VIR Speed Tour Group 6, 8 and 12. Well done to Scott Borchetta. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action from VIR after this.
Smash it!
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
there's a challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
My name is Jason Alder, and I'm the driver of the number 77 Ligier JS F3 car. Being a race car driver is cool and all, but it's really nothing when you're not utilizing it for a good cause, like spreading the word for type 1 and type 2 diabetes. It does a lot for me personally, and it does a lot for the FDA.
Some of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes are sudden weight loss, vision changes, frequent urination. So remember to check, don't guess, it may not be the flu, and that education is knowledge, and knowledge is the power to help save lives. Go to dfda.info to check out Rocco's story. Thank you and have a great day.
Bad. I'm back. Hello. This is John, your friendly announcer. All I have to do is push the right button and I'll be on the PA. That's my bad. I apologize. My name's John Phippen. I'm the spokesman for the series, and we're just about ready to kick off round 14 of the Formula Regional Americas Championship for 2022. I'm set here with Noah Ping, who is going to be our expert commentator for this race. Noah, welcome to the commentary booth.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's awesome to be up here. This is my first time up here, so it's very cool.
Awesome. Okay, well, hopefully we'll have an entertaining race for you to watch. I was about to say that our first race of the weekend, which was earlier today, was a bit of a surprise, as for the first time this season, our points leader, Raul Hyman, not only was not on the podium, he didn't score points. Raul had a very eventful race, ending up in the barrier at the end of the day, and unable to score points for the first time this season. That allowed Dylan Tavella, who finished third unofficially. Again, there's still some post-race discussions going on in the stewarding room, but Dylan Tavella, who finished third in that race, will have the opportunity to close the points gap down a little bit. It's now 36 points unofficially. It started as the weekend began with 51 points between Raul Hyman, our points leader for DJ Speed Motorsport, and Dylan Tavella for Crosslink Kiwi. Jason Alder took the win in the race this morning, and that has closed his deficit to Dylan Tavella down to 69 points. And then in fourth spot, we've got Ryan Yardley in the number 78. Ryan was my co-commentator for the F4 race that concluded just a couple hours ago, and he's within 16 points of Jason Alder. So the battle's getting a little closer at the beginning, but take nothing away from it. Raul Hyman has still been the dominant force in this championship so far this season. He has 7 wins, 5 other podium finishes, and has finished on the podium in every race but one. So he is certainly, I would say, it's his championship to lose, for want of a better term. Let's introduce the 11 starters, as they are already out on the track, following behind the Honda Civic Type R pace car. Starting alone in row number 6 is the number 24 of Kevin Jansen out of Deerfield Beach, Florida. Kevin drives for the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports team. Up into row 5 on the outside is car number 10, Rodrigo Gutierrez out of Santa Cruz, Bolivia. And he's a driver for Velocity Racing Development. Alongside him is the driver making his debut this weekend in Formula Regional Americas competition. That's Oliver Westling. He's raced with us with the Jensen team out of Emerald Hills, California in the F4 Championship. But this weekend and our final race weekend coming up at Circuit of the Americas at the beginning of November, Oliver will be getting his time in the FR car and hopefully mounting a full season campaign in 2023. In row 4 on the outside, the single car team of Hayden Bowlesby in the number 3 for the IGY6 racing team. Hayden's team formed by his father and is an all-veteran owned and operated race team, and we're glad to have them in our championship. He makes his his home in Folsom, Louisiana. Next to him in that fourth row, also a commentator with me this weekend, the 91 of Cooper Becklin out of West Lynn, Oregon. A high jumper is Cooper, as he'll be starting college this fall. He drives for the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports team. Up into row number 3 on the outside, car number 29, Nick Pershing out of Morgan Hill, California, near San Francisco. He is one of the TJ Speed Motorsports drivers. Next to him, the number 78 of Ryan Yardley out of Christchurch, New Zealand. Ryan, also a commentator with us in the booth. He drives for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. In row number 4, Jason Alder, the winner of the race earlier today in the 77, out of Cooksville, Maryland, driving for TJ Speed Motorsport. Next to him, the man who is second in the points, Dylan Tavella, in the number 14 out of Massapequa Park, New York, for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. On the front row, car number 25, Matt Clark, a driver had a great run, led the race earlier today for a distance before making a mistake. He's out of Campbellville, Canada, and he drives for Future Star Racing. And your pole sitter and the points leader, 7-time winner on the season, number 27, Raoul Hyman, the South African, currently living in London, and he drives for TJ Speed. So he'll start on the pole on the strength of the fast race lap turned in race number 1, despite his problems ending up in the barrier at the end of the day. So Noah, this could be an interesting race. There's a little payback coming for Raoul Hyman, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's going to be on the charge for sure. It's going to be interesting what he can do out front. We'll see if he gets a good start and just checks out like he's done in the past. But I think the field's been really close this weekend from what I can see. So it'll definitely be an interesting race for race 2 of these FR cars.
One of the things that we've noticed, that I was here commentating last weekend as well, this is a track that punishes you for mistakes. If you drop a wheel off, you're going for a ride. And so these drivers are, finding that if you just overextend just a little bit, you could find yourself in trouble. So it's been an eventful weekend so far.
Yeah, definitely, and that's kind of this track's characteristics is the pavement's actually a bit higher than you think it is in the grass. So if you do drop a wheel, you actually almost bottom out, so it makes it really, really difficult, which
exactly
makes it tricky and exciting at the same time.
Exactly. Well, that's why the drivers love it. It's a high-speed racetrack. It demands perfection. It demands that you hit your marks every turn, every lap, and if you don't make any mistakes, it's pretty rewarding. So looking forward to this one. And we'll have a Formula One style standing start, as we do with each of our races. Weren't able to do that earlier on because of a time crunch. But the front row coming into position now, Raoul Hyman and Matt Clark rolling into position on row 1, as the rest of the field now rolling into their start boxes. They have a crew member on the radio to each of the drivers, talking them forward so as they don't get over the line, because that would be judged as a penalty. As the last 2 rows just now rolling into position. The start light sequence will begin once the field is set. The 2 green lights on the start gantry will be illuminated. And that will indicate to the drivers that the grid is ready. And then there are 5 red lights. You can see them now on your screen. They'll come on in sequence. We've got 2, 3, 4, and we are away. And Raoul Hyman gets a jump, but Matt Clark is wasting no time, staying right with our points leader. Mac unable to race with us at our last round at New Jersey Motorsports Park because of a schedule conflict, and he is flexing his muscles here, trying to go around the outside, but Hyman with a little bit of a brake lockup, able to hang on to that first position. There's some good battling a little deeper in the pack as well as they head toward NASCAR, turn number 3. Raoul Hyman still with the lead. Matt Clark right on his gearbox as they exit 3 and into the left hook, turn number 4. Hyman's car getting a little squirrely. It's warmer than it was earlier when we raced in the morning, so these tires won't take quite as long to get up to temperature, and that's really been a factor here. You can see Dylan Tavella slotted there into the 3rd spot. If he hopes to narrow the points gap even further, he needs to get in front of Raoul Hyman and finish there. But that's going to be a tall order, as Hyman certainly will be hopefully motivated to keep that car out in front. Just behind Tavella is this morning's winner, Jason Alder, the number 77, a teammate to Raoul Hyman. And right behind him, Nick Pershing, the 3rd of the TJ Speed drivers. As the field's snaking down this long, 4,000-foot long back straightaway, drafting will definitely come into play here as the passing maneuver we so often see at the end of the straightaway is if you can get close enough, the following driver can pop out, just as Dylan Tavella is trying to do on Matt Clark, but then thought better of it here. Probably going to wait till those tires get just a little bit warmer. But so far, so good, as everybody line astern, coming down the roller coaster and into the Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers Hog Pen, turn number 17. And down the front straight they come, completing race lap number 1. Hyman, your leader. Matt Clark in second spot across the line. Then Tavella, Alder, and Pershing as your top 5. Ryan Yardley in 6th. Cooper Becklin, Hayden Bowlesby, Rodrigo Gutierrez, Oliver Westling, and Kevin Jansen all make it across the line to complete lap number 1. Noah, I don't know if you've had any time in this FR car, but I understand because it's got so much extra aero, it's a little tougher to follow closely as you're able to do in the F4 car.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a pretty heavy car in and of itself, which even makes it more challenging when you do lose all the air off the front and the floor as well, because the floor makes a good bit of downforce. So
sure,
when you get in that dirty air, it definitely affects your car pretty well.
So you have to be sort of selective at your passing opportunities because just tucking right on the gearbox of the car in front is difficult to do, especially on a track with as much change of direction, high-speed change of direction as this track has. As we get a good shot of Nick Pershing right behind his teammate, Jason Alder, in the battle for 4th position. But Raul Hyman may be stretching his lead just a little bit. It was about half a second at the end of lap number 1. The closest battle seems to be the one for second right now. Matt Clark in the white and red liveried machine, the number 25. And Dylan Tavella, the gentleman who is second in the points for Cross Lake Kiwi, now only 36 points behind our race leader and points leader coming into this penultimate weekend of racing for the series. We'll have one more 3-race weekend coming up at Circuit of the Americas in early November. Good shot of the number 91 car of Cooper Becklin, currently running in 7th spot. As we are completing race lap number 2, and touch wood, we've stayed green all the way for the first time this weekend. We've got a green-to-green race as it stands right now. There's Dylan Tavella in the number 14 car. The New Yorker staying in position there. And uncharacteristically, usually Raul Hyman is one of these drivers who tries to get a bit of a jump early and put a gap on the rest of the field, and he's not been able to do that. I think maybe he's a little bit more cautious than he would normally be because of the problems he had in the first race.
Yeah, or I think the draft might be a bit big here, even in these cars, so it might be keeping Mac in the car, and also he might be saving tires in this. You know, these races are a bit longer than the F4, so it is a bit important to keep tires underneath you, especially for the end of the race where it's so important.
Sure, exactly. The teams each have 2 full sets of Hankook slicks to use over the course of the weekend, starting in qualifying. So basically 4 on-track sessions to use those 2 sets of tires, and the team can choose to allocate them however they wish. But obviously, tire management, I think, for the FR cars is even a little more important than it is for the F4 cars, just because there's so much more horsepower available. Spinning up the rears is something you have to avoid.
Definitely. And you're going a bit faster in the brake zone, so that will definitely wear out your tires too, so you have to make sure not to lock up, especially in this car because it is so heavy that when you do lock up, it tends to be pretty big, which is never fun to drive a car that's flat spotted.
Exactly. You know, and the question is often asked, well, why is the car so heavy? Well, it's built to the FIA safety requirements, which are very stringent as far as crash structure worthiness, both front and rear crash structures, side impact crash structures, and that adds weight. There's just no other way around it. So these cars not quite as nimble as some of the other Formula cars, where the safety of the driver isn't as high a paramount. It's more to keep the car as light as possible. So these drivers designed to a safety standard that's maybe a step above some other open wheel racing series, and that's why this car carries a little more weight, but it's got the horsepower to make up for it. The F4 car makes just under 160 horsepower. This car, with the same engine, but the turbocharger is involved, makes just north of 300 horsepower. So there's a lot more right foot, but still, the mass of the car is going to make a difference, because you've got to accelerate that weight, you got to turn that weight, you got to stop that weight, and that makes it tougher to go fast at everything you have to do in a race car to go quickly.
Exactly. So.
Yeah. I heard what sounded like a spin, but at the moment it looks like everybody is where they belong as they're coming through South Bend. That's turn number 10 as we follow the 10 car of Rodrigo Gutierrez, the Bolivian, for Velocity Racing Development, a team that you know well, Noah.
Yeah, my teammate.
Yep.
So he's a great guy too, him and his family. From Bolivia, so they're lovely, and he's a pretty good driver himself as well. So
no doubt,
it's cool to see there's a ladder system at VRD too.
Yeah, exactly. He's got 8 points paying finishes already this season. Still looking for his first podium, but it'll come, no question about it. Rodrigo's a good lad. As there's the number 3 car of Hayden Bowlesby in the IGY6 machine. IGY stands for I Got Your 6. And again, as we said, an all-veteran owned and operated team. I'm so glad to have them in our paddock. Hayden has competed with us in the F4 series for 3 years, and it's great to have him taking the step up into the FR series here this season with his dad's team. Hayden currently circulating in 8th spot. He's up in front of Rodrigo by just about 3 seconds, so a good run for the Louisiana native. As the field pretty much settled in here, Raul Hyman setting fast lap of the race on that last circuit, a 1:45.959. And that's getting within shouting distance of the race lap record set here in 2019 by Matthias Soler-Obel. As Matthias set a 1:44 flat, so we're within about 2 seconds of that pace. Those were under perhaps more ideal conditions, and frankly, we were on a different tire combination back in that era. But you can see the climbing S's as the cars weaving their way down toward the south end of the racetrack at the Franklin Road turn 11, where we see the number 2 of Oliver Westling. Remember, Oliver on debut this weekend in this car. He has experience in the F4 car for Jensen, and now taking the step up into the FR machine this weekend. Oliver currently in 10th spot. As the 24 car of Kevin Jansen rounding out the 11 car field. We always choose on Kevin just a little bit. He jokes on himself that he's older than the parents of most of our drivers. So, but it's great to have Kevin in. He's an amateur hockey player and a pretty good one, I'm told. And I understand you've got a little hockey experience as well, Noah.
Yeah, definitely. So before I started racing in 2020, I did play competitive hockey. I was in juniors, so it's about a semi-professional hockey. It's in between what would be considered youth hockey and college hockey, where you go and play for 3 years. So I was in the middle of that, and when COVID hit, I was able to get out on the racetrack and fell in love with racing, and history's kind of writing itself. So love every minute I get in the car too. Like nothing beats racing, right?
NHL season's about to kick off. Do you miss strapping on the pads and getting in goal?
Sometimes. I got a little couple sessions this summer with my buddies before they went off to college, but not as good as I used to be, especially because I was a goalie, so lost a lot of flexibility over the summer in racing. But it was good to get out there with my friends and just have a good time.
That's what it's all about. As we watch the battle for second, third, and fourth, Matt Clark, Dylan Tavella, and Jason Alder running in close formation. And as we suspected, Raul Hyman has turned up the wick and drawn away now. Last time by, he was about 2 seconds out in front of this battle. And it looks like he may have extended that even more as they approach and head down the 130-foot drop-off, which is the roller coaster. Just as we say so often, as TV does not do that turn justice, it's a lot steeper than it looks on camera, there's no question. As Nick Pershing at the tail end of that 3-car train in the 29 car, just a little bit behind the 3 cars you see on camera. Mackenzie Clark in the 25 in that second spot. There's Nick Pershing just behind his teammate Jason Alder. Nick running in the 5th spot. Nick finished on the podium in the race earlier today, but unfortunately was issued a penalty afterwards by the stewards for causing a collision, and 30 seconds was added to his time, which dropped him back to 7th in the unofficial order. They still have not finalized the order for race number 1. So Nick obviously will be hoping to get as good a finish as he can to recover some of those points he lost. He's currently 5th in the points and only 17 behind Ryan Yardley, who's currently behind him on the track, currently running in 6th spot. When I talked to Ryan earlier, he said he felt his car was down on top speed a little bit, and that was putting him at a disadvantage. That's why he's back in 6th right now. And here's a track where you definitely want to have all the speed you can get.
I was about to say, being a little down on top line speed would not be ideal at this track. You need all the H horsepowers and straight line speed you can get.
Absolutely. Do you find you trim the car out to get that straight line speed, or do you leave a little downforce in so you've got some handling on the climbing S's?
You know, to be honest, I don't know in these cars, but in our F4 cars, we're definitely trimmed out to get as much straight line speed. And the draft's a lot more effective in the F4 than the FR car, so that definitely plays a big factor when you pop out and get all the clean air back on your car to not stall out and fall back even more.
Yeah, we're told that even in the FR cars, it's flat through the climbing S's, so they've obviously got enough downforce that they can keep their foot planted all the way through that section.
Definitely.
Matt Clark going for it here, and he is in a battle with Dylan Tavella, and it looks like Tavella has taken that position as they're working their way down. Yep, Tavella now up into 2nd spot as he was able to outbrake Matt Clark there into turn number 1. So a great move by the man who is 2nd in the points, putting Matt Clark back into 3rd, and then right behind them in 4th is Jason Alder, the winner of this morning's race. You can just see our leader, Raul Hyman, disappearing as we'll get a replay of that overtaking maneuver into turn 1. Beautifully played here. As we can see those two side by side from this great drone shot, and Dylan Tavella played it perfectly. Mac tried to fight back to do the over-under, but just wasn't quite able to pull it off. So back into turn 3 they come with Dylan Tavella now up into that 2nd spot. With about 16 minutes remaining, so we're not quite to half distance. Raul Hyman is your leader. The new 2nd place runner, Dylan Tavella, Matt Clark, back to 3rd. Jason Alder just behind him in 4th. Nick Persing rounding out the top 5. As coming into the roller coaster, those 3, that's Tavella, Clark, and Alder, stay locked together. Alder with the green highlights on his car. In your camera shot right now as they come down into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn number 17. It's called the Hog Pen because back in the day there used to be a hog pen on the outside of that turn, hence the name. This racetrack has a very interesting history. I've talked about it. In fact, here comes Matt Clark coming under pressure from Jason Alder, and it's almost a replay of what Dylan Tavella was able to play. As now they're side by side, Clark will have the inside line as they head toward NASCAR. Jason Alder hanging tough. Clark is going to keep that lead, but Jason has an opportunity here to pop to the inside and see if he can stuff it down in there at left hook. And they can't quite complete the pass, but he is right there. It makes me wonder if Mac's tires are going away because he's almost lost 2 positions as many laps at that same place on the racetrack.
Yeah, definitely, and that would be a factor in the hog pin for sure, some tire wear, so it looks like he's not getting the greatest run on a hog pin, as we just saw. The last 2 laps he's gotten almost passed and passed, so it might be a factor there, definitely.
We'll see how that sorts out. Coming up to turn 11, Jason Alder showing the nose there to let Mac know that he's thinking about another move. Mac's car gets a little tail happy as he gets on the power exiting the Oak Tree Bend, and that should give an advantage to Jason Alder. We'll keep an eye on that. You can see Raul Hyman disappearing in the sunset, Dylan Tavella pulling out in front of that battle, and then the 2 we've been watching just coming up toward the roller coaster right now. There goes Tavella down the incline. Right on his gearbox is Jason Alder. So Matt Clark fighting for his life here. Let's see if he gets a better run through Hogpen this time by. You can see using the curbs, every bit of it. Jason Alder bouncing over the curbs on the next to the last turn. And onto the front straight they come. As they pass by our commentary position, we'll watch them as they come down into turn number 1. This time Mac is being a little defensive on his line coming into turn 1. Not giving up that inside line, but then he goes a little bit wide, opens the door ever so slightly, but Jason not quite able to take advantage. So Mac's doing a great job of making that car as wide as he needs to. But of course, you know, the rules don't permit you to move in response to the car behind you. So Mac can put his car anywhere he wants, but he's not able to then make a move if Jason decides to go one side or the other. He can do it, he'll just get penalized for it.
Definitely. He got a good run on a hog pin though there that time. So I think the draft is pretty big in these cars, but obviously not ginormous like the F4 cars. So you could see where he was catching there at the end, but if he just squares off the corner and make sure he gets a good run, that'll help him defend into turn one.
Yeah. Jason is again right there with him as they exit the Oak Tree Bend. Make their way onto the long back straightaway. The back straightaway 4,000 feet, the front straightaway 3,000 feet. Hence the high-speed nature of this racetrack and the necessity to get as much exit speed off the corner leading onto that straightaway. They always say, one of the old adages of racing, the most important corner on any racetrack is the one leading on to the longest straightaway. Jason not able to make a move into the roller coaster, but he is right there as they exit Hogpen. We'll see if he gets another chance as they accelerate by our position. It's about a car length. Jason going to the outside, or showing the outside. Perhaps it's a feint, we'll see. There he goes, down to the inside, late on the brakes. Man, if he's able to make that happen, he is really a demon on the brakes. And yes, he was able to make that pass cleanly. I was afraid he had outbraked himself there, was going to go off the end of the straightaway.
Yeah, same. That was really, really impressive under the brakes there. That was quite deep from what we've been seeing up here in the commentary booth.
Yeah, great job for Jason Alder. So that moves him up into second spot. After the win earlier, that puts him in a position for a first and a second so far this weekend. Puts him up to third, I should say. I stand corrected. Dylan Tavella, of course, still in second. Now here comes Nick Pershing all over the back of Mac Clark. So I think Mac is having a little trouble keeping the tires under him. We've still got 11 minutes to go, and he appears to be a bit of a sitting duck as he's lost 2 spots now in the last handful of laps. And now Nick Pershing, the Californian, looking for an opportunity. Follow that battle. Again, this is for 4th position now. Jason Alder moving up to a podium spot. You can see those two right at the tail end of this beautiful camera shot. It's late in the day here, as you might see. The shadows getting long. And there goes Nick as he dives down to the inside at the braking zone for the roller coaster. Can't quite complete the pass, but he stays right there. As Mac's doing everything he can to try to maximize his exit speed here. But let's see if he's going to lose another spot as the Future Star Racing driver Mac Clark coming under some pressure. We'll watch this progress as they go by start-finish. Mac right in the middle of the racetrack, in fact guarding that inside line. He's going to make Nick go around the outside, but then he washes a little bit wide, opening the door for Nick to stick a nose in there. Can't quite close the deal. There's Dylan Tavella into turn 3, then Jason Alder, and then these two. Mac Clark still with the advantage as he gets a good acceleration off turn 1, and he'll be able to hang on to it now all the way through the top of the hill, I'm guessing. The lower part of the S's, called the Snake, is we're calling the Optima S's this weekend, as you can see the Optima battery signage. Now they enter the climbing S's. Right, left, right sequence, ending in a blind turn number 10, called that turn right there, called South Bend. And then they hit the brakes for the double apex right-hander, which is turn 11, Franklin Road turn 11, and Oak Tree Bend onto the back straightaway. Nick didn't get quite the run off of Oak Tree as he would hope, I would think, so I'm not sure he'll have the momentum to get himself up to Mac on this lap at least. But the front of the field has broken away just a bit. Raul Hyman with a 5.5 second lead. Dylan Tavella about 1.5 seconds in front of Jason Alder. Then Mac Clark with Nick Pershing last time by only about a quarter of a second behind him. So let's see how they are this time by. We've still got 8.5 minutes of racing remaining, as those two drivers heading down toward turn number 1. Mack able to hold him off right at the moment. Nick Pershing right there behind him. There's the 91 of Cooper Becklin behind this battle. He's about 6.5 seconds behind Nick Pershing and Matt Clark. So it's kind of in a lonely 6th spot right now. About 2.5 seconds behind him is Ryan Yardley in the 78, who, was complaining that he felt his car was down a little bit on straight line speed. I'll be curious to see if Jason Alder has anything for Dylan Tavella, as the battle between Matt Clark and Nick Pershing has fallen off just a little bit, not quite as close as it once was. Jason Alder just set his personal best, a 1:45.8. Dylan Tavella in front of him, a 1:46.3, so about a half a second quicker, and he's only a second behind. He's kind of getting into that danger zone there, where he's close enough that he's going to start losing downforce to that car in front of him. So we'll see if Jason Alder can continue his challenge and perhaps move up to 2nd spot.
Yeah, we're also, when you get that closer, you're losing downforce, but he's had to come through the field a little bit and worn out his tires, maybe just a tick. So we'll see what he can do here in dirty air this late in the race with some tires that are definitely not have the grip that they had at the start of this race.
Sure, absolutely. Jason in that number 77 with the green accents. One of the 3 TJ Speed drivers who's near the top of the championship. Jason 3rd in the points. Nick Pershing, his teammate, 5th in the points. And of course, Raul Hyman, 6.5 seconds out in front of this battle, is the points leader, getting back on track after a very uncharacteristic race earlier today where he did not score any points. Dylan Tavella now has Jason Alder as a partner. Maybe a little too close for comfort for Dylan, as the battle behind between Matt Clark and Nick Pershing has fallen off a bit. I think this battle for 2nd is the one we're going to watch in the final 6 minutes of this race. Dylan doing a great job keeping that position at the moment, but Jason looks hungry and looks a little bit faster. On the last lap, Jason was at a 45, almost a 46 flat. Dylan a 46.5, so 2 successive laps. Jason has been about a half a second a lap faster. His front end washing out just a little bit. You can see losing grip on the front because he's so close behind Dylan. But Jason's right tucked in the draft. He might have an opportunity to pop out here as they climb the hill toward the braking zone for the roller coaster. Turn 14 here on the track. Right there is where the world drops away. It's kind of reminiscent of the corkscrew at Laguna Seca. It just goes the opposite direction. Yeah. Jason again, I think losing a little bit of downforce, following so closely behind Tavella, but he's quick hands. He's catching it.
Yeah, that was a big slide. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, it's all good. Yeah, it's all good.
Alder got very sideways, very quick there, so good for him to save it, but he's definitely going to lose ground to Tavella, who's doing all right here, holding up, but we'll see if he can catch back up and see if we got a battle here.
The battle behind them between Nick Pershing and Matt Clark is rejoined now, just as it looked like Mac was going to have a little breathing room. No longer. Nick Pershing right on his back door, and looks like we have a change.
Yeah, it looked like Tavella went a bit wide in turn 3, and Alder was able to capitalize. So we'll see if Tavella can get his head in it and push and see if he can get back Alder. But Alder was pushing hard and coming fast on him.
Yeah, Jason looked to be faster on the last couple laps. We'll see if Dylan can answer here and stay right behind him and perhaps repay the favor as they go through South Bend and head toward the southern end of the course. And here's Matt Clark once again with his hands full of Nick Pershing. And we'll get to see a replay of that pass. You can see down at the bottom part of the screen. Yeah, Jason just got a better run through NASCAR and was able to stuff it down there at turn 4. So Dylan didn't quite get the run he had hoped for off that third turn, and that opened the door for Jason Alder to take that position. So he's up to second now after finishing atop the box in the first race of the day. We go back to live action here and followed that battle for second and third, with Alder now in that second position. 3.5 minutes, a little less, remaining in this one before we'll see the checkered flag. And at this point, it looks like
Person got by Matt Clark there.
He did indeed. That's another pass that happened on the second half of that lap. So Nick Pershing got that pass done. So that moves him up into fourth spot. Matt Clark, after running as high as second in the early going, has dropped back into fifth position right now. Mac, of course, not in the hunt for the season-ending championship, but the top 9 drivers all score super license points. And if you've been following the drama of drivers from the IndyCar series trying to amass enough supercar points to take a run at Formula One, they are very valuable commodities indeed. And one of the advantages of our 2-race series being FIA sanctioned is that the top 7 drivers in F4 and the top 9 drivers in FR all earn super license points at the end of the season. They can be very valuable indeed. So Matt Clark back to fifth now. And looks to be fallen enough behind Nick Pershing that it is not going to be a factor, at least at this stage. As we look up ahead to Dylan Tavella and Jason Alder, Jason appears to have the situation pretty well in hand now. As we go back to our leader with about 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining, we may well see the white flag this time by. As Raul Hyman, we haven't talked about him much. He's been out in front by 7 seconds or more. And he comes across the line. And we are on the final lap. We can have that confirmation. So Raul Hyman on his way perhaps to win number 8 on the season and extending his points lead. Dylan Tavella was running second until just a couple laps ago. So finishing in third, that's going to be a 10-point swing for him.
Yeah, he was still hanging on to the back of Alder there. Not quite as close as he would have hoped to be, but we'll see if he can get a run through the infield of this before the climbing S's and see what we got if Tavella has anything for Jason Alder.
That's we can see them right in the back of the shot as we stay with our leader, working his way up the climbing S's. Raul Hyman, a driver with a pretty healthy pedigree, but he thought he was done with racing after doing a lot of winning in Europe. He won the 2018 F3 Asia Championship, but then he kind of ran out of a ride and thought that his racing days were done. But then this opportunity to come stateside and race with TJ Speed in our series presented itself, and he has grabbed it with both hands. So kudos to the young South African, currently living in London, doing a great job here. And he's reclaiming his hold on the championship trophy. It's not his just yet, but it's getting a little closer with each succeeding race. He's closing up on the back of Kevin Jansen to put him a lap down on the final lap here. As Raul Hyman approaches the checkered flag, win number 8 on the season for Raul Hyman from TJ Speed Motorsports, and he makes it happen. Second place goes to Jason Alder as he comes across the line. Dylan Tavella has to settle for third, but he'll be happy with that. It's a podium. Nick Pershing, after a battle with Matt Clark, comes home in fourth spot. Matt Clark has to settle for fifth. Cooper Becklin across the line in sixth. Ryan Yardley just now crossing in seventh spot. Hayden Bowlesby, after running a little further up, has to settle for eighth. Oliver Westling, again in his first weekend of competition in the FR car, comes home in ninth. Rodrigo Gutierrez didn't have the race he would like as he fell back to 10th at the end. And Kevin Jansen finishing on the lead lap, but just barely, rounding out the 11-car field. Noah, thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate your commentary. You did a great job.
Thank you for having me. Sorry, unfortunately this race wasn't as exciting as race one, but we got some good overtakes, some clean overtakes, and green flag racing, which I think was the first one in the F4 and FR series this weekend. So that's good to see.
You bet. That's exactly what we're looking for. I'm going to be heading down to the Victory Circle to talk to our top 3 finishers. Jonathan Green will be up here to relieve me as we've got a little more racing left to go, but this is the last of our races for today. We'll have 2 more, one for each class, FR and F4, tomorrow, and that'll round out the weekend for the Formula Regional Americas and the F4 US Championship. So Dylan Tavella finishing in 3rd. 2nd place goes to Jason Alder, and Raul Hyman back atop the box as he has been 7 times previously in this season of Formula Regional Americas competition. Coming around on the cool down lap. Good shot at our winner. Jonathan has not yet joined me, so I'm going to sign off at this point to make my way down to the podium. For those of you joining us on the stream, on behalf of Noah Ping, I've been John Phippen. Thanks so much for being with us. As Jonathan working his way up the steps, I'll head down to the podium to talk to our winners. We'll see you tomorrow for the final 2 races of the weekend.
As Jonathan comes up to the booth and John Phippen runs down to Victory Circle, as we see the cars making that hairpin turn there to go to Winner's Circle. What a fantastic race. Raul Hyman, 8th victory this year in FR. Unbelievable talent. And it was great with Jason Alder and Dylan Tavella. And there he is, Raul Hyman. You see some beautiful shots here. Another celebration with Raul Hyman coming in to Victory Circle as we're waiting for Jonathan Green to make his way up here. We're on the 3rd floor of a building through some twisty stairs. But Raul definitely looks happy. I hear him coming. As Raul gets out of the car, I see John Phippen there in the background walking up to take the mic. As we've got Jonathan Green's joining us, and Raul, look at that. All right, well, I think we have John Phippen. Let's throw it down to John Phippen, who's got Raul Hyman at Winner's Circle.
Raul, we have to talk to you. Get your helmet off, and we'll have a quick word here. No problem. The planets have aligned once again, my friend. You're back atop the podium. I know the race this morning was not your best hour, but you're right back on the top of the box. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this morning was really disappointing. We started on pole. I mean, the pace was really good, and obviously the 3 of us right at the front from TJ Speed, and unfortunately there was a bit of contact that kind of put me off, and yeah, I think from there it just wasn't great. So no, I mean, I'm really happy to be here. Really grateful to God that we were able to bounce back. And really grateful to the team as well that, you know, they gave us the car. You see, obviously, Jason here in P2. The cars have been quick all weekend and really just great to drive.
Congratulations.
Thanks very much.
There's your championship leader, Johnny.
Yeah, great stuff by Raul Hyman. He bounced back nicely, and that's the real show of a champion, is when you get frustrated. I saw in between races, and he explained that it was one of those situations where... Yeah, it was his teammate. He didn't want him to do that at all. But Confirmation of the result then, Raul Hyman with the victory and another victory as he marches on towards that very, very important Formula Regional Americas Championship, and that will vaunt his career dramatically. Jason Alder, though, from Drive for Diabetes Awareness is second, and Dylan Devella is third. Nick Persing in fourth position for OPI Commercial Builders, and Mackenzie Clark, the Canadian, in fifth. Cooper Becklin in sixth place, Ryan Yardley, the Kiwi, seventh. Hayden Bowlesby in eighth position, Oliver Westling making his debut in ninth, and Rodriguez Gutierrez for Velocity Racing Development. Rounding out the top 10.
And then,
let's take a look at some of the highlights then of that FR race, and it started off in perfect conditions and ended that way too. When the lights went out, there was no second questions from Raul Hyman. He made sure he held on to that lead through the first complex, and once in the lead, he never looked back. He got some pressure, but really he has driven superbly throughout this entire season. Remember, coming to tracks he's never driven at before, the young South African Englishman, and he takes to it like a duck to water. Absolutely superb racing throughout. There was some competition behind him, but it was all Raul Hyman at the front. And a few bits of oversteer and understeer, and through came Raul Hyman to take victory then, once again, here, and bounce back brilliantly after what was a disappointing start to the day. We'll take a short break from VIR as the sun goes down. Join us in a moment.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
My name is Jason Alder, and I'm the driver of the number 77 Ligier JS F3 car. Being a race car driver is cool and all, but it's really nothing when you're not utilizing it for a good cause, like spreading the word for type 1 and type 2 diabetes. It does a lot for me personally, and does a lot for the FDA.
Some of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes are sudden weight loss, vision changes, frequent urination. So remember to check, don't guess, it may not be the flu, and that education is knowledge, and knowledge is the power to help save lives. Go to dfda.info to check out Rocco's story. Thank you and have a great day.
All right, well, welcome back to the Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour. Jonathan, what's great weather today? We're going to finish off the day with some international GT. A huge field of cars. Super excited about what we've got in store for us. I think we've got 34 cars here at VIRginia International Raceway.
Yeah, I had a quick chat
Ferraris,
with Ken Fengler, who should be up here too as well to enjoy this with us. But he was basically saying that this weekend has thrown it all up again in the air. It's been a competitive season all year long, but it's close. All different winners all over the weekends, and there's some great competition out there. This is probably one of the closest IGT championships we've had in years.
Not only the closest championship we've had in a long time since I can remember, but just now these huge field of cars. You'd think that back 6-7 years ago when there were only 8 to 12 cars racing that this championship would be a lot closer. But no, actually in these fields of 50-plus cars, the championship is really heating up. But let's just try to run through as much as we can here. In position 1 is Tom Pank, followed by David Tawadi, Stephen Hammond, Reg Williams. Reg is really good here at VIR, so look for him to move up. Brady Bierman, Lucas Pank, Jimmy Adams in 7th, Mark Matisse in 8th, Juan Fan in 9th, and the first Ferrari at 488, 2021. Steve Dunn, David Harrington, Javier Ripoli, Frank Vitiello, Thomas Ballister, and Ricardo Stewart Milne in 15th. Nicholas Groombridge, John Blizzard, and Chris Ruppel in 18th. Chris Ruppel is in a Cayman GT4 Club Sport, the first of our Caymans. Marcel Fayen in a 2019 Porsche. Chris Coffey in a 2016 Maserati MC GT4. Welcome, Chris Coffey. Love seeing that Maserati out there. Florian Eim in a 2019 Porsche Cayman. Mike Ward in a Porsche Cayman 2019. Christian Romero in a 2012 Porsche GT3. Tom McGlynn in a 2005 Porsche. We've got Jay Mazzoni in a 2018 Audi R8. That's a really cool car. I've been seeing that in practice. Michael Williams in a Porsche GT3. Carlos Jose Miguens, I think, in a Porsche GT3 Cup. Larry Wexler in a Porsche Cayman. We've got Charles Lowe in a Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Colin Cohen, another Maserati MC GT4. In 31st is Daniel Caggiano in a Porsche GT3 Cup car. Cameron McIntyre, welcome back to International GT, a 2018 VW TCR. Topher Everett in a Porsche, and Jody Miller starting from the back. So look for Jody Miller to move up in 34th. Jonathan, this should be a really intense race.
Yeah, and 34 cars, a massive field. We've got the Stuttgart Cup and the Maranello Cup. It's beautiful evening sunshine to meet these Porsches coming down the hill towards the hog pen as the lights go out and the safety car comes off. It's now in the control of the lead too as the whole field now drives towards our commentary position and towards that first corner. Mission Food VIR SpeedTour IGT Race 2 is underway.
Now let's look and see if David Tuati has the advantage starting on the outside, because after they go through this Mission Foods turn 1, it kind of starts to give him the advantage.
Yeah, they have to really...
Oh, Pank's got it.
Pank has got it. Whoop, whoop.
That's Chris Coffey in that Maserati.
Yeah, not many Maseratis out there. You spot him immediately. You can see he's got back on at the top of our screen there. As we go back on board now. Coming up to the snake for the first time. All through third gear in this one.
That's the Goldcrest Autosports camera of Reg Williams there in 4th place as he comes up Optima Battery S's. And there's Tom Pank in the lead, but that car that looks like Tom Pank is Lucas Pank there in 5th place.
Family affair.
Fans looking to make a pass in that
somebody
Ferrari.
else going off in the background there. But I think it was just a bit of grass tracking. But either way, more trouble in the back of the field there. Tell you what, you haven't got long to get it done here, have you? As soon as the race starts, you've got to be on it the whole way. 16 minutes is not very long.
And they're not, there's no time to rest and relax here. If there is, it might be this back straight here, but you're constantly looking in your mirrors. There's an up and down, so it's kind of blind here what's in front of you as we see Tom Pank coming into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Roller Coaster and Hog Pen section, followed by David Tuati, followed by David Tuati's teammate Stephen Hammond, and then Reg Williams, who I said is very good here at Virginia International Raceway, but looks right now that Stephen Hammond has the faster vehicle over David Tuati, and these cars are set up identically.
So, first lap complete. Tom Pank leads from Tuati. Stephen Hammond, that lap of 154.4, so already on the pace.
Stephen Hammond on the inside of David Tuati. Let's see what he's got here. David Tuati seems to want to be on the outside, but each time it hasn't quite worked out for him, but a great pass by Stephen Hammond.
And remember, last time out of Watkins Glen, Stephen Hammond, one of several drivers who took part in Trans Am as well as IGT.
Yeah, and the downpour. This is much better weather than we had at Watkins Glen.
Yes, Hammond came together with Thwaites in the wet at Watkins Glen, came off worse.
Well, this is great onboard footage from Goldcrest Motorsports of Reg Williams. That's Reg Williams there in the white and black with the headlights on, right behind David Tuati. But I think there must be something wrong with Tuati's car. It just doesn't seem to have the oomph that we're used to seeing, and Reg Williams is closing in on him.
Yeah, no question. He's really struggling to hold him off at this point.
There's Lucas Pank there. There's Juan Fayen, the first of our Ferraris. And that should be David Harrington there. And that number 20, yeah, David Harrington.
Yep, in 7th place.
So are you more of a Porsche or Ferrari guy, John?
I think I've got to say Porsche, to be honest. I've always coveted, and, you know, they've always... I think it basically is because that style of car has gone through the years, all the way back to the 356. I mean, you know, it's just constant.
Yeah, it's a classic body shape, and they just seem to be good in almost every style of motorsports. They just know what they're doing. As we're right on board in that Goldcrest Motorsports camera car of Reg Williams coming up on David Tuwati. Beautiful shots here as they come into our Mission Foods Turn 1.
And these shadows start to make a difference as well, as you can see as they pop through the trees here and then into NASCAR. You can start to see the shadows really making an effect on your vision here. It opens up right nicely here because you're not too close to the trees. But once again, they come into effect as you get over 10 and into 11 and down that back straight.
Here's the Optima Batteries S's. So it's Tom Pank, followed by Stephen Hammond, David Tuwati, Reg Williams, and Lucas Pank. But Reg Williams, man, he's really making a charge. And early on in International GT, about 5 or 6 years ago, Ken Fengler, who's just joining us in the booth, said, really watch out for Reg Williams at VIR. He knows VIR really well, and he's showing us here today, isn't he, Ken?
Yeah, looking that way, and Reg has got the onboard camera. Don't know if we've seen some shots from him yet.
Yep.
And fantastic. So, you know, the sun is going down. It's a bit blinding in some areas, but we got a few laps in, and we've got some good racing going on in International GT.
And good racing throughout the field, as we're seeing right here. It's not just the people up front. It looks like that's Marcel Fan and Steve Dunn going at it there up front, but there's good pack racing as they're in the tail end of this group going up this long straightaway. Making a pass, Mark Matisse.
Some of them got their headlights on. I think that's partly intimidation, partly because you're going through the shadows. You don't need it here. It sounds just effortless when you're on board, doesn't it?
Until that heroic moment comes about.
So into our Mission Foods Turn 1, and then through the shadows again at 2 and 3 towards NASCAR. Big braking under the NASCAR.
That is tough on drivers, the visibility when the light's constantly changing and right in your eyes. But Mark Matisse there on the inside. Great pass there. On Ricardo Stewart Mill.
So 3 laps gone, and like I said, with 11 minutes to go, you don't have a lot of time to get it all done. You can look at the top 5 now and see how much they've gapped down to 6, and really you're looking at a 5-way battle for the win.
Yep, overall. But look down the line. Heck of a battle that went on in 3/8 between our 3/8 cars. Brady Berman and young Pank, Lucas Pank. It could have been anybody's game.
But I'm hearing from our great producer that Stephen Hammond is just doing the fastest time. Just did a 1:51.759. So thank you for that info, Ashley. So he's in second place right now, but doing the fastest time. So this could be really interesting, Ken. There he is.
Distinctive martini colors in 72.
Keeping Tom Pank honest.
Whoa.
Oh.
Don't try this at home, folks.
Steve Dunn looks like he had a bit of an agricultural situation there.
Yes.
Sponsorship by John Deere.
Yep.
And that's Reg Williams coming into what we're calling the Mission Foods Turn 1.
Yeah, Dunn was up in the top 10 when that happened.
Reg looks relaxed based on the Goldcrest Motorsports camera. His hands look pretty good. He looks like he's in a pretty relaxed seating position. And there's our leader there, Tom Pank. Followed closely there by Steve Hammond, and these cars are set up a little bit different. Explain the two classes here, Ken.
Yeah, well, they're two different cars, really, although the silhouette looks the same. You've got a 2013 that's upgraded to our specifications against really one of the newer cars. It's a 4-liter Porsche 2017, but with some improvements on it. That gives it that. You see Reg giving the old flash of the lights to Twadi. I wonder if he's playing the team player, just holding him up a bit to keep him from the fray.
Well, we were noticing that there might be something wrong, or he just lacks some of that top-end power, it seems like David Twadi does. And Stephen Hammond got by him, and he just seems to be falling back a little bit at the top end. We're not quite sure yet.
Well, a comment from Pank, which you could always have to take with a grain of salt because you don't know if he's putting you on or not, was that he was absolutely blistering in the corners and had the handling capability with Hammond and Twadi, but that he said he was really losing on the top end, that he really could see them pulling him, newer technology.
We can kind of see it here, but also he's the first to cut through the wind.
Yeah.
So there is some kind of a draft that Stephen Hammond's getting here.
Gap 1 second just over now between Pank and Hammond. Twadi's still third, and he's dropping off at 4.8 seconds officially. And there you can see the gap visually yourself.
Great overhead shot of this fantastic facility here at VIR. I'd like to thank all the staff here that put on this event, and especially Tony Pirelli and the SpeedTour group that invited International GT to be part of this very special weekend. Trans Am, SVRA, F4, FR. Been a great weekend. Beautiful weather, fantastic racing.
Dear, that's not a beautiful end to the day.
No, it's not.
Chris Ruppel.
Yep, and the 4-liter Cayman.
2013 Cayman. And you know, Ken, another record-breaking entry here at VIR, isn't it? And it seems like that's been throughout the year. We keep saying that, another record-breaking. I think really a long time ago you kind of came up with that strategy that some politicians have stolen from you, just like make racing fun again.
Yeah,
and that
really
seems to be your main focus, and you've done so well at that. Everybody's having a great time, but now we're seeing some really great racing because of it.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the driver development. You know, as a matter of fact, we've had a couple of guys that have been away from IGT that just came back again, and they said, I can't believe how well the drivers, the quality of their driving, said really have developed, and that's a testament to them. I really appreciate that they bring in professional coaches, they spend some time, and they're not taking this, lightheartedly. This is a serious game for them, and it pays off, and the rewards are that they're driving very well. So.
Oh, second incident.
Yep.
That is Ricardo Stewart Milne.
Yep.
Unfortunately, looks like that's at the Franklin Road Apparel Horseshoe, I believe. Just from
turn 11?
That we're seeing.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have a double yellow coming out here probably.
Yeah.
I can't see that they're going to keep that out there.
No.
Oh, boy.
That's a bad one.
What is this mess? Yes.
No, that's unfortunate. I saw Tom McIntyre there in that Volkswagen.
Yeah, just
and
around.
Not sure who that is there. But we're going to have a lot of tire repair, so I'm guessing this is probably the last lap of the race.
This is probably it.
A lot of debris.
I can't see if they're showing double yellow, but surely they're showing double yellow by now, right?
Surely there's double yellow.
Tom shouldn't be running through that debris.
Yeah.
We don't want to break any of these tires, break any cars.
Yeah.
But I'm not seeing any yellows from the corner worker station yet, so he's doing what he's supposed to do, I guess. There we go. Now I'm seeing a double yellow there at turn 10. Okay.
All right, we got caution.
That seemed a little late, didn't it to you? He's gonna take the political route and stay silent.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm gonna be the one to get canceled, so I understand. That's a smart move, Ken. I appreciate that. But there's our double yellow, and here comes the replay. Jonathan, walk us through this replay.
Yeah, that was a strange one. Here's as they start. Yeah. He just got way oversteered into that, and Hagwood lost control early.
Yeah.
And that was a one-man accident, I'm afraid. And Ken, you don't like to see that.
Yeah. I think this is going to be the end, unfortunately. That was unfortunate.
Yeah. Big off, but never mind. He hit that bank pretty hard. Well, Ken's going to go and pick up the dirt and the debris from the track.
Well, thank you for the invite, guys. It was going well till it wasn't.
Yes.
But anyway, in any event, we'd like to thank Mission Foods and Pirelli, our marketing partners, Fixie Wheels, all the sponsors that have helped us over the years, Surface, and we're going to award some things, but we got one more enduro tomorrow, 60-minute enduro at 8 o'clock. And
this is the replay of, sorry to interrupt, but this is a replay of Rich Williams going through the debris and trash there. He did everything he could. That's good, but Ken, I'm sorry. I know that's not how you wanted it to finish, and I hope everybody's okay.
Sure enough, checkered flag is out. We expected it that way. Ken Flagler's going to go and gather up his teams and drivers and get ready for the enduro tomorrow, which should be a cracker. Not the way we wanted to end it. We had some good racing to begin with, and there was a good gap forming between Pank and Twatty and Hammond. It was going well, but that big off has brought it to an abrupt end, shall we say. But, you've got to look at safety and look at where he's hit hard. Our thanks to Ken Fengler. He'll be back again tomorrow morning, and we're just going past the position where that car went off. It's still there at the moment. And we'll bring the cars out of harm's way, and we'll get the truck out, as you can see, ripped off the door.
And that is really rare for International GT, for them to have an off like that. This is gentleman racing, and it was a single car incident, which is, I guess, in some way positive. But here's the results. Run us through the results, Jonathan.
Yeah, Tom Pank with the win then, and Stephen Hammond just 0.4 at the end. They slowed all right down at the end there, and David Twatty taking third place in his GT3 Cup car. Reg Williams in fourth, Lucas Pank in fifth, so the Pank's getting a good result first and fifth. David Harrington in sixth place, Juan Fayan in seventh place, Mark Mathias in eighth position, Frank Vitello in ninth, and Jody Miller rounding out the top 10 in his GT3 Cup. So that concludes our coverage of the day. A bit of an abrupt end, but the sun is going down here at VIRginia International Raceway. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the Speed Tour. We'll be back to do it all again tomorrow, so join us on the YouTube channel, wherever you decide to join us. We'll be here bringing you the live feed. There is FR, there is F4, there of course is Trans Am in action, as well as International GT. My thanks to Ken Fengler, my thanks to Ben Sissel, and of course John Phippen. We'll be all back tomorrow to do it all again. My thanks to Greenlight Television. I'm Jonathan Green. Until then, goodbye for now.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas fuel treatment. It works.